Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, closing out week 2 of the 154th season. How good was she yesterday? Nest, simply dominant in the coaching club American Oaks. Now, the leader in the chase for a 3-year-old filly title. Trained by Todd Pletcher, 8th CCA Oaks victory. You know he's already trained 4 3-year-old filly champions, and the most recent runs in a couple hours. Malathot, highly decorated 3-time Grade 1 winner, odds-on favorite in today's featured Chuvie. Standing in her way is the filly who just beat her. Clairiere. Mom and Dad were absolute rock stars, and so is she, 2-time Grade 1 winner. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. How cool is that? How old is that program? Gonna have JK buy me that program. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much to unpack following yesterday's stellar day of thoroughbred racing. Nest, simply sensational in the coaching club American Oaks. Robin Sparkles reaching back and finding her best fastball in the Grade 3 Caress a little bit later in the afternoon. We'll recap the Haskell. Today, 10 more live races highlighted by the Grade 2 Chuvie, the field, older fillies and mares. Just 4 older fillies and mares. 2 names jump off the page. Number 3, Malathot, 4 to 5 morning line favorite. Number 4, Clairiere, even money second choice. The MIG champion jockey Richie Migliore is with me. How excited are you about getting a chance to see that again today, potentially?
I love rivalries. Rivalries kind of spice everything up in any sport, and certainly in horse racing. And Malathot and the Clairiere, they're very close in ability. So I really think that it's going to be about trips, and I'm also curious to see Malathot getting blinkers for the first time, because I think she's a filly that's always run a little bit like with the emergency break on. I think it might add some continuity to her run.
Champion jockey Richie Migliore, Jonathan Kinchin, JK, how are you handling the Chuvie in terms of early pick 4, early pick 5 from a handicapping perspective?
Yeah, it's tricky because, you know, I think most people think to themselves, let's just use the 3 and the 4, Malathot and Clairiere, and kind of move on with the race. But I think that could be a mistake depending on what your opinions are elsewhere in the sequence. I'm going to lean hard on Malathot. Like you said, Richie, I think the equipment change could be interesting for her. She has a tactical edge on Clairiere, who wants to come from a little bit further back. I think Malathot will be closer today, and I think that'll help her out quite a bit.
Have you looked up that program for me? Have you ordered it yet?
Yes, if I hit the pick 6 today, we can talk about it, Lafitte.
I'm never seeing that program, am I? Like, never seeing that program. And this is the way I want to start the show. Any day at Saratoga. 2-year-olds, like expensive ones. Several first-time starters. Field updated odds. The current favorite, number 2, Bat Flip, 5-2 with about 2 minutes to go as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Standing by. Maggie, what can you tell us about these highly regarded young prospects?
Well, Lafitte, I'm going to tell you a lot about some good magic babies. Actually, he has 3 in here. I'll look at all 3 of them as they are the ones taking a lot of the play here. We'll start with number 1, Faithful and True, as he sold for $450,000 after working 9 4/5. He was asked a bit, but really good reach. Really pushes off well from behind with what I saw in that breeze, and it was evident here watching him in the preliminaries. A really elevated, well-developed hind end to him, and watching him warm up over the dirt, because yeah, the OBS sail is on a synthetic surface. He looks great over the dirt. Definitely the horse who warmed up the best beneath Flavien Prat, and there isn't much to report home on with regards to pedigree, but I think this is an individual, and he's fit. He's strong. He is wearing a short cup cheater blinker for his debut, which I don't necessarily love for Rudy Brissett, but still, he's going to be my pick in here, because I think Bat Flip will tell us a lot today, possibly about the 6th race as well, as the horse that he worked last with was Kaling. And from my eye, Kaling was going a lot better than Bat Flip. So I was a little surprised to see him taking the bulk of the play here. He was a little headstrong at first. He might show some speed here, but towards the end, he was floundering while Kaling was just going well within himself. Big gallop out from Kaling, and Bat Flip was honestly struggling a bit. Kind of had to be niggled at, asked a bunch. He's very laid back. It's funny, all of these good magics that I'll talk about look completely different from each other. He's very professional. He's well turned out. he just didn't wow me, to be honest. As a favorite, he's a little bit on the smaller side, but maybe with the early money, maybe he's going to be quick, kind of like he showed in that debut. I just worry about the latter stages of this 6 furlong contest. And then we have Chad Brown's number 8, Blazing Sevens, another son of Good Magic, and Chad obviously training him, a grade 1 winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and the Haskell. Now, there's a little bit more turf with this guy on the bottom, and honestly, he looks turf meant. He's big, leggy, rangy, has a turf hoof, but when Chad does this, he's usually right. So I'm supposing this is the surface he wants, or at least the surface he's been working well on, but really physically mature. Now, if I didn't think he looked a bit more turf meant, he would be my pick in here. I really like this horse, and I'm being intrigued to see how he runs, but ultimately, I just went with the horse Lafitte that looked most like a dirt sprinter.
Good enough. Yesterday, before the 6th race, good 2-year-old race, Maggie said, best looking, most handsome on the track, bring the band home. And he popped and paid about, what, $12 yesterday afternoon. So we'll see how this all unfolds with these 2-year-olds as they start to move into line.
Yeah, I'm right on board with Maggie with the one, Faithful and True. His work at 9 and 4 at the OBS Smart Sale was so impressive. Now, that's on synthetic, and you try to discern how a stride will translate to conventional dirt. And I think he's a horse that'll appreciate dirt just as much, and his works kind of bear that out, Jonathan.
I'm rooting for the 2 Bat Flip, a homebred for Bob and Chris Edwards, E5 Racing, who raced Good Magic. They bred this horse, so I'm rooting for them in this one.
Somewhere, Jose Batista would be smiling if Bat Flip comes through. Proud moment for Hillendale. Sire Good Magic, sire of 3 of these 2-year-olds. John Ambrial, voice of New York, standing by with the call. Race 1 of 10 on a Sunday at Saratoga.
They're all in line. And they're off. And it was a hesitant beginning for number 2, Bat Flip, who trails the field early. Bourbon Bash is out first with No Confession racing in second. Saint in the City is down at the rail. And alongside is a Blazing Sevens. And then it's a break, almost 3 lengths. Faithful and True is at the rail. As they continue up the backstretch here with Bourbon Bash showing the way, No Confession. Right behind Blazing Sevens, and down on the inside is Saint in the City, who's about to be passed there by Faithful and True, Upgrade, and Wasabi Boy. Bat Flip continues to trail. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Bourbon Bash leads here by a little more than a length. Blazing Sevens runs in second. Now it's 5 lengths back to Faithful and True. Saint in the City down at the rail. Then No Confession and Upgrade. It is Bourbon Bash challenged on the outside now by Blazing Sevens. And the 2 of them pass the 8th pole together. Blazing Sevens is now the leader with Bourbon Bash back running in second. It is Blazing Sevens who wins at first asking today and won drawing away by 5.5 lengths. Bourbon Bash was second, then Upgrade and Faithful and True.
Eye-opening debut. Working his magic, Blazing Sevens by Good Magic. Proud moment for Hillendale here. This debuting colt for trainer Chad Brown opens up and crushes in his debut.
On the hard chase throughout, right?
Absolutely.
And Bourbon Bash ran big, but this horse just was relentless. He never let go. He kept coming at him and eventually just imposing his will, Jonathan.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it is a good moment for Hillendale and for Good Magic. When you have a young sire, you want to kind of get him going, and there's no better place to get him going to win up here at Saratoga.
And he was exciting. That moment after the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, Jose Ortiz patting him on the shoulder. Good boy, as he broke his maiden in a Breeders' Cup event. If not for a Triple Crown winner by the name of Justify, Good Magic, a Kentucky Derby winner, and now as a young stallion and the sire of a promising prospect.
Yeah, and he's off to a white-hot start as a stallion in his first crop, 4 for 14 with first-time starters now. So the precocity he had as a racehorse, he's passing along to his offspring.
And it's also important to note the other Good Magic, one of the other Good Magics in the race, the 2 Bat Flip, seemed to really be having some problems on the turn, was getting out really bad. I don't think Irad really ever set him down, so I wouldn't cross him off of your list. I think he's probably a horse that has some talent, just needs to kind of figure it out.
Lots to smile about. We just saw Chad Brown with that victory, one clear. In the trainer standings, 4-time Saratoga champion trainer and defending champion Chad Brown strikes early on the Sunday program. Blazing Sevens glides under the wire. The first time starter by Good Magic. 8, 4, 5, 1. Results forthcoming. As for today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 1 down, 9 left. You'll see all of them. Programming note, coverage moves to Fox Sports 1 at 3:30 Eastern. Shuvi race 5. Main track fast. Turf courses firm. Temperature around 90 degrees here in Saratoga Springs. Still haven't signed up. Only day 9 of 40. So you have time. Sign up today. Join Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBet.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Just getting started on Saratoga Live. When we return, statement race by a top class 3-year-old filly, Nest. Tour de force, running up the score, whatever you want to call it. Bottom line, she was awesome and made it look easy in the Coaching Club American Oaks and a well-deserved bath. Stay tuned.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
New for Saratoga, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of 3 selected races on the Saratoga card each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the meet to win big. Go to Naira.com/triple play for more details.
Picture perfect afternoon at Saratoga. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Came out guns blazing, didn't he? Blazing sevens by Good Magic. Chad Brown train. Good Magic, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner. Trains this guy as well. Leading trainer here at Saratoga. Standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Very professional and eye-catching effort from Blazing Sevens, Chad. Son of Good Magic. How satisfying is that for you?
It's very satisfying. Makes me feel a little old, but that's okay. And maybe a little bit of consolation prize for the Haskell yesterday. We didn't get it done yesterday, but obviously Good Magic was a horse that we did win it with. So to have our first winner by him is rewarding. And I have a bunch of them in my barn, so hopefully there's some more in there.
He was lovely. But talk about the Haskell. I'm sure a little disappointing for you and your team with Jack Christopher. Is it a question of distance with him, Chad?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, he got a great trip. It did get kind of quick that last half a mile when they went into 109. It probably took the start job a little bit, but that's the way he runs. And at the end of the day, he just wasn't good enough. Two horses that were better yesterday passed him. So what we'll do is we'll just cut him back. And he just shipped into Saratoga today. He looks good so far. I'll point him to the Alan Jerkins.
Great, good to hear it. Nice to keep them a little separated, I suppose, as we're going to take a look at your other talented 3-year-old Zandon, who was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He's been working very well. What do you think about his progress heading into this Jim Dandy?
I love the freshening we gave him. I was just looking at him today after his final work, and he just put on, considerable weight, and he looks terrific. And between him and Early Voting, who also worked really good yesterday, there's a couple good horses headed into the Jim Dandy, I think.
Looking forward to it. Best of luck to you. Congratulations. Looks as though you might have one for next year's Jim Dandy here in placing 7th.
That's a long way to go, but you did everything right so far. Thank you.
Chad Brown always thinking about the future as well. And the future is coming this Saturday with a good running of the Jim Dandy, guys.
That's a ferocious 1-2 punch for the Jim Dandy. You know you're living right when it's like, the Alan Jerkins is the fallback plan, right?
Already a multiple Grade 1 winner and pointing towards another Grade 1. And, speed is revered in sires in North America. We know he has speed.
He was, yeah. And better to find out, I think, early on. The experiment to go long for Jack Christopher, now refocus on some of the middle distance races. And like you said, with the Alan Jerkins coming up in the undercard of the Travers Stakes.
Yeah, look, the way that he ran in the Woody Stevens, I don't think anyone would argue that this horse has a chance to go on and be favored in the Alan Jerkins. And if he runs well there, he starts to become part of the conversation of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, favorite at that point. So I still think he's a special horse. Just unfortunately didn't go well for him yesterday.
Next Saturday, Jim Dandy on Fox. But first we look back. We spent the last few days building up the Coaching Club American Oaks in this head-to-head matchup with Secret Oath and Nest. And in the end, Richie, the only drama involved 2 other fillies at the start.
Yeah, both the 1 and 2. Watch a bad stumble by the 1, not as bad as stumble from the 2, but it kind of took them both out of position, especially the 2 Society wants to be involved, then had to kind of rush up. Ira did a real good job with Nest, kind of said, okay, if you want to go ahead, I'll use you as a pacemaker for a little while. His concern certainly was Secret Oath on the outside. Secret Oath had a tough trip. Not 10 legs worth of trouble, but being strung out 4 or 5 white throughout the entire first turn, Jonathan.
No, absolutely. Right about this point is when I felt really good about my choice of Nest over Secret Oath, just because of the trip she was going to get. When she found herself on the front end, which is where if Malathot finds herself on the front end today, I think something similar could happen. It's just such an advantage for a horse that finishes as well as Nest does, that has as much stamina as Nest does, and to find herself there in that position, saving ground, while her main competition was 3 wide on both turns, it was a perfect trip for her.
Coming off a 1.5-mile race to get it, kind of soft up there. And you saw when Irad went to the crop the first time right-handed, she kind of dropped and found more. Secret Oath, I think, did well to be second because she was struggling inside the 8th pole.
The scary thing, Lafitte, about this is that I think she's going to be better at 1.25 miles.
For the Alabama, for all the horses that Todd Pletcher has run in the Belmont Stakes, the 4 wins, several other second-place finishes, really good horses. The fact that he said that is the best any of his Belmont runners have ever bounced out of the Belmont. They were going to train up to the Alabama. And he's like, wait a second. She's ready to go. And then she goes and does that.
Yeah, that's a big statement, to have a bunch of big, robust colts come out of the Belmont and say this filly actually flourished after that 1.5 miles. I think it says a lot about our constitution. And
the problem is, if you're in the Secret Oath camp, this is the time to beat her, right? Nest is like I said, I think she's better at 1.25 miles. And if you didn't beat her yesterday going 1 1/8 miles, you're going to struggle at 1.25 miles.
Packed winner's circle. Second, CCA Oaks for Mike Rapoli. Second for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Second for Jockey Arad Ortiz. And for trainer Todd Pletcher, deserves a screen to himself. Adding to his own record, padding the stats from Tweedside 2001 to Nest yesterday, 8th CCA Oaks victory. The lone 3-year-old filly champ, however, a Shadow 2004. Will Nest be next? Only time will tell. Maggie is with us. Maggie, wanted to get your take on yesterday's Coaching Club American Oaks. How was Nest able to handle Secret Oath so easily this time?
I think the fact that Nest just assumed that early tactical advantage here, Lafitte, and she just made quick work of it. I talked to Arad Ortiz after, obviously, by horseback, and he said, you know, with that, the inside runner stumbling in society, I assumed that position. He knew that if Ness broke, she was going to be able to put herself in a more forward position rather than, unlike, I should say, Secret O, she earned a career best 104 by her speed figure, and that's putting her up in the ranks of those 3-year-old colts that you guys were talking about. It'd be interesting to see, you know, where they go. Obviously, Alabama is the next logical spot, but Ness is a filly that progresses with each and every start. You see it on the form, you see it with her physically. She has blossomed, she has filled out, she has gotten stronger, and she's very exciting in just the overall discussion of the 3-year-old picture, whether it's males or females. She really stamped herself as a superstar and classy and talented filly yesterday, guys.
She was brilliant, Maggie, but just to clarify, like, nothing's been sewn up. It's a grade 1 win, but you can't forget what happened in 2014. Princess of Silmar, she'd won the Kentucky Oaks. She had won the Coaching Club American Oaks. She had also won the grade 1 Alabama. And in the end, like, she didn't win anything in terms of a championship, guys. Still, like, a lot of racing to be run. And for the 3-year-old fillies, like, there's a lot of races that are going to still play a serious impact. She's in front right now, but again, nothing's been decided.
Well, nothing's been decided, but there's basically 2 major 3-year-old filly races left, being the Alabama and the Cotillion at Parks. And then they've got to face elders, and it'll be interesting to see who continues to develop and progress and handle a very deep older horse division, which we're going to see 2 of the best today.
August 20th, 142nd edition of the Grade 1 Alabama. Later in the evening, completely different brand of racing, the Caress for older female sprinters, 5.5 furlongs. JK, this one with Robin Sparkles, we know she was fast. She was 6-5 in this race last year, and she got her doors blown off by Caravel. No catching her yesterday.
Yeah, a little revenge, I would say, for Robin Sparkles. I remember last year I giggled at the fact that Robin Sparkles was 6-5. I loved Caravel in that spot. I liked Caravel yesterday as well. She didn't get a great trip, but she's never really picked up. Robin Sparkles ran really, really well.
And here's the key right here. You're going to see Caravel, after breaking slowly, she kind of gets caught in the jam, if you will. Johnny Velasquez, on start of line, was not going to give up his position, and he held his line hard, and eventually Tyler Gaffalione had to come out of the spot. But let's give Robin Sparkles her due. She's fast. She ran fast fractions as her wont to do. It was getting a little desperate late, but this New York bred was game and hung on. A great story, too. Mike Schrader, her owner. This mare's been a blessing, a godsend to their farm.
Why is that? Take us a little bit deeper into that story.
Well, hardworking people that, you know, you have a farm, there's a lot of bills to be paid, and she comes along, and now she's earned over $540,000. That'll buy a lot of hay.
$30,000 purchase, right? And you felt like while she still had that gate speed, she wasn't finishing her races. No, quote, stick to her zip. Yesterday, she built up a big enough of a cushion. Super sensational, big late run. Javier Castellano, second stakes win of the meet, and I just felt like at 21-1, like we all got caught looking at strike 3 right down the middle because she was able to reach back and find her best fastball.
Well, yeah, I just kind of put her in that category of she needs New York breds to be kind of what she was for that little time, and I didn't think she could do it against Open Company, and she proved me wrong, and we made that wager. I had to go back down.
That's right, you had to go back to work.
Yeah.
You're going to do that again?
No, it's tough.
No, that was fun, though. That was a great segment. I love seeing you down there on Broadway. I like that the analogy, they're getting frozen by that fastball down the middle, but Robin Sparkles loves firm ground, and speed is always dangerous, and we really would be remiss not to credit Bruce Brown for the job.
Yeah.
He's done training this mare and managing her as well. A very underrated horseman.
21-1, the New York bred Robin Sparkles, just too fast to catch, just holds on in yesterday's Caress here at Saratoga. Another grade 2 event this afternoon, the Shoe V Older Fillies and Mares, and he's already been to the winner's circle. Trainer Chad Brown with Jack Christopher yesterday for the Haskell. That didn't work out, but not all is lost. The bench is deep. Zandon ready for the Jim Dandy next week, as is early voting. Preakness winner ready for the Jim Dandy Stakes next Saturday on Fox.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
That viewing stand wouldn't be there, Richie. Not sure this racetrack would be here without Mary Lou Whitney.
Can't overstate what Mary Lou Whitney has meant to the racetrack in Saratoga and the city of Saratoga, what she's done for the local community and basically bringing it back. I came up here in the late 70s. There were houses boarded up on Union Avenue. This racing meet wasn't as iconic as it has become, and mostly through the efforts of Mary Lou Whitney.
With the beautiful Victorians lying down Union Avenue, that is almost impossible to imagine that it ever looked like that even back then.
But it's the reality of it. And there was a depressed area in Saratoga. And if you go to where Cold Stone Creamery is, the Gap, those apartments, it was a big empty lot. You had a Woolworths, a dive bar, and Pope's Pizza. That's all that was there in a big empty lot. Mary Lou Whitney helped revive this town. And I can't tell you how much pleasure I take in seeing Mary Lou Whitney's stable continue on under the stewardship of her husband, John Hendrickson. She's still that important to the game.
Whitney viewing stand, all part of the tradition here at Saratoga, as is the road to the Travers. And the traditional prep will take place next Saturday. The Jim Dandy Stakes is on Fox, Saratoga's signature prep for Saratoga's marquee event. 3-year-olds, $600,000 purse, Jim Dandy next Saturday, only on Fox. Probables look like this. Field to be drawn Wednesday. Not many names, but important names you'll see in the star power. Epicenter, Zandon, rapidly improving Tawnyport, and early voting. Speaking of which, JK, let's revisit his Preakness early voting with the lead. Epicenter trying to cut into that lead down along the inside.
Yeah, early voting got a nice trip here. I don't want to take that away from him in terms of his performance, but he did get a nice trip. He found the front end. He set honest and comfortable fractions, and he didn't have to deal with who I thought he was going to have to deal with, which is Epicenter down on the inside. Epicenter broke a little bit slowly. Joel decided, I'm going to say, I think maybe to leave him there rather than to kind of hurry him along. And he was running at him late. I think the race would have probably been a little bit different if Epicenter would have broke forwardly and they would have been closer throughout the entire race.
And yesterday morning, Richie, early voting, breezing on the Oklahoma training track. This is Jose Ortiz aboard. What are you noticing?
Well, the fact that he's, even in his workouts, and they did this going into the Preakness, a horse that had been in front in all his races up until the Preakness, where he assumed a close stalking position. They've trained him that way in the morning, Lafitte. They've kept him next to horses, sitting just off a horse, showing that he's not speed crazy. He doesn't need the lead, but he creates his own trip because he possesses natural speed.
5/8, 101 flat, thanks to our friends at XBTV. Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, the Bluegrass winner. Zandon, third place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. He also worked yesterday. What'd you make of his final Jim Dandy move?
Well, we see him yet again by himself, or at least planned by himself. Last week, we saw him kind of pick up company late in the middle of that half-mile work in 48 and 3. This time around, though, he went the 5/8 and 101 and 4, and well within himself. I love the way this horse moves. I love watching him train. I remember leading into the Derby. I liked him, and then he really solidified him being my pick. Ran third that day, but that's okay. And then in this workout, you'll see against the bridle until the wire, rider kind of puts his hands down, asks him a little bit to gallop out. And it's kind of just that building maintenance work that you want to see after what he had a fairly quick breeze last week. This is kind of typical of the Chad Brown school of breezing horses, especially his dirt horses. And I'm really excited to see Zandon back at the races. As we just heard Chad a little bit earlier after winning race 1, he likes what he sees from this horse after giving him a freshening after the Derby, putting on weight. Always a big frame of a horse, and now it's time to furnish that with a lot of weight and conditioning. And it sounds like Chad has him right where he wants him to be for this Jim Dandy, Lafitte.
Poetry in motion. Zandon, a strong 1-2 punch for the Jim Dandy final local prep, the traditional prep for the Run Happy Travers. Guys, they've never faced each other. Early voting in Zandon. Their biggest strength, biggest potential weakness moving forward, early voting, Zandon.
Early voting is his natural speed, and he'll create his own trip. Zandon, his closing kick, and watching him train, he is a bigger, stronger version of the Zandon we saw run third in the Kentucky Derby, win the Bluegrass. I think he's matured a great deal in the last few months.
I think both of them have the strength that the distance isn't going to be a problem, right? Zandon ran well enough in the Kentucky Derby, going 1.25 miles, early voting 1 3/16. I would say that the weakness that Zandon has would be like, the fact that he can't make his own trip. He does need to have a little bit of pace in front of him. In early voting, I would say he just isn't that wow type of horse, if you want to call that a weakness.
And you have to wonder how the field shapes up. As you mentioned, sometimes Zandon, as far back as he makes his best run from with a smaller field. What will the pace look like? Is he ridden differently? All the strategy. Chad Brown will work it all out, but for the time being, simply loaded with 3-year-olds. Jim Dandy next Saturday on Fox. Race 2, $16,000 claimer. Updated odds, 8 of them. Ampersand, the current 8-5 favorite, and a post-parade. Start with Icon. First after the claim, Robertino Diodoro, blinkers on.
Blinkers on, breaks from post 1 and the new reinstituted, revamped Wilson Chute. Nice addition here to our racing in Saratoga.
Ampersand, you read Ortiz, big afternoon yesterday.
It's one of kind of one of those big drops. The horse has fast figures. This horse either wins, in my opinion, or runs like 6th.
Ampersand, chalk players hoping it's the former. Stud Puppy would be a big upset. Eric Cancel with a win yesterday.
Yeah, it would be a really huge surprise here. This horse just hasn't been running fast enough, and actually goes up in class off a poor effort.
Manny Franco aboard. Once a Giant, currently 3-1 for 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells.
Yeah, I like the 4 Once a Giant here. He's got that nice race for maiden 40, 3 races back, and has been competitive on the dirt.
Mr. Fidget, 1 for 34 lifetime.
Returns the first-time gelding, though. Maybe that'll help.
Number 6, Lord Brownie, just graduated in his 13th start.
Yeah, it took maiden 25s to graduate with a slow figure. I don't really like him in this spot.
Number 7, Amadeus Music. Now needs the pace to heat up and fall apart, and to the outside, a light 1 for 36. But he is by a Travers winner, Alpha.
Same situation. Got the maiden broken, maiden 20,000. The bottom, you know, it just needs to be faster from a speed figure standpoint.
What'd you wind up with, JK?
Well, you know, I'm going to pick the 4. I'm
Four
going to
here?
pick the 4 once a giant.
We'll get
The
the-
2 I just don't trust. That's a very aggressive drop.
Maybe you're just tuning in, want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Follow along. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in the races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races. On today's show, another look at Once a Giant, Bill Parcells' own Saratoga debut. Let's go back to his maiden win, early April, Aqueduct, last claiming race appearance, Richie. Once a Giant, looking like Joe Morris, Mark Bavaro, and LT out there.
Yeah, he just went right to the front and kept on rolling under apprentice Jose Gomez. He has Manny Franco today, a strong rider. He seems like a horse to me that needs strong direction. And I think Manny Franco excels with horses like that because he gets their attention.
I would agree. And you know, when you look at that race 3 back that we're watching here, the pace wasn't particularly fast. He got an easy trip that day, so it's hard to give him too much credit because he had everything kind of go his own way. But he finally ran a number that was respectable. He opened up there. He showed some bravery. And now I think that they've kind of learned that him finding himself on the front end is probably his best chance.
Let's check it with Maggie.
Let's check in with, what's his name again? Once a Giant. Once I forgot his name. I like this horse. For everything you guys were saying, as Mig mentioning Manny Franco, should fit him well. He is a bit of a big, burly type of horse that, as Mig said, needs to be told what to do. And I think Manny is warming him up aggressively as he does return as a new gelding. Always love that angle too. And last time out, he attended the pace while 3 wide, and Cousteau down on the rail was able to wire the field that day. So I don't think he was in a very advantageous position throughout the running of that race, and gets a drop in class, which he rightfully needs here. And this is what you do. This is how you win races in Saratoga. I know he just kind of has that one race that stands out, but again, I think this is the race for him, as we'll take a look at number 1, Icon. He is second off of that extended layoff of nearly a year and a half, more than a year and a half, I should say, and first off the claim for Robertino Diodoro. Now, I've never seen him. Obviously, he's run primarily, exclusively at Churchill Downs. Watching the replay, though, and maybe it was just relative to the field he was facing, he just looked like a light horse. Like, yeah, he was fit and lean, but he lacked some conditioning. Well, the weight's on him today. The muscle mass is there, and he is sharp. Last time he just kind of he stumbled, I should say, and was chasing wide where the winner came from last that day. So I think they're trying to get some speed out of this horse, honestly, with those blinkers on. I know he wouldn't appear to be the fastest horse necessarily on paper, but he's giving me every indication that he will be forward with those shortcut cheater blinkers on, because he has been on his toes throughout the entire time in the paddock and on the racetrack. I kind of tossed it up, and I just thought the 4 was a little bit more reliable here, but I do like Icon as well, guys.
You too, Richie.
I do, and I'm of the opinion, and I don't have enough data to really back this up yet, but to my eye, I still want to be inside leaving that Wilson chute. I just think it's a bit of an advantage. I was between the 1 and the 4. I went to the 1 purely because of the post.
The inside, which was originally when we were trying to project what races were going to look like coming out of the Wilson chute, the guess was that the inside would be a detriment. And now that's, in just a few days, a few races, you've changed.
I'm not seeing it that way. Now, obviously, braking alertly, braking sharp, and being able to get your position going forward is critical to having an inside post. But look at the way it's angled and how much space you have. They put up that little temporary rail, and it's basically kind of lined it out a little more of a direct line towards what will be the turn.
No matter what course you're on, turf, dirt, 1 turn, 2 turns, if you draw inside and the outside horses come over on you, it's not good. And so I think that's the same thing we're seeing here. If that happens here, it's not good. But I think if that doesn't happen, being inside is where you want to be on this chute.
Once a Giant for you.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Once a Giant. Hopefully this horse will find the front end. The 2, I just don't trust. The 1, I signed a contract at some point to not take bet horses that are getting taken away from Mike Maker. So wouldn't be shocked if the 1 won, but I think the 4 makes a little sense here.
Once a Giant. When I was smaller, I was once a giant. Now I'm bigger, no longer a giant.
Once a Giant, always a giant. That's coming from a Raider fan. Here's Mr. Fidget. Hard to ignore the lifetime record, 1 for 34, but his rider has enjoyed a solid week. Richie Dylan Davis, 4 wins this week, 3 wins on Thursday, 1 yesterday, following that strong Belmont showing with a solid start to Saratoga.
And delivering rides that have been contributing to the horse's success, and that's how I judge riders. There were a lot of races I won, Jonathan, that the horse was going to win with anybody on their back. The ones I took most pride in were the ones I know that I made a difference. Dylan has been riding so well all year and making a difference.
One with a nice 2-year-old yesterday for Mark Cassie. Dylan Davis, you know how television can neutralize, if you watch enough baseball, the break on slider, curveball, any breaking ball on television, it neutralizes it. If you sit behind home plate, like, oh my, like, how does anybody ever hit this thing? The bend of this Wilson chute, is it all neutralized on television? Is it sharper when you're actually down there?
It's much sharper when you're down there. I watched the first 2 races run out of the chute this year up here, and a whole different perspective on it, and I think it's a great way to put it. I don't know how anybody hits a baseball coming at them, either 95 miles an hour or moving the way it does.
I'd look at one pitch and go home.
I
sit behind home, like, how?
I struggle hitting off a tee. That's not true. I'm actually more athletic than I look.
JK can flat out mash off a tee. Second race at Saratoga, $16,000 claimers. Who's going to earn that second career victory? Maybe it is Once a Giant, JK's top pick. 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells, August Dawn Farm. Post time for the second. Here's Johnny I out of the Wilson chute.
And we're set for the start of the second race. And they're off. Once a Giant, Mr. Fidget. From the extreme outside, a light is there. And now moving up is Lord Brownie. It is Lord Brownie challenged here on the outside by a light. Once a Giant sits behind and racing in third. Amadeus Music is next in fourth as Ampersand moves up on the outside from fifth. And then it's the 2 grays, Icon and Mr. Fidget. They are right together. And way back is Stud Puppy. The field is racing up the backstretch. And Once a Giant and Ampersand. It is Once a Giant on the inside and the favorite Ampersand on the outside. The front 2 have opened up 3 lengths on Icon in third. Then comes a light racing in fourth. Lord Brownie has dropped out of it. The field goes into the far turn, and Ampersand now takes the lead from Once a Giant. Icon is running in third and gaining some ground. Ampersand in front by 2 lengths now. Once a Giant about to be passed on the outside by Icon, and farther back it is Amadeus Music. The field at the top of the stretch now. And it is Ampersand with the lead here. Icon moving up on the outside into second. Ampersand leads by 4 lengths, now by 5. Icon is running in second. And then it is Amadeus Music next in third with a 16th to the finish. Ampersand by 4 lengths. And Ampersand is the winner here. 1 by 4.5. Amadeus Music up for second. Icon was third, and Once a Giant finished fourth.
Probably not the same feeling he had aboard Nest yesterday, but another winner at Ortiz, Ampersand, and a victory, but what felt like a battle of attrition.
Yeah, they all look like they were struggling a bit the last 1/8 of a mile. This main track has been demanding. You're seeing a lot of horses just struggling coming home. Their stride's not really strong. They don't have the legs under them, stride deteriorating a little bit. But Irad Ortiz Jr. on Ampersand made an aggressive move. I think he was worried about Once a Giant getting a little too comfortable, a little too brave, so he took it to him pretty early down the backstretch into the far turn. He was just the best horse.
It's funny, when we were listening to that call, we all kind of giggled. Johnny I with the long and. He was expecting the horses to hurry up and cross the wire. He said it like 14 seconds ago, and to kind of set up for the finish. And they were coming home very, very slowly.
I was waiting for him to say, cross the wire already. Ampersand and the horse you like, Icon from the inside from bumping and jostling, leaving the Wilson chute, Richie.
Yeah, and then he worked out a good trip after that. I mean, it wasn't an ideal start, but Ricardo Santana was able to get in and recover, get in good enough position. He was in a spot to take advantage of how the race heated up in the middle. To give you an idea, according to the fractions, they went 23 and basically 2 the second quarter. They came home the last quarter in 28 seconds.
Not fast, but a win. It counts. 2 for 17 lifetime. Also a programming note to my programming note at the top of the show. Coverage moves to Fox Sports 1 3 Eastern. Fox Sports 1 3 Eastern, where you'll see the featured event Grade 2 Shoe V. Results when we come back. Ampersand 2714. And this guy just keeps piling up the numbers, padding his own stats. Todd Pletcher. It's what he does at Saratoga, especially while training fillies like that one. And Nest establishing herself as the top 3-year-old filly in the country, smashing victory in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next go,
Go to the back. Good luck.
Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always race medication free, now standing at Claiborne Farm. Saratoga Lake, Richie.
Love it. Beautiful. Looks like we could take a swim. Come up here in February. You drive your pickup out there and go ice fishing.
Oof. Did you say yesterday there's trucks at the image we're looking at right now?
They drive trucks out there. People ride snowmobiles. They put up shacks and drill holes, and they get campfires going on the lake.
Is it colder here or where I live, Pasadena and Southern California winter? It can't get as cold as it does
I don't know. What was that saying? Coldest winter I ever spent was in Southern California?
What was a summer in San Francisco?
Oh, okay.
Close
Is that what it was?
Yeah. But I mean, it like gets down into the 40s once in a while. Pretty cold.
Come on, come on.
She's about to smack me. Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Rod Ortiz aboard Ampersand today. And Rod, I first want to talk to you about this Wilson chute. For the riders, how important is it to get a break? Because it seems as though the inside post position, sometimes they get pushed down into that extra space when you clear the main track.
Honestly, Maggie, they should have, we have plenty room going to the turn, so that's a little more fair because you know if you gonna have to take a hole or no. All depends how the outside horses break, so you have to decide, try to make your decision before you get to the turn. And so far, it worked out perfect, honestly. It don't seem like we have any problem.
Now, this track also seems incredibly demanding. I mean, came on pretty slow on Ampersand, but a winner nonetheless. I mean, is it the kickback? Is it because there's a lot of moisture in the track? What's going on out there?
Honestly, yesterday, too, the time was a little slow. I don't know. If they put how much water they put on it or whatever, but it feels good out there. Just the times are a little slow, but I don't have any complaints, honestly.
Now, Arad, we saw you aboard at Nest. Obviously, I caught up with you yesterday, but I mean, that was a career best effort by a mile from her, and your smile tells it all that she's so special.
She is. Since day one, we expect a lot from her, honestly. Thought to take her to the right races, take it step by step. He don't rush her, and he have a great plan for her. She have a lot of talent, and she showed it. She showed it yesterday what she can do, and that's what we expect from her. Honestly, she's so nice in the mornings, and the way she works, she can keep going, galloping out, and you can go 1 mile, and she keep going. So that's her. So she's pretty impressive, honestly.
It's a good thing you got her back from your brother after the Belmont. Well, congratulations, too.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, grade 1 winner yesterday, Arad Ortiz. I'm sure there's more yet to come.
For Jose Ortiz, Maggie, things didn't work out. Jack Christopher, he rides Nest in the Belmont. His brother beats him, Mo Donegal, and then it's Arad back aboard Nest yesterday for the Coaching Club American Oaks.
It's all in the family. I'm sure Jose doesn't feel that way.
And as you said earlier, JK, yeah, 1.25 miles, and what we've seen from her at 1.5 miles, that much more dangerous moving forward. Nest sensational yesterday afternoon. We move forward race 3, another for sale claiming race. Non-winners 2 lifetime, $25,000 claimer. Number 2, Power Agenda, current favorite at 8-5, trained by Todd Pletcher. 8 victories in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It's unreal. Now, Richie brought this point up yesterday. When you think about it, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons has won 5 Coaching Club American Oaks, and Todd Pletcher has won 8. Later today, he'll try to win his 5th Shoe V. He's captured 14 Saratoga training titles. It really is unbelievable, except for those who have been closest to him. Those who have known him longest probably saw this kind of success coming a long time ago.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him, and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you," you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, assessing, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's el duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The shuttle, touchdown! Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, alley. Stay thirsty! Alice Malice, quality road. Left bank, cross traffic. Lawyer Ron, wait a while. And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont!
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
His children, parents, family, so much to be proud of, and not just Todd Pletcher, the trainer, and for everything you see on that bio page, which is mind-boggling, but for Todd Pletcher, the person, Richie, consummate professional and a family man, as you know as well as anyone, not an easy balance in this sport.
You know, life's about balance, and the balance that Todd Pletcher's been able to find and basically pull off for so many years, being the ultimate professional, putting incredible hours into his craft and communicating with owners and assistants and agents. Everybody has to communicate besides training the horses, and then being as good a father and a husband. And they are a tremendous team, he and Tracy. I've watched their children grow up. They're incredible young people because of their parents and the values that were instilled in them. And I watched Hannah actually oversee the ceremony for Ryan McLaughlin, Kieran McLaughlin's son. She actually married them, and she was incredible during the ceremony, the poise, and knowing her since she's a baby. Just an incredible family.
One of the things I've noticed about Todd is that when you're around the racetrack, it's a great family. But there's also like, oh, that guy over there, that guy over there. Oh, I don't like that guy. I've never heard anyone say something bad about Todd Pletcher ever.
Todd Pletcher had an incredible summer last year, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, and off to a pretty good one here at Saratoga this summer. The win yesterday in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks in search of a 15th Alan Jerkins training title. Updated standings. Chad Brown, 8 victories, 7 for Todd Pletcher. Again, it's a 14-time Saratoga training titles.
What I keep going back to Todd's amazing stats, already in the Hall of Fame. Todd Pletcher is 55 years old. That is not old for a trainer. To give you perspective, Wayne Lucas, one of his mentors, along with his father, JJ, is 86. Imagine if Todd trains for another 31 years, what those statistics will look like.
Wow.
Astronomical. Todd Pletcher, Alan Jerkins training titled. He chased 2 weeks down in the meet, 6 to go. You're looking at Power Agenda with Pletcher, co-owned by Vinny Viola, co-owned by Mike Rapoli. And just look at the year Mike Rapoli is having, JK. The firepower in his stable, aside from Mo Donegal's injury, a tough break, he's been on a serious run himself, highlighted yesterday by Nest. Those colors and a first Belmont win running 1-2.
You know, you're giving me an idea, maybe, for
What's
next
that?
week.
Huh.
Huh. Huh.
Get that rolling production studio out.
Huh.
Give Mike Rapoli a call. Maybe a little cart talk.
That'd be a good cart talk. I like that.
I think the surprise is that he hasn't been on yet.
No, he's never been on. Never been on.
Is he here today? Maybe we might be able to get that taken care of for you right now, JK. Acacia in the paddock live with Mike Rapoli.
Mike Rapoli and with Joya Rapoli as well. And Turbo, I believe, is our friend today. Yes. As Mike, looking back to yesterday, are you still floating with the performance from Nest and the Coaching Club American Oaks?
Yeah, I haven't had a win like that. You know, we've won some big races here. The Alabama would stop charging Maria. The Travers and the Jim Dandy would stay thirsty. Uncle Mo's maiden, 14.5 lengths. But, you know, what seemed to be like this great stretch drive and top of the stretch was going to get great. And then the filly's just so good. And, you know, she just missed the Oaks and just missed the Belmont. And I've never wanted a race more for my horse than this horse. I mean, the last two efforts, she could have won the Oaks. She could have won the Belmont with an outside trip. And then to do what she did yesterday, I mean, that was a wow, wow, wow.
Is it all systems go now onto the Alabama for her?
You know, Todd's always, I mean, we were going to skip the coaching club. You know, I'll let Todd, I'll speak to Aaron. But right now, I mean, the Alabama is the most likely 1.25 mile filly race. You don't get too many of those. If yesterday was 1.25 miles, she might have won by 25. And she's bred to go 1.5 miles, and she did. So 1.25 miles, it looks like it's the place. And the Alabama is such a special, special race.
You mentioned wanting it for your horse. How special is she to you and to your whole team?
Yeah, I mean, she's such an incredible filly. You know, when she was winning at 2, and she's bred to be a 4-year-old like Curlin, and she won the Damoiselle, you knew she was going to get better, but she just, from her first race this year at Tampa to then the Ashland, and then the 2 incredible winning efforts in the Oaks and the Belmont, and to do what she did yesterday, man, it gives you chills. It just gives you chills, and she's a special horse. She went back to the barn, ate up, woke up today like she jogged a 1/4 mile, and she's feeling great. So special filly.
We can't wait to see more from her. How fun was that yesterday, Joya?
A lot.
Well done. As she's working on her interview skills, we saw it one day. It's going to be Joya interviewing Mike.
Acacia, thanks so much. Great stuff with Mike Rapoli. Huge day yesterday with Nest. Look forward to seeing her next. Alabama, maybe the door cracked just a little for the Travers. Maybe speculating. Maybe just wishful thinking. Funny how the game works. Louis Sai is in the Rapoli colors. Combatants one day, teammates the next. Trying to beat Nest yesterday, trying to win for Mike Rapoli today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
Till I saw that, I did not know the Big Red Spring was named after Man o' War and Secretariat.
And you can probably run like one of them if you go there and have a big glass of that Big Red Spring.
You've never tasted anything like it, but you have to experience it for yourself. Like, don't take it from any of us. Have you tried it?
Yes. And it is not delicious.
You're like forever.
It's not delicious.
We didn't say it was delicious. We said it was like nothing you've ever tasted.
You want to run as fast as Secretariat Man o' War?
No, I'm good.
He's like, I'm good. Big Red Spring, all part of the tradition here at Saratoga. Race 3, updated odds, $25,000 claiming sprint, 3/4 of a mile dash, non-winners to lifetime, and an 8-5 favorite, Power Agenda. Power Agenda. Go back to his debut last summer. Had those powerhouse connections. Power Agenda on the inside and taking all kinds of fire, JK, and watch him gut this one out.
You know, when you win a race like this the way that Power Agenda did, no one and you win at Saratoga, first time out in maiden special weight, no one imagines that next year you'll be back at Saratoga running for 25. You know, things just have gone wrong with this horse. You know, this is like I'm going to go on to be a stakes horse type of performance.
He ran in the Grade 1 hopeful on the strength of that maiden win, that debut score.
And here's the thing. This is, he has not run well this year, and that's okay. If he runs even a portion of what he did in that race, he'll win this race. And I think he will, getting back to one turn. I think he will, getting back to the dirt. I think that he will run that race today. It's hard to lean on him, but I would think that he's a likely winner of this race.
And then Taco Bean, number 3, 3-1. Mike Luzzi had ridden last 11. Jose Lascano takes over today. His latest, early June, Belmont, similar company. Richie, Taco Bean, looks like he's in a good spot, but this is why he's won for 16.
Yeah, he just doesn't finish the deal. He seems content to run with the pack. You know, horses are herd animals, and he likes being a part of the herd. But it is a different conditioner now. He was claimed last time. That's not an indictment on former connections. You know, Pat Kelly's been a top trainer for years, won a lot of races. Sometimes just a change in a horse's routine, a change in the feed program, maybe a little change in their training, they respond to, particularly when horses start getting older. I know, you know, if I do the same thing every day, it becomes monotonous. Change it up a little bit and get a little spark going.
Maybe they gave him some spring water.
and
a hole in the wind.
And when you look at him, like Richie said, he looks like a horse that, you know, he's 1 for 16. He doesn't look like he wants to pass horses. But, like to Richie's point, sometimes that change can get rid of whatever that bad habit might be. So you can kind of get creative with horses like this when there is a change. You know, if it's blinkers on, switching surfaces, switching distances. In this situation, it's a trainer change.
Let's meet the field. Got the gold first after the claim, Linda Rice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to go first. Lost my place. I apologize. Got the gold. Good outside draw. Horse that will be in a stalking position.
Power Agenda. Big class drop again. Ran in last year's Grade 1 hopeful.
Yeah, I don't trust him, and I don't blame you if you don't trust him either. I just think he's going to run back to one of those races he did as a 2-year-old.
Taco Bean first after the claim. Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, Gus Rodriguez, Rudy Rodriguez's brother, a longtime assistant, does a good job, and the horse looked good on the racetrack.
Dr. Love in limited races. Junior Alvarado has been producing.
Yeah, I think this horse is kind of sneaky in here. He ran for 50 last time. Now he's in for 25 and ran well after breaking slow.
Rock Courage, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, 13th time was the charm for him. Took a baker's dozen to break his maiden. Have to step big forward.
Moon Shining Bright defeated double digits in every race except his maiden win.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, the pace wasn't particularly fast last time. Saved a lot of ground and just didn't run very well. Too slow on speed figures.
Cajun Commander from the rail in his last race to the outside post today.
Yeah, he's going to have to step up and improve, though. It just looks like his best is getting a piece of it, maybe not a win candidate.
Field for the third $25,000 claimers. Non-winners to lifetime. We'll have that coming up, and a look ahead to the Wednesday feature. You know the racing's good when you have Grade 2 events on Wednesdays. The Honorable Miss, top-class female sprinters. Very small field, 4 of them, but Frank's Raquette is here, and so is Bella Sofia. Can't wait to see these two lock up again after what we saw in the vagrancy mid-May at Belmont Park.
It's pretty exciting. I mean, Frank's Raquette worked out a beautiful trip this day under Flavian Pratt. And Bella Sofia was very game. This was her, you know, coming back off the bench. She gets hooked from the inside, and you could see her intensity. She pins her ears, and she gives a horse that look like, hey, wait a second, I'm the top dog here, and she just was not going to let her get by.
And look, Bella Sofia is a champion in my eyes. And she's just so talented. And Frank's Raquette, to me, she's that type of horse that, like, she just kind of needs things to go her way. You throw a little adversity at her. And now, I don't want to knock her here. She stayed there and she dug in. But when you throw a little adversity at her, she doesn't really get her picture taken. And she's got to deal with Bella Sofia, and not to mention Kamari to the outside, another talented horse.
I've watched this race like 11 times. It's that good.
Well, great race. And again, look at her demeanor. Her ears flatten against her head, like, you know, they almost disappear. And she bares her teeth and she gives them that look. And, you know, I believe in this stuff. I mean, horses, just by nature, you watch horses in the field, who's dominant, who imposes their will. This is a filly that imposes her will, much like a Fern would impose his will on Aladar when he would see him.
It's also important to note that performance we watched over there, which was brilliant, was Bella Sofia coming back off a 189-day break.
Something to keep in mind for the Honorable Miss. Next week's stakes schedule: Sprinters Wednesday, Marathon Thursday, Travers Prep Friday, the Curlin. Look out for Juddmont's Artorias. Super Weekend. Jim Dandy on Fox. Amsterdam, Bowling Green on Sunday. Another sensational weekend of stakes racing at Saratoga. What else is new?
We kind of get redundant here, right? We got a great weekend of racing coming up, great week of racing. It's Groundhog Day in Saratoga. It's a good racing day every day up here.
It's my favorite part about here. You get excited about seeing Malathot today, and then you're like, oh. And then you're like, oh, you can't take a deep breath because you got a bunch of monsters running next week. And then
Grade
the week
2 on
after
Wednesday.
That, yes.
Grade 2 on a Wednesday.
It's outstanding.
The Honorable Miss. Live coverage all week. Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, and Fox. The Jim Dandy. We check in with Acacia.
I cannot wait to see how those 3-year-olds will do next weekend in the Jim Dandy, especially on the heels of the Haskell yesterday. But taking a look at the horses in this upcoming third race, starting with Mike Rapoli's runner down to the inside in Power Agenda, who does cut back in distance. His demeanor would say that this will be a better spot for him. He's one that just never really went on very much as a 2-year-old to a 3-year-old. Now, he does look like he's strong today. Thought that he looked pretty strong last time as well when he was part of that favored entry. Wasn't a big fan of him in the face of the horses he was facing that day, but I just think that he's facing softer company this afternoon. He was pretty sharp. He was on his toes out there, got a good warm-up from Luis Saez. He's very much the horse to beat on that significant drop in class. The number 3, Taco Bean, last time out, thought could potentially be a good spot for him, but he was 3-4 wide the entire time, never saw the rail. He was also a horse that I thought was just lacking a little bit of strength, and he got very, very hot prior to the race. Well, he got a good sweat on today, which you want to see on these humid days. He's not getting washed out. It's kind of that tipping point, that energy bubbling beneath the surface versus bubbling over the edge. And he's right beneath the surface today where you want to see him. He's also, to my eye, put on some weight and some muscle mass, making his first start for Gustavo Rodriguez, and had a good warm-up with those blinkers coming off. The 4, Dr. Love, his Achilles heel is getting out of the gate. Last time out, he really kind of hesitated from the outside post. He's done that in the past before, too. Watch him at the start. He does look like he's well-suited to these conditions. Certainly a dirt sprinter, as he, too, takes a drop in class, Lafitte.
And Junior Alvarado riding well. Can't wait to see Frank Roquette's little sister again, American Roquette, that Junior rode for Bill Mott. Whoa. Eye-opening debut. Filing into the gate, any final thoughts?
I'm looking for a little taco bean.
Yeah, look, I think Power Agenda with the cut back and getting back on dirt is going to make the difference.
Last one to load. John Ambriel with the call. Post-time race 3, live from the Spa.
There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 5, Raw Courage, who trails the field. Out first is Power Agenda. Down on the inside, in between horses, is a Taco Bean. And on the outside is Moon Shining Bright. So 3 of them in an early battle for the lead. And the front 3 have opened up 6 lengths on a Dr. Love, who sits back in 4th. And then comes Cajun Commander, who's running in 5th, followed by Got the Gold in 6th. And trailing the field is Raw Courage. And the opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. It is Power Agenda. On the outside, Moon Shining Bright. In between horses, Taco Bean. Dr. Love draws closer now in 4th as the field comes for the top of the stretch. It is Moon Shining Bright. Dr. Love making a move now on the outside. Power Agenda continues to battle on down towards the rail. And then it is Taco Bean. And now Dr. Love has taken over as they hit the 8th pole. It is Dr. Love in front and clear by 4 lengths. Now by 5. Now by a half dozen lengths. It is Dr. Love who got a good setup today and will win decisively under Junior Alvarado. Got the Gold, came from out of it to complete the exacta.
Table set beautifully for Dr. Love. Takes advantage. Junior Alvarado, another victory. Dr. Love in this 3rd at Saratoga. You have a price? 7-2 at post time.
Could not have gotten a better trip, a dream trip. It's a jockey's dream when you see 3 horses dueling, particularly when 2 of them are the favorite and the second favorite, and basically knocking each other out, and you're just waiting in the wings to produce your horse and jump in. You see Junior had enough time to think about fixing his star up there with about 70 yards to run and making the most out of limited opportunities.
Richie, I can imagine sometimes you lay your head down on your pillow at night and close your eyes and you see 3 horses in front of you going way too fast.
Yeah, that's like counting sheep. It's like perfect. You're just content. You're happy. Unfortunately, most of the dreams I have are that I'm in the jockey's room and all the other riders left to go ride, and I can't find the exit.
Is that
that's a recurring
is that like a real?
Thing. That's a recurring
that still
dream.
happens?
Yeah, and I wake up panicking that I can't get to the paddock.
Got to go see somebody about that. Dr. Love, Junior Alvarado. What do you have that? 40-1 shot. Opening day.
Opening day on the turf.
That 2-year-old Frank's Roquette, little sister, American Roquette for Bill Mott. Another win here. Dr. Love, Junior Alvarado here. Easiest of victories in the kind of a funny step there, Power Agenda in about mid-stretch.
Real awkward step, kind of ducked to the inside. I don't know if it was when he was changing leads. Got to go back and watch it again, but it was not a pretty step.
Dallas Stewart's Dr. Love. Daylight win. 4-1-6-3 results. When we come back, you're watching Saratoga Live.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Always a party here at Saratoga Racecourse. Coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Party's on at the Spa and in the winner's circle. Following race number 3, and Dr. Love, Junior Alvarado, thumbs up. So he went into the winner's circle, jumped off, took a picture, and now he's standing by live with Acacia.
And joined by his son, Adrian, as well, who's also working at the track. You may have spotted him over at the Mack truck as well. But Junior, of course, great to have the family here as you brought your tack up to New York, and just keep finding the winner's circle.
Yeah, definitely. I've been, getting a lot of help from, everybody, getting good feedback in the morning, getting to work a lot of horses in the morning is always good. So, yeah, just getting the right horses, always helps.
Tell me about what you saw today when you saw that pace develop up front. Were you just kind of sitting back and saying, wow, I've got my horse in a good spot here, ready to sweep on by?
Yeah, definitely. I thought I was having, the dream trip right there, sitting where I wanted to be. My horse was nice and relaxed, and I knew they had to come back. And at one point, they were, going head-to-head 3 horses in front. So, I was just hoping he got a kick, and he had enough to finish up pretty well.
And Adrian, working man, you're here at the track with your dad. How's it been?
It's been, fun, good. It keeps me busy, during the day, so it's fun. It's exciting.
You got to be so proud.
Yes, definitely, for sure.
A family affair, as always, Lafitte. And if you are coming by the track and going to the Mack truck, make sure you say hi to Adrian.
Adrian, big smile there with Dad. Nothing like it going to the winner's circle. And for Junior Alvarado, productive meet. Horses running for him. And another victory, Dr. Love.
I'm feeling a Brooklyn discount coming here. I'm hitting the Mack truck on the way out. Dr. Love, perfect setup, gets it done. Junior Alvarado rides a good race. He's been riding in South Florida, decided to come up to Saratoga and making the most of limited opportunities.
Yeah, there was once upon a time Junior wasn't going to come up for the summer. He was going to stay in South Florida, and the decision to come up here is paying off.
World-class athletes, these jockeys. And here's another world-class ball player. Charles Oakley joins the show. 18-year NBA pro, the product of Virginia Union University. That's next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Here at Saratoga, well, the racing's predictable. You always know it's going to be top class, but you also never know who you might see, who you might run into, as we welcome in Andy Serling, standing by with Charles Oakley, 18-year NBA pro. Andy.
Thanks so much, Lafitte. I got to say, I'm sitting here with one of my idols. I don't know what to say, Charles. Welcome to Saratoga, and I'm a huge fan.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Having some fun?
Having a lot of fun. The weather's great. The people is great. It just, to see the horses go around the track, and the weather is perfect for a race. It ain't too hot. It's real kind of mild. It's a mild 90 degrees.
Well, I know your guy who likes racing. When you said to me, I was in Cleveland, they used to have a track in Cleveland.
Yes.
And not a lot of people remember Thistledown as well,
Yes.
so you put it right there with Arlington and talking about Woodbine up at Toronto. It's great to have you here. You've been betting any winners? Because I have not had any winners today.
I'm 1 out of 4, so that's good if you're a three-point shooter. It's bad if you're a regular free throw shooter, and really bad if you're a field goal shooter.
Yeah,
So-
believe me, I wait till you go for 10 in a few days up here, and everybody's noticing. Let's talk about your book, The Last Enforcer.
Yes. Last Enforcer came out last week of March. It's just a book for me, my grandparents, my family raising me, my life in the NBA, my life around people, and just a lot of stories about how I was brought up. But it's really show you the heart that I have inside of me and the consistency of my life on and off the court. It's a great book. You need to go out and get it.
I'm going to go out and get it. Actually, I was kind of hoping for a free copy,
Well-
but I hadn't got. No, I'm going out and buying it. I promise. I don't need a freebie.
Well, we got a soft copy coming out, and so the soft copy is cheaper than the hardback. But it's a lot of stories in there. They need to go get it, please. The Last Enforcer.
I've heard nothing but good things about it, and I can't imagine your stories aren't good. There's so much fun when you played for the Knicks. I will not be returning to Madison Square Garden until they tell me that you can return to Madison Square Garden.
Maybe when I go back, we can go together.
That would be great. I mean, that would be probably be one of the highlights of my life. Actually, it probably would be. Listen, when you played for the Knicks, I probably went to 25 games a year. I've barely been a Knicks fan, and some of the people sitting near you could attest to that. They try to make me a Knicks fan since you left.
Well, I hope I didn't let you down. I know some games you're going to win, some games you're going to lose. I think back when we played at the Knicks in the 80s and 90s, we came and played with a lot of heart, and I think we left it all on the court.
Like every Knicks fan, I don't think you probably ever let us down. I mean, win or lose. We fell away. The Charles Oakley Foundation,
Yes.
Let us know a little bit about that and what you're doing with that.
Yes, my foundation started a couple years ago, but I've been giving back my whole life. But my foundations really go to the inner city, the poverty kids. We're trying to build up to get scholarships, but we don't just do my scholarship, my foundation. We do with other foundations too. I do a lot of experience. They auction me off, and I go to other people's homes and cook for 30, 40 people. So I'm just giving back in all the ways that I can, and I'm just glad I can be around to help other kids and hope that and give them hope in life.
Well, we appreciate that, and it means a lot, actually, and it means a lot to us having you here in Saratoga. And we hope that you join all the other people that come to Saratoga once. Now you have to come back every year.
Yes, I was just talking to the intern. We're going to do something real big in Saratoga next summer with a book signing, and Oakley going to do a private meal for 150 people. So we're going to start selling tickets, and we're going to go to a foundation right here in Sarasota, and I'm going to go cook at a shelter, and then we're going to make it real big.
All right, Charles, thanks so much for everything you do, everything you have done, and thanks for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
We'll head back to Lafitte.
Last Enforcer is the perfect name of the book. Like, they don't make them like that anymore. Just defense, hard nose. Back then when he played, if someone drove, Michael Jordan or whoever, Charles Oakley was going to make him pay for it.
It doesn't happen like that anymore, does it? It's
a different game.
A little bit milder version of basketball I think they used to play back then.
Hard player. If you went to drive the paint, he was going to be that mountain in front of you. Just like with Andy, if you go to drive the paint about your selection, you're going to run into the last enforcer in Andy Serling.
Guys would talk about that, though, where the game plan would be, pound it inside, drive. And by the third, fourth quarter, guys just start stepping back and shooting and playing more of a perimeter game because you just took that pounding. And the old Detroit Pistons and those New York Knicks teams had John Starks had a better Game 7 in '94 against the Rockets. That Knicks team wins an NBA title. I think he went 2 for 21, something like that that night. Didn't work out that night. Charles Oakley, great to have him here on the show. Great stuff. Last Enforcer. Racing continues 18 minutes out until the 4th. Another trainer having a solid start to the meet. Christophe Clement, strong 1-2 punch coming up in the 4th race at Saratoga. That's next as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. Don't forget, 3 Eastern coverage shifts to Fox Sports 1.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree. With progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont in Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously. Sequel, New York is a beautiful 223-acre farm in Hudson, New York, which is in Columbia County. They are particularly proud of their 6 Kentucky-style barns on the farm and the fact that they're birthplace of Tiz the Law, who won the 2020 Belmont Stakes.
Was 1 minute, 46 and 2/5 seconds.
Sequel, New York stands 4 stallions: Freud, whom they refer to as the King of New York because he's been leading sire so many years, and Honest Mischief, a son of Into Mischief that they hope becomes the next King of New York. They also stand very useful stallions Mission Impassable and Union Jackson. The goal of Sequel, New York is to help breeders make money in the sales ring and on the racetrack.
Great stuff. Strength of the New York breeding program. For more information, go to nybreds.com. New York Breds in the 4th. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Same surface, same distance. A New York bred won yesterday's Caress Robin Sparkles. 21-1 in a great story. Take out number 4, Dr. Duke. Quick Flash, Bronx Bomber, All Out. Phantom Smoke, 8-5. With the horses in the paddock. Be checking in with Acacia very shortly. Don't forget coverage moving to Fox Sports 1 at 3 Eastern, and you'll see the feature on Fox Sports 1. Grade 2 Shoe V, $200,000 purse. Malathaat V Clairiere, round 6. I'll load it to Acacia for this Race 4 paddock report.
And we'll take a look, first of all, with your favorite, with Phantom Smoke, who did come off of the layoff last time out. Now, he is the type of horse that does carry condition. In fact, looking at him, you wouldn't say that he actually looks even more tucked up today. He just carries his weight from race to race. But I do like that he has that foundation underneath of him, and coming off of that last effort last time out where he hit the front. And he was the one that made that first move into a pace that collapsed and got run down late. Certainly thought it was a big effort and one that he could be able to move forward from. He does have a better, more intensity in his demeanor today coming back, in that he's sharp and forward, but more relaxed. He was very energetic last time out. So Phantom Smoke certainly has the benefit of that race and could be moving forward today. Coming out of that same race is King Angelo, who also came off of a layoff. And this is one who had a different of tactics last time out, took back off of it. And he was a horse that has shown a lot of early speed. In fact, he's not coming out of the same race. I'm sorry, he's coming out of the same race as Swashbuckle, the other one for the Clermont Barn. But King Angelo showed versatility last time out in that he was coming from off the pace, and it seemed that day that Joel Rosario, who rode him that afternoon, was pretty keen on taking him back. As a result, he was parked about 3 wide pretty much throughout the entire race. He never really got a chance to save ground and was closing late, though he couldn't reach the top 2. He's also one that is so much more relaxed this year as a 5-year-old. Again, as 5-year-old horses have the benefit of coming back to the races and being more physically and mentally mature, and you see that from King Angelo, as he would often be pretty sharp prior to his races, and I think that that was shown in the fact that he was off of it last time out. I would not expect him to be so far back. Jose Ortiz climbing aboard for the first time today for Phil Serpy, and he has natural speed. I would imagine he should be a little bit more forwardly placed from the inside, and fitness-wise certainly looks like he took a lot out of that last effort. The number 7 Battle Station is intriguing. The 7-year-old who actually won the Lucky Coin here in Saratoga back in 2020, back in the barn of Rob Atras, who had him at that time, and he's a horse that's just kind of one of those venerable turf sprinters, but he's still showing up. His last race, Artemis City Limits, wired the field and came back to back up that performance with a win up here at the Spa with a 98 Beyer speed figure just the other day, and he was kind of in contention behind the pace setter, chasing, and it looked like as he was fading, kind of threw his head up, he was spit the bit in there and was just really off the bridle. I don't know what to make of him in here, but he is in for the $45,000. He has a ton of back class. He looks terrific. Sometimes from race to race, maybe his coat doesn't look the best. His coat is rich, hydrated. He looks the picture of health. He's carrying great weight and condition. And I know he's a horse that Kendrick Carmouche feels very strongly about, having ridden him in his first couple of starts, and of course won that Lucky Coin on him as well, as they'll be reunited once again today. And we'll see if Battle Station can get back to some of those big big races. Lafitte?
So he looks great, Acacia. We know who he was, as you mentioned, the Lucky Coin winner. Richie, a 8-time winner, 9 others, second place finish, Battle Station. We know who who is he now?
Right, and he is making his first start for Rob Atras since last year in July. So Rob knows the horse. And again, no indictment on former connections, different little subtle changes in training routines and feed programs. Sometimes horses respond differently to different things. I mean, he is 7. So the biggest question is, like all athletes and horses, these horses are athletes, you do lose a step as you get older.
Battle Station, of course, many felt the same about Robin Sparkles, including myself yesterday. How'd that work out? $44 winner in the Caress. Throwback Warhorse Battle Station. There's Call Me Harry, currently 5-1. His most recent effort, JK at Monmouth Park, stalking here. Gonna have to settle for a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, and the winner went wire to wire here, so a lot of times, you can kind of forgive a horse. He didn't really have a chance to pass the horse because the horse on the front end kept going. From a speed figure standpoint, though, the pace was honest enough at the early part of that race, which I think is very important in turf sprints. It's about position to me. It's about being forward in turf sprints. It's about not getting stopped. Call Me Harry has some fast turf, early turf sprint numbers, and I think that he can finish this race as well. And he's a pretty good price at 5-1. I think Phantom Smoke, the 6, is the most likely winner of this race, but I'm not telling you anything you don't already know based on the price. I think the 5 is an interesting alternative.
He'll be ridden by Tyler Gaffleone. Some memorable moments last summer, Saratoga, and winning the 4-star Dave got Stormy, the only female ever to have defeated the boys in the 4-star Dave, and she did it twice. The numbers that he has put up, that incredible meet at Churchill Downs where he essentially lapped the field, riding well here, but the wins aren't coming just yet, Richie.
Well, not yet. But look at the numbers he's put up career-wise already. I mean, he's fastly approaching 2,000 career victories. He's a young man, tremendous rider, came off that big Churchill meeting. I think it speaks more to the depth of the jockey colony here. There's only so many wins to go around. And when you've got a colony that you can go probably 20 deep and be pretty satisfied with the rider you come up with, your numbers are not going to be dominating like you did at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and look, I remember a couple of years ago, it feels like maybe it was last year or the year before that, Johnny Velasquez came out and got skunked early. It's a Hall of Famer, the most wins in Saratoga history. And it took him a while to get going. So, I think it just kind of comes and goes. There's a couple guys that aren't ever going to really have those slumps because their business is just so good in New York. Irad, Jose, Joel. But Tyler spends half of his time outside of New York. And so to come here and to kind of jump back into this tough colony, it's understandable that you could have a little bit of a slow start.
Not saying he needs a reset. What would you do to reset things when the wins just weren't coming for whatever reasons?
Well, I think you've got to stay calm. You can't start pressing. That's the worst thing you can do. When I was in a slump or things just weren't going quite right, Jonathan, I would try to ride horses. I would go in with the approach to finish 3rd. Because then I wouldn't use my horses and I'd wind up in the right place and still have horse. I wasn't pressing to win. I was going to ride them to hit the board, and then that's how you kind of break out of a slump. Horses start winning.
You know what's funny about that, Lafitte? The question you asked him and the answer he gave is the exact same answer I would have given if you would have asked me how I handle a betting slump. It's the same thing. You stop trying to hit home runs. Just get on base, and then things go the right way.
Easier said than done, I would think. See how Gaffleone does here with Call Me Harry. Post parade, there's Jose Ortiz and King Angelo, followed by Swashbuckle, exiting the same heat.
Yeah, this horse feels like he'll appreciate the cutback, has some speed, but just hasn't been able to finish those races going 6 furlongs.
Brew Pub, tough sledding of late.
Yeah, and he's 0 for 6 on the turf. He has 1 second for those 6 tries. Would be a big surprise.
Call Me Harry and Tyler Gaffleone. There he is, just arriving on the scene.
Very interesting runner. He's been running open company at Monmouth. That's a full crop of about 21,000 horses. He's back in against New York breds. Full crop of about 1,400. It just shrinks the gene pool.
Phantom Smoke. Rad Ortiz in the West Point Black and Gold.
Yeah, extremely fast pace last time. This horse was going 6 furlongs. Now gets the cutback. Should appreciate that half furlong shorter.
What does he have left? Battle Station, Kendrick Carmouche.
Well, I think today's critical. Getting back with Rob Atras, will you respond? Getting back to a condition we knew him previously.
And Shiraz, another warhorse, 8-year-old gelding, 47th career start.
Quite possibly the horse that I've bet on and lost the most on most times in training right now. Shiraz, I can
Shiraz?
never get him right, ever.
Do
Ever.
you like that? Like it becomes like a personal thing. Like every time you see him, you're just like muttering to yourself.
No, I'm not mad. He's gotten me sometimes. He's helped me, but whenever he runs well, I'm not believing he's going to run well. When I think he's not going to run well, he runs. He's a tough horse to judge.
Zig when he zags. Let's go back to Swashbuckle, and that's a question here. Is what do you make of the race he and King Angelo are exiting early June at Belmont Park, where they ran second and third?
I thought it was a good effort. He was game. He ran all the way to the wire. I thought the fractions were somewhat tepid for a turf sprint, though. I think this more speed sighted on today. How do you feel about that, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm not sure how good of a race that actually was, and that's one of my big concerns. But one of the things I always do when we get up here to Saratoga is a lot of times you'll see these horses that have these efforts going 6 and 7 furlongs on the turf sprinting at Belmont, and when we get here, it's 5.5. It's a different ball game. So although they might have disappointed you or you thought they didn't do something you were hoping they were going to do downstate, sometimes those tables can get turned a little bit up here because they're doing something that they do like to do. I think Swashbuckle will appreciate the cutback.
Swashbuckle, they'll be filing into that starting gate in about 3 minutes. A reminder, coverage moving to Fox Sports 1 for race number 5 at 3 Eastern. The Shoe V will be on Fox Sports 1. Let's take a look at Shiraz to the outside. All right, so, JK, since you guys can't seem to get on the same page, what are your thoughts on him today?
I don't really like him. I just feel like he's kind of tailed off. He hasn't won since last summer, which is the last time I didn't like him. And I think he does appreciate this distance more than some of the longer distances, but he seems to have kind of lost some of that early zip. He doesn't seem as close in the races as he used to be.
Owned by Kirk Wyckoff, standing by with Acacia.
Yeah.
Not just soon. Soon, that's a tease.
Almost.
In television.
That's what
I just opened up my Naira bets, so you don't like him today.
6-1 if that trend continues. We will hear from Kurt Wyckoff. By the way, how do you, is this 8-5 feel about right, Phantom Smoke, or is this just Red Ortiz getting bet heavily overbet once again?
It feels right-ish. I do think the IRAD effect has something to do with it. I do think it's the most likely winner. But in turf sprints, man, if you're going to be a short price favorite, I'm going to need you to be a monster in that group, and he just isn't a monster to me.
Ortiz, 3 wins yesterday. The coaching club, American Oaks. Let's see what happens here with Phantom Smoke. Let's try this again. Take 2, Acacia, with Kurt Wyckoff.
He was too busy socializing, Kirk, but glad to have him give us some time now. Kirk, how's it feel being back in Saratoga, a place you've had a lot of success?
Well, we love it here. We come every year. Had to come a week early this year, so we're getting settled in. Looking forward to August and a little less heat.
Yes, I think we all are looking forward to that. Shiraz from the outside. He is an older horse, but he's making the 3rd start of his form cycle. Any thoughts on him in here?
Well, we brought him here when he was 2. He loves Saratoga. Louis fits him great. A lot of speed in this race from the 1, 2, and 5. Expect him to be running at the end.
And talking about a horse that loves Saratoga, how about your New York-bred cross-border? You said we can look forward to him trying to win the Bowling Green for the 3rd time next week.
Well, he loves Saratoga. He's a millionaire now. I think $1,150,000. He's in the stall right next to Mike Maker's office. He's been here for a month. And we're ready to take on all comers next Sunday in the Bowling Green.
Can't wait to see him. Thanks for your time, as always.
No worries. All the best. Thank you, Acacia. Thanks,
Kirk
everyone.
Wyckoff of 3 Diamonds, and some things to look forward to for next week, Lafitte.
It's been an adventure, Acacia, in the Bowling Green cross-border. Yes, he's seeking a 3rd win, one of them by disqualification. It'll be a fun storyline to follow going into the weekend stakes races.
No, absolutely. And
hey there.
Yeah, look at you. See, we gotta start him young.
That's a nice shirt my man's got on in the middle there.
Are you making children's sizes yet?
No.
That's why I don't have any.
No, we got smalls.
Kids would love it.
They would, huh?
There's your model there, right there.
You're going to tell, they would love
Baby
the
Smoke.
Old Smoke, JK. Baby Smoke.
Baby Smoke, wow.
He's on it today.
That's good. That's real good.
I want a piece of that.
I got you.
You need to, make that happen. At the gate here for this 4th race, who'd you wind up with, Richie?
I like Phantom Smoke because I think he moved into the teeth of a very, very fast pace last time and, had every right to melt down a little bit late.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 5, Call Me Harry. Look, I think the 6 is the most likely winner. But like I said, in turf sprints, if you're going to be a short price favorite, I just need you to lay over the field because so many things can go wrong. One mistake in a turf sprint and the race can be over. Doesn't matter if you're the best horse.
Less room for error.
Good point.
See how it all unfolds. Battle Station moves forward for the 48th time in his career. Shiraz, who Mig fired away on moments ago. Post time for the 4th. John Embrial with the call. Race 4 from Saratoga.
In the gate for race 4. And they're off. Battle Station away well. Joined here at the rail by King Angelo, and Swashbuckle is up close, and Phantom Smoke has advanced. It is King Angelo who has the lead here, and Swashbuckle is racing in second, steadying there just a bit as Swashbuckle. Then comes Phantom Smoke, who's on the inside and racing in third and now moving up. Battle Station is now back running in 4th, and Call Me Harry in 5th, followed at the back by Brew Pub and Shiraz. The quarter 21 and 2. King Angelo leads here by a length and a half. And then it's the trio of Phantom Smoke. On the extreme outside is Battle Station. Swashbuckle is in between horses. And then comes Call Me Harry, Shiraz, and Brew Pub. There in the stretch, it is King Angelo who gets away here. King Angelo's in front by 2.5 lengths. On the outside is Battle Station. Down at the rail is Phantom Smoke. King Angelo leads this field to the wire. A front-running score under Jose Ortiz. King Angelo won by 3.5. Looked like Battle Station got second over Phantom Smoke.
King Angelo, Jose Ortiz. Keisha told you, nice and relaxed in the paddock, all business on the track, and a victory here. 3rd overall, 2nd on this turf course.
Key to victory was Jose Ortiz being aggressive. He said, I'm on the inside, my horse is fast, I'm going. And he didn't blink. He was unrelenting with his commitment to making the lead, and that forces other riders to adjust around you when you are committed to an idea. Swashbuckle with Eric Cancel grabbed Phantom Smoke under Irad Ortiz. He ducked to the inside. Good run from Battle Station, but King Angelo, Phil Serpy's 2nd win of the day and 3rd win.
3rd win of the meet.
Starts at the meet.
If you find yourself struggling with turf sprints, I know a lot of horse players do, 4 horses do well, and that's an example why. Is you don't get stopped. You don't have to worry about trouble. You don't. It's such a short race that if you lose your momentum just for a second, it's enough to kind of cost you that position. And like you guys said, Jose was very aggressive putting him into the race, and this is another example of a horse that might not have appreciated the 6 furlongs downstate did appreciate the trip going 5.5 today.
Swapped leads, wrong lead, right result. King Angelo and the Phil Serpy stable, unconscious Acacia.
A big win from King Angelo today. Phil Serpy joining me here. And Phil, talk about going back to the tactics of setting the pace today. He did so comfortably.
You know, what happened in his last race really wasn't part of the plan. He just, you know, just didn't go well for Joel on the horse that time. And it wasn't intentional that we took him back. But, you know, there's nothing like a race to get an older horse, you know, back in gear. And he's been really training well up here. He had a great work on the turf. And he showed what he is today. He's a really nice horse.
He's such a consistent horse as well, and one that shows up. And were you confident when you saw how comfortably he was going on the front end?
I've been confident since we entered the horse. I really love this horse. I remember he came in as a 3-year-old, and he wasn't in the barn 2 weeks and hadn't even breathed. And there was just something about him to like. He's one of those horses like he gives it to you and he wants it. And, you know, you don't get a lot of horses like that all the time. I really love this horse a lot.
And talk about your barn doing well. It's been a terrific start to the meet for you.
Well, I'm not going to talk about that because this is Saratoga. So we're very happy. Thank you. And thank you.
Congratulations. Hope it keeps going. Phil, thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Phil Serpy with King Angelo. Obviously a horse he feels quite strongly about, Lafitte.
And understandably so. And there you see the brothers, Jose Ortiz, King Angelo, and Red Ortiz, Phantom Smoke. 1-7-6-2, and superstition. It's tough. It's really tough here. When things are going well, You don't want to jinx it.
No, don't want to talk about it. Don't want to jinx it. Don't want to bring attention to the racing gods about anything. Just appreciate for what it is.
Very fickle. They're very fickle.
When I was losing, too, I had all kinds of ceremonies and things I would do.
For example?
Wear my socks and underwear, T-shirts inside out under the silks. You know, get the chicken bone, bats don't like curveballs kind of thing, you know.
Joe Boo, Pedro Serrano, straight out of Major League. The same. JK, my father rode with his underwear inside out for 40-some-odd years.
Well, as soon as we get off a set, before this pick 6 starts, I'm going to go in the bathroom and switch mine.
That's just a humidity thing, man. That's just a humidity. Coverage is going to continue on Fox Sports 1. King Angelo here. And still have the Shoe V coming up. And this is important for several reasons. It's a Grade 2 featuring Grade 1 talent, just a compact field of 4. But Malathaat and Clairiere to meet for the 6th time in their careers, and a potential prep for the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, the most prestigious race for older fillies and mares, Travers Day on the undercard.
Yeah, and listen, on Malathaat, Clairiere, not a lot between them, two very talented fillies. I like Malathaat getting the blinkers, JK.
Yeah, and look, we'll see what Johnny does with her. I would think that Johnny's going to put her in the race. She's a grindy type. But if you just put her on the front end, I think she'll just keep running.
This was a thriller where Search Results, who won yesterday at Monmouth, took it to Latruska. Latruska in the red, the champion, is spent and had enough, opening the door for Malathaat, Clairiere, and that cutthroat duel to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, they got fractions to set up their late run. They rallied in unison, and Clairiere just got the best of her. I also, for what it's worth, think Malathaat's better around 2 turns than 1 turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, you know, and like I said, she's a grindy type. So I just feel like just kind of making it a stamina game for her, I think she'll win that game if it's a stamina race.
Jockeys race strategically. Where do you expect Velasquez to have Malathaat? Where do you expect Rosario to have Clairiere?
I think Malathaat will be forward. I think Johnny, in a perfect world, would like to have a horse, a target to look at for a while, but he'll be more forward than Clairiere.
And the biggest concern I have about that, and not to go too much into the weeds here, the other 2 horses that are in this race, I feel like they're there to get black type. And getting black type is not a go to the front and try to win this thing. It's a take back, make one run type of move.
Yeah. We've been surprised before, not so much yesterday with Nest, but with the Coaching Club American Oaks last year, field of 5, all eyes on Malathaat, big upset. Great ride, Ricardo Santana, Maracuja in a huge, huge upset. So it happens. King Angelo here, 990, and that Phil Serpy stable, he might not want to talk about it, but the barn's going well at just the right time.
Yeah, 3, 4, 4. Phil Serpy, very capable horseman, but horsemen are superstitious. Racetrackers are superstitious.
Understandably so. Baby Smoke, you got to make that happen.
I'm on it.
Children's size for the Baby Smoke shirts. That has to happen.
Seeing onesies, pajamas, you got a whole line here.
He could manage this thing for you.
I know. He's hired.
For Jonathan Kitchen, the MIG, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Coverage moving to Fox Sports 1 with so much still coming your way, and the big girls are on their way over. Malathaat, 3-year-old champion filly. Alabama winner here last summer. There they are. Clairiere, beautifully bred. They have met 5 times. Malathaat has finished in front of Clairiere. 3 of those, Clairiere just defeated Malathaat at Belmont in the Ogden Phipps. That's next in the Grade 2 Shoe V on Fox Sports 1.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Sunday action from the premier meet in the country at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Todd Pletcher had this year's Kentucky Oaks runner-up dominate yesterday, the Coaching Club American Oaks. Today he sends out last year's Oaks winner, 3-year-old champion Malathot. Filly is coming off a rare defeat in the Ogden Phipps. She'll get a chance to avenge that loss against a filly she knows well. Fellow Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen was likely getting sick of seeing Malathot, but persistence paid off as Claire got by her for the first time in their 5 meetings in the Ogden Phipps. Can she repeat it against her champion rival in today's Shoe V? Great to have you with us for another fantastic card at the summer place to be here in upstate New York. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, there she is, the reigning champion 3-year-old filly, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Malathot. Change being made this afternoon with her. We'll get to that in a moment. The filly who beat her last time out and for the first time in those 5 meetings finished in front of her in that Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Clairiere for Steve Asmussen. She will try and do it again in a superstar rematch. Great to have you with us, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf, and a picture-perfect Sunday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. May feel a bit like deja vu. Yesterday we had 2 of the top 3-year-old fillies in the country in a rematch of that 1-2 finish in the Kentucky Oaks. Today, 2 of the top 4-year-old fillies who know each other even better. As I said earlier, this will be the 6th meeting between the reigning 3-year-old champion filly Malathot and multiple Grade 1 winner Clairiere coming up in the Grade 2 Shoe V. Let's take a look at the field. Only 4 lining up in this group, but it is loaded with talent. 2 of the very best in their division. Malathot will add blinkers this afternoon. We'll talk more about what that means here in just a moment for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. But fellow Hall of Fame rider Johnny Velasquez and Clairiere will try and do it to Malathot again and repeat that Ogden Phipps victory. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country here in Tom Amos. Tom, let's start with you in a superstar rematch again here. Who do you give the edge to?
Well, look, at the entry box, Greg, it was, if you're scared, say you're scared. Trainers like myself, no one wanted to run against these 2 horses. A small field of 4, they stand out in this field. And to me, when you go back to the Ogden Phipps, very little separates this 2. Clairiere on the outside gets the best of Malathot right on the wire for the first time in their 5 meetings. They meet today. And by the way, the post position is going to be very similar. Clairiere is going to be outside Malathot again, and I think that's an advantage. But boy, they're 2 talented fillies and very, very close in what they do.
Gary, very little separated them as we just saw coming down the stretch. No question, Clairiere as a 4-year-old has come back much improved. What do you expect today?
She has, and I expect her to run just like she did the other day. And if she does, I think that the way this track has been playing, it's been a testing type of racetrack. I think she benefits from it. She just kept grinding in the Ogden Phipps and was able to get her nose down on the wire, but I think she's going to grind it out again today.
Clairiere, trained by the winningest trainer in North American history. It was last summer. We saw him collect number 9,446. That was in early August with Stellar Tap for one of his longtime clients, Winchell Thoroughbreds, passing Dale Baird and entering the history books. He had a sensational Saratoga last summer as we take a look at the tail of the tape between these two monster 4-year-old fillies. They have accomplished quite a bit in their careers. Two Hall of Fame trainers, both daughters of Curlin, who between them have 12 wins combined. But here's a look at the reigning 3-year-old champion filly. This is Malathot, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner. And she will make that equipment change today here for the third start of her 3-year-old campaign, adding blinkers.
And God, she looks the part, too, in the paddock. When you're looking at a thoroughbred racehorse, you want to see that walk, that authoritative walk, not too keen, not bouncing around, but just expressing to everyone around her that I am the man, or the woman in this case.
And right there, he could make the case that he's the man in this sport.
Yeah,
Todd Pletcher,
sure
one of
could.
the all-time greats, Hall of Famer, 14-time leading trainer here at Saratoga. And Malathot trying to deliver the Pletcher barn a 5th win in the Grade 2 Chuvy. Hall of Fame rider John Velasquez, such a long history with Pletcher and Johnny V. Gary. They have won so many races together, closing in on a big milestone.
Yeah, their relationship has gone on for decades. It continues on now. Johnny's still one of the best in the game. He's riding like he's 26 years old again, or he always has. And look, he requested that blinkers be put on for today's race, hoping that it would keep her focused just that much more. He said that she starts to idle a little bit when she gets in front and waits on horses, so hopefully it keep her more focused today.
12 wins from 1,000 here at Saratoga. Here's Maggie with the Hall of Fame rider.
Here with Hall of Famer John Velasquez. And Johnny, I remember talking to you after the Ogden Phipps, and you were saying that I think Malathot needs blinkers. Talk about what you feel from her that prompted you to say that.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew it a long time ago, though, that she gives you everything. She doesn't give you everything she can. She kind of gets, a little distracted. And even if she's winning, though, and she doesn't win by much, she kind of passes the horses and get distracted, kind of eases a little bit. But how you put blinkers on a horse that is winning and doing everything, though. But I still feel that she has more underneath that she can give me. And what happens in Belmont, I feel like she was fighting. All of a sudden she got distracted and then gets caught, out of the wire. So, I mean, that hurts, though, and I know she was giving it to me, and all of a sudden she didn't give it to me. And she galloped out like nothing. She didn't feel like she was tired or anything like that. So basically, I just want her to stay focused, though, stay on the fight, and hopefully this will do that for her.
You've been on her in the mornings, too, and last workout with those blinkers on, she looked really good, Johnny. And Todd saying that he's seen what he wants from her, too.
Exactly. That's what we're trying to find for her. If this is one thing that she needs to still focus on the race and what she needs to do, instead of that getting there next to the horses and put her head in front and just kind of ease in and not really run into her full potential. And hopefully this will fix that.
Tactics, short field, only 3 other rivals. You go to the lead with her?
I'm not planning to. If it happens that no one goes and we're going really, really slow, I let it do it. Though. I'm thinking the 2 horses inside, they might have a little bit of speed. If they want to go, I kind of sit quietly and hopefully she just relax nicely where I'm not too hard on her mouth, and we go from there.
Johnny, best of luck with her.
Thank you very much.
The talented Malathot reuniting with John Velasquez and blinkers today.
Maggie Wolfendale, thank you. There she is with those blinkers on. And just to reiterate, from the mouth of Todd Pletcher, he had said, yes, she did work in those blinkers, and they got that desired effect. More focus from her in the morning workout.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a great record. She's the Kentucky Oaks champion from last year. This is a bold move to change equipment on her with as good as she's running. But you're talking about 2 of the best in our business, and trainer Todd Pletcher and Johnny Velasquez, the rider. If Johnny Velasquez says it's raining outside and I see the sun, I'm going to say I agree with you.
He's that good, as we showed you again, closing in on number 1,000 at this racetrack alone. What a number. You can play all the action, including the Pick 6, which begins here with Naira Bets. Toga 200, that code to use at sign up for new members. Go to nairabets.com or download the app. Let's check in with our paddock crew for more. Andy Serling and Paula Duca.
Thanks so much, Greg. Nice to be with you, Paul. I haven't seen you in quite a while, actually. I've been teamed together in a while. I'm looking forward to this matchup. I know it's only 4, but there are 2 very serious horses. Yes. The horse who set the wicked pace last time, search results, she came back with a comfortable win in the Molly Pitcher yesterday at Monmouth. And my question to you is, and I think the odds are a bit skewed, even though I like Malathot,
does Malathaat project to have a significant pace advantage over Clairiere?
You make a good point there, because Clairiere was actually behind her last time without the blinker. She was 14 lengths behind when Malathaat and her together started coming at search results, who had to deal with Latruska early, and search results just ran a bang-up race. But now these two fillies who've traded punches before, and Malathaat's always gotten the better of Clairiere. Maybe Clairiere had a little bit more foundation, Andy, and was able to get the nose down here late. It's really interesting because when your horse has made $2 million and you're making a change on a horse, that just shows you the confidence that Todd Pletcher has in John Velasquez.
No question about it. It's a ding-dong matchup. I prefer Malathaat, but at these odds, I'd probably bet Clairiere. I'm confused. Maggie Wolfendale was in the jocks room about 8 seconds ago, and now apparently she's in the paddock. The miracle of television, Maggie.
You know it, Andy. I'm pretty fast, too, if you ever try to keep up with me walking through this grandstand. Well, you would know. As we'll take a look at Clairiere, the filly you guys were just talking about. And it's amazing. I love getting to watch these horses progress through their racing careers. Her and Malathaat saw both of them as 2, then 3-year-olds, and now 4-year-olds. And boy, have they both done extraordinarily well. And Clairiere, I mean, she's just a bull of a filly now. I mean, she's put on so much weight. She's even gotten longer and scopier in her frame. But the biggest problem with her today is tactics. It's going to be up to Joel Rosario to possibly maybe take her out of her game a little bit and lay closer with only 3 other rivals. We'll see if she responds favorably to that. And 2, she's always a filly that kind of struck me as a little bit more of a one-turn type, where she got to do that in the Ogden Phipps. And, you know, going this kind of distance, you're not going to do that at many other racetracks. So we'll see what she brings to the table. But, boy, she looks a picture in the paddock. But same thing can be said for Malathaat. She's got her strut on today. And with those blinkers on, she is just wearing a short cup cheater blinker, the same pair that she has worn in the workouts that you've seen. And again, another filly that has filled out a lot. She always struggled last year as a 3-year-old. That's why we didn't see her run quite as much as some of her other rivals, because they struggled to keep that weight and conditioning on. That does not seem like the case now as a 4-year-old, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Again, you see that pick 6 pool beginning here, and there's another look at the 3-year-old filly champion, superstar performer, 7 wins in 10 career starts, and for the first time today, that equipment change with those blinkers going on. Our coverage today brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. As we take a look at what's ahead this afternoon, races 5 through 10. Pick 6 begins here, late pick 5 begins in the next race in a maiden group of 2-year-old fillies, and race 7 we'll start that $3 triple play, racing's newest wager coming up. Great crowd on hand for a big matchup of 2 of the absolute best in their division, which we fully expect to see these 2 in November, likely battling out again in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
I think you will, and you may get a little company from one that ran yesterday. I'm trying to remember that name, Greg. The CCA Oaks winner. Can you help me out?
It hasn't quite come to me yet. We'll have more on Nest. Yeah, in that coaching club, American Oaks. She was dominant. She would have held her own maybe in this race had she run against this older group of fillies. That was sensational. 1-2 on Malathaat. There is Clairiere finally getting by her for the first time in those 5 matchups. Steve Asmus has said about Clairiere, she has come back stronger and faster than she was last year, and she has proved it on the racetrack. Here are the other 2 in the race. Exotic West for Gary Siaka.
Yeah, a horse is trying to maybe get 3rd, really, would be a kind of a win for her. And I'll tell you what, no matter where she runs, tremendous claim and great job by Gary Siaka.
Crazy beautiful. She's won over $1 million, multiple graded stakes winner, but not against the likes of this company.
Yeah, and I think a horse that might try to go to the front end. I'm in agreement with Johnny V. The one of the 2 has to take the initiative here.
Here's the reigning 3-year-old filly champion at 1-2, Malathaat.
And she's the one they're going to probably have to catch towards the front end. Clairiere got the best for last time. We'll see what happens today.
Here she is, Clairiere. Could she do it again, going an extra 1/16 of a mile?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are worried about it. But, you know, her race in the Alabama last year, I thought it was a pretty good race. So I don't think the mile and 1/8 is really going to hurt her. I think she's gotten better as a 4-year-old, and maybe she has a little bit more fitness on Malathaat, and you're getting a tremendous price.
All right, now I'm going to be really, really amazed if Maggie's already a horse yet.
today, Andy, as I'm pleased to be joined by Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. And Steve, we were talking about the odds here, and I think everybody sees what we were saying, the pace advantage that Malathat has over Clarier. Are you going to try to take her out of her game? I know Joelle's ridden her and ridden her with success.
Well, it's funny. With Joel being on her, we're pretty sure he's going to do exactly what he thinks he should do. But I think that's what I love about him. You know, he lets Clarier run how she wants. She's very professional. The way that she has matured, always been a classy filly, but she is physically developed. I thought it was, very interesting to saddle next to Malathat today with her. When we ran against her in the Oaks, Malathat towered over, and they're so similar in body size and structure now. What two great mares, and what a great chance to watch them run.
Well, Steve, you answered my next question, because you had told me back at Oaklawn when she came back in the Apple Blossom just how well she has done. And how is that, watching her every day, how do you get to kind of quantify that?
Well, it's just, quantify it, you just admire it. Yeah. She had a solid year last year, finished it off with a win in the Cotillion and a solid fourth in the Breeders' Cup. Went to Stone Street in Ocala, Ian Brennan. Said how good she was doing when she was down there, and when she came in, I honestly thought from her first breeze she was better than when she went out, and I think her races this year have shown that.
Steve, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with her.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Clarier, the match is set again between her and Malathat, Greg.
Indeed it is. Two absolute superstars of this distaff division who were in last year's Breeders' Cup distaff, both hoping for a better result this year, and they both look like they have come back better than they were as 3-year-olds. 3-5 on Malathat, 8-5 on Clarier in the rematch coming up in the Chuvie.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again! Matole's a monster! Matole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! The mighty Matole!
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Back on Saratoga Live, and this superstar showdown between two of the absolute best in the distaff division. Here are the Grade 2 Chuvie. Reigning 3-year-old champ Malathat, multiple Grade 1 winner Clarier. There's two others in this race. Send it back to the paddock set for more.
Thanks, Greg. Well, they're obviously hoping for a win. They love a second, but they're also kind of battling for third. Ken McPeak has done an incredibly great job spotting this filly, mostly in the lesser races. Occasionally take a shot against the big girls like today. She made $1 million, Paul.
No, she has. Army White beat her last time out at Thistle Downs. You're right. He's placed her in legitimate spots. She won at Turfway Park. And when she's gone to the Double Dog Dare, Malathot and Claire both have really buried her. So now, do they compromise their chance by going to the front end? And the same with the one, Exotic West. What happens here? This is a horse that's in very, very good form. Does have a 1 here at Saratoga. And Gary Siaka's horses are running well.
No, he's done an incredible job with this horse. They claim for $40,000. I have a question for the other set. Last year in that oddly run CCA Oaks, Irad Ortiz made a move that may have backfired, but it seemed like a really good move. He was aggressive with Clairiere. It didn't work out. Do you think that's something that might have come into the mind of Steve Asmussen as well as Joel Rosario as far as riding Clairiere today?
Yeah, I think, Andy, that, well, Steve said it during the interview, you know, one of the things he loves about Joel and him on this mare, this filly, is he lets her do what she wants. He lets her have her way and makes her happy. So, you know, I don't think he's going to do anything crazy out there. That's not in Joel's in his game book. There's no panic in it. He's going to allow this filly to settle into her stride. He's going to, you know, I'm sure she'll be a little bit closer than what she was in the rematch because there's not all the speed in there that we had in the Ogden Phipps.
You know, one of the dynamics of this race, guys, is that this is a race for the fillies, and a first, second, or third in this race increases the value of the 1 and the 2 horse a great deal. So if you consider Malathot the 3 and Clairiere the 4 as the 2 standouts in this race, then strategy comes into play for the 1 and the 2 horse. You know, are you going to push to go to the front end and maybe run your horse into the ground and everybody pass? You don't get anything out of that? Or do you just want to try to get third? It's a dynamic that I think comes into play.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
It certainly does. That black type looks awfully good with these fillies and mares when they go through the sales run. And I got to think that Louis Lazzanero with the 1 in here, Exotic West, he's already made that $40,000 back, but he'll make even more when he puts her through the sales ring. But number 2, Crazy Beautiful, same thing goes for her, as Tom was saying. Now, she's kind of putting these 2 races back to back here for Ken McPeak. And last time coming out of the gate at Thistle Downs, she was slammed from either side and really kind of had to work back into the race, and then she was just on that wide chase throughout, following Army Wife, who got that forward position earlier on. She doesn't quite stack up physically to Malathot or Clairiere in stature, but she looks good for herself. I just think she's a cut below these, and same thing with Exotic West. I really couldn't make that much of anything up to suggest that these 2 horses are going to beat the 2 big girls, Greg.
It's a tall task for anyone, certainly, because these are 2 of the absolute best, Tom.
Yeah, look, I'm fully aware that the 2 Crazy Beautiful is a multiple graded stakes winner. But when you put the Shoe V on the pedigree page, it makes a big difference at the sales ring for her babies and for herself. You got to talk about pace set up here, Gary, because there is no pace in this race. So what is the strategy of the 1 and the 2? And particularly, what is the strategy of Joel Rosario? We touched on it a little bit. I think by the time they get down the backside, Joel Rosario is right on the hip of Malathot, the 3 horse, and I think that's the way they come to the stretch, and it's a match race to the wire.
I agree. I think Malathot may just inherit the lead because of the lack of pace in here. Johnny said if she does it and she's going slow, he's fine with it.
There she is, stepping in with those blinkers to add the desired focus when Clairiere comes to her. Grade 2 Shuvie. And the rematch for the 6th time between Malathot and Clairiere. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off, and it was a quick start for Clairiere from the outside. Now Exotic West moves up, and in between horses, it is Malathot and Crazy Beautiful. And the 4-year-old fillies race into the clubhouse turn. And from that inside post position, it is Exotic West who will set the pace here. Exotic West by a length. The gray, Crazy Beautiful, runs in 2nd, and then it is Malathot in 3rd, and Clairiere is back running in 4th. Exotic West takes the field to the backstretch through a quarter in 24 3/5 seconds. It's Exotic West by 3/4 of a length. Crazy Beautiful is on the outside in second, and then Malathot and Clairiere down towards the rail. Exotic West is in front here. Crazy Beautiful inching a bit closer now on the outside, and Malathot is third, just 2 lengths from the lead, and Clairiere is right alongside. The half mile, 49 2/5 seconds. Not much pace here. Crazy Beautiful now moves right alongside of Exotic West, and Malathot makes a move now on the outside. Clairiere is in behind horses as the field now heads into the far turn. It is Crazy Beautiful who has the lead. Exotic West down at the rail. Malathot on the outside, and Clairiere 3/4 went in 1:13 4, and they're coming for the top of the stretch with Crazy Beautiful on top here. Clairiere a bit tough to handle there, looking to come through down at the rail. Here comes Clairiere up the inside. Here's Malathot on the outside as they move down for the 8th pole. It is Clairiere, Malathot, Crazy Beautiful in between those two. It is Clairiere and Malathot on the outside. It's a showdown in the Chuvy that's going to go to Clairiere, who comes through on the inside to win it under Joel Rosario. Malathot was second, and Crazy Beautiful finished third. The time for the mile and a furlong, 1 minute, 51 4/5 seconds.
What a performance from Clairiere and a ride from Joel Rosario, who was pinned in and in a tough spot for a lot of this race.
I'll tell you what, though, he made a brave move midway around the first turn when he tucked inside, went down to the fence. He was 4 to 5 wide outside of Malathot, and he eased back. He got down to the fence. It was dangerous, a dangerous move later on in the race because he found himself in a jackpot. But the rail opened up. He was relying on her acceleration and saving the ground around the first turn, and in this final turn, I think, was a game changer.
Look at the spot that Clairiere is in right now. You've got a speed horse in front of her who's backing up in her face. He's got nowhere to go because Johnny Velasquez on the outside is not letting him out of that spot. He's very, very fortunate that the 2-horse drifts off the rail and tires. For Johnny Velasquez, you want to talk about race riding and race strategy? Look at the first 1/8 of a mile of this race out the gate. Johnny Velasquez is inside the 4-horse at the break and is able to get in front and move outside of Clairiere and keep her trapped down in that spot as long as she possibly could. Clairiere is just the best horse.
Big performance considering how this race played out. Let's go back to the
Clairiere
beginning.
beats the gate here, by the way. Watch how quickly she leaves the gate. Very, very fast that 4-horse was from the gate today.
So as they go into that first turn, Clairiere is 4 wide. Joel does not want to stay 4 wide. He's actually 6 wide right now because the 1 horse is out off the fence. This is where he tucks down behind the 2 and the 1 that saves the ground.
And Velasquez
midway.
makes him do that
Well,
because he's packing him out all the way to the turn, and he's and Joel's saying, I don't want to be that wide. I got to move over.
Obviously, I mean, he dropped down to the fence to save ground. He didn't want to be 6 wide, so automatically that puts him inside of him. I think we're talking about the same thing.
These compact fields, trips can be difficult, but Clairiere, guys, over to overcome it.
Yeah, there were so many interesting things that happened here. I agree with Tom. You know, Clairiere sort of tipped her hand with her sharpness with that super sharp break. Joel did take that chance going inside and saving the ground. He tried to get out between horses. Johnny said no. Joel cut back to the inside. Clairiere was the best horse today.
No, she was. And I think Joel did the smart thing because sometimes you end up creating space, and he could have created space and maybe pushed Malathot out, but then you're going to start making it up to the stewards now. So he had cut back to the inside, and Malathot looked like she just didn't bring her A game, but she is so game and so talented. But look at Clariere's ears. I think the question of her going a mile and 1/8 and a little bit farther has now sort of diminished a little bit. She seems like a filly now at age 4 that's completely changed, Andy.
I agree. She has really moved forward. Malathot was her superior last year. She's the better one right now and has perhaps a leg up to get that Eclipse Award, but a lot of good racing to go. And can we get a little love, guys, to Crazy Beautiful? Because I thought she ran really well to finish third in this race.
Yeah, she did indeed. Real quick, our winner's circle lead-in. Brought to you by the 101st Phasing Tipton sale, offering the best of the North American yearling crop on August 8th and 9th. Where will you be? So it looks like after this performance, guys, certainly the tables have turned in terms of not just these two fillies, but maybe who's the leader of this division. We saw Latruska, she's part of that torrid pace in the Ogden Phipps when Clariere won that race, but she got beat pretty bad that day.
For the moment, they've changed. I mean, you had a 4-horse field today. It was a lot of racing strategy that went on for Malathat. I think the blinkers come back off.
3-2 on Clariere. Back-to-back wins now against Malathat, who had finished ahead of her in 4 straight meetings. Pinned in for a lot of this race, nowhere to go, but Clariere and Joel Rosario somehow able to find a way on the multiple Grade 1 winner, who adds another graded stakes win to her resume.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine, Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end. Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Eclipse champion Blame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
What a way to start this show, with a big rematch between two of the best disc staffers in the country. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. It's Clariere over Malathat in the Grade 2 Shuvi. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with her winning rider, Joel Rosario, back-to-back graded stakes victories for you and Clariere. Joel, almost got yourself in a pickle there, turning for home. Talk about your entire trip, because you got floated 4 wide going into the turn, but then you got over and saved ground.
Yeah, this is exactly like you said. She broke actually really good today. Normally she break a little slow. And just going to that first turn, I can see I want to be a little wide, so I kind of had to just get inside and then give his a chance. And then even before turning for home, it looked like, I have a horse there and she want to move forward. There's not have a lot of room, and then just kind of have to wait a little bit there. But she did great. She looked like she was fine with it. And yeah, then when they open up, she just go on.
I mean, her superiority, her class prevailed there, because on lesser horses, they can't do that. They can't stop. They can't dive back down to the rail. So how good is she now?
I mean, she looked like, we're going forward. She would look like she's a nice filly. She always tried really hard, and she was so game today, and yeah, we take that.
Steve said, I asked him, it's only 4 horses. Are you going to have her more forwardly placed? And he said he's going to leave it up to you. So we've seen her, when you take her out of her game, she doesn't respond well. You have to let her make that one run, don't you?
That's exactly right, but it looked like, there was a slow pace in front. Last time was a really fast pace, and she wanted to be there, and then just let her be happy where she was, and then hopefully she have that kick at the end, and she did.
She's happy, that's for sure. Joel, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Clariere, she is heading to the top of this distaff class, Greg.
She certainly is. Steve Asmussen had talked about had she come back bigger, stronger, and better as a 4-year-old filly, and she has proved it on the racetrack.
Absolutely. Her strength, and you heard him say how she's filled out, and physically, she's also matured mentally, obviously.
Yeah, look, 6 meeting, but in 2022, 2 meetings, both belong to Clairiere, defeating Malathat.
Taking a big step forward, and we'll see if those two continue that rivalry and meet again down the line. We'll see, as you mentioned, does Malathat make again an equipment change and change things back to how it was before? We will find out. We have the Late Pick 5 coming up next, and it is our Spendthrift 2-year-old farm, 2-year-old race of the day coming up, home of North America's 3-time reigning General Sire champion Into Mischief. And there's been a lot of talk about the first-time starter for Wesley Ward, this filly by the Triple Crown champ, Justify Rarify, a half-sister to the great Run Happy, who never lost in his career while sprinting. Wesley Ward says, we're ready to go. Well, we told you about Todd Pletcher's big day yesterday. Clairiere was able to handle Malathat. She may have another one from the Pletcher barn to deal with down the road. Nest, sensational in the Coaching Club American Oaks. We'll take a look back when we return.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
We're back on Saratoga Live here on FS1. Good to have you with us. One of the great spots to catch the action, the verandas. 6 partially covered seating areas, great lounge furniture, mounted TVs, betting machines, private bar. Yes, please. Although I have the best seat in the house next to these two.
I've never been there.
I would never trade this in.
Yeah, I don't know. Private bartender?
A lot of great areas to catch the action from here at Saratoga. Well, we talked about it a little bit because we had to early on in the program. I know we had that big showdown in the Chuvie, but yesterday we saw something very special in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Big talked about rematch between the Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath
And Nest early on, some trouble out of the gate from the expected speed.
Yeah, Society, you saw that stumble there, and it changed the whole dynamic of the race automatically. Nest went to the lead. Secret Oath was out on the outside. Another look at it here. And Nest broke extremely sharp. She broke sharp in the Belmont Stakes as well, but she broke so hard in the Belmont that the ground broke up out from under, very similar to what the 2 filly did, leaving the gate here this day, but she got away from there clean and saves all the ground around the first turn, Tom.
Yeah, this race is a lot like today's race. There were 2 standouts. Nest, the 3-horse, you see her in the white bridle going to the lead right now. And on her outside, working hard, Secret Oath to keep up with her. But the difference between these 2 horses and this rematch, where it went the other way in the Kentucky Oaks, where Secret Oath won the Kentucky Oaks, Nest has been improving. Nest has gotten better in the morning. Her practice rounds have been very, very good, and she showed it today.
And Gary, this was incredible. Todd Pletcher sent a lot of horses to the Belmont. He said she has come out of the Belmont better than anyone he's ever sent to that race.
Yes, and this performance shows it. Just for reference, she ran, her buyer speed figure came back 104. Now, both Clairiere and Malathot in Ogden Phipps, they both ran 106. So she ran yesterday in the same neighborhood as her elders.
8th Coaching Club American Oaks win for Pletcher. Previous largest margin of victory in this race was Pletcher also, Princess of Silmar, back in 2010. Nest doubled it with a 12.25 length victory. She was very impressive, guys.
Yeah, I would say she was almost beyond that. I mean, that was a definitive performance. Those are the kind of performances that stamp you as much the horse beat in your division. And as Gary was alluding to, she keeps running races like this, and she's just not the best horse in the 3-year-old division. She might be the best horse in the older horse division.
You're right. And the 3-year-olds have done better when it comes to November and Breeders' Cup time. When it comes to colts or fillies, they run well in the classic type races, and she has that kind of style. This year it's at Keeneland, a fair racetrack, but Andy, she's very, very handy. You didn't ever thought she would be on the front end yesterday. Obviously the 2 stumbled, changed the whole complexion of the race, but Irad was able to just change right on the fly and say, okay, we'll just go to the front end here, and you know she's gonna finish. And Wolfie said, the horse ran 1.5 miles and put on weight. That to me is so telling. It's unbelievable.
Well, Irad rode her like she was the best horse in the race, and that's what you do when you're riding the best horse in the race. Now, search results, back to the older fillies. She did not run in the Shoe V. She went down to Monmouth and got an easier spot. She had run maybe the best losing race you'll see all year.
Yes.
When she got involved in that wicked pace that completely cooked Latruska and just barely missed holding on against the fillies we saw in the last race. She got an easier spot, and she handled them the way she should have.
This is a dangerous horse. Now, we're not going to see if we're going to able to see Latruska back. I don't know what's going to end up happening, but you look at a lot of the older fillies, some of the younger fillies. Now, Ness is the type of horse that does not really want the front end. You saw Clairiere, you saw Malathot, their horses that were closer up today, but when they get into a bigger field, it's going to be strung out. And if you let search results out there by herself, she could be just as dangerous as the rest of the fillies.
Or she just stalks the way she did yesterday. And I think last time things went awry because she broke so sharply and Latruska didn't, and it kind of screwed up the best laid plans. So much great racing to look forward to the rest of the meet. Think of some of the races we're seeing here might just be appetizers for big events during the rest of the meet.
Up next, some potential future stars in this game who we could be talking about as stars in our sport in the years to come. Rarify, daughter of Justify, and a half-sister again to the champion sprinter, Run Happy at even money on the board, the 7. Let's go to Maggie.
And this is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Greg, as we'll take a look at Kaling in here for Todd Pletcher, thinking about Nest yesterday and what could be here in the paddock now with these young fillies. Kaling, now she was working in her last workout on July 17th with Batflip, who we saw very green and pretty disappointing as a short price earlier on in the card. But to my eye at least, I think she was going much better than her male counterpart that day. Even on the gallop out, she's just cruising, where we saw bat flips struggling. So I like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock. She's incredibly professional. The only thing I will say that despite her being by Practical Joke, she does look as though eventually maybe, and she probably could win here at the 6 furlongs, but she might want to go a bit further eventually in her development, but really fit, very athletic, and she has that kind of long neck that suggests that longer may eventually be better. As we'll move on to number 7, Rarify, as Greg was mentioning, that lovely pedigree on her, being the half-sister to Run Happy. Now, she was entered as an MTO on Friday. With Wesley, you never know it's why, any rhyme or reason. But often the notion is that if you're entering as an MTO, you're looking for a softer spot. Could that be interpreted as a negative? Sure, but again, never quite know what Wesley's doing. And Rarify in here, she's actually tall and leggy. You know, she doesn't really scream sprinter to me. A little bit green as she's hollering to some of the other horses in here, obviously wearing those Wesley Ward first time out 2-year-old blinkers. She comes in here really, really fit. And sometimes with Wesley's horses, they do look as though they need a start, even when they don't, and they still win. But she looks really fit in here and well prepared. Number 8 is Randomized for trainer Chad Brown. Big price on this filly. She is a daughter of Nyquist. There isn't much in the first generation. The dam is half, though, to Smooth Air, who's a multiple grade stakes winner going long on the dirt, but also she is half to grade 2 Sanford winner, Overdriven, who is a very precocious type of 2-year-old. And this filly looks fast. She's short, stout, short coupled, looks quick, looks like a sprinter. Does she look 100% fit? Not necessarily. But you know, sometimes you don't need to be that way, but she's been very professional. I'd love to see when the gates open, Greg, she might have a bit of early pace.
We'll keep our eyes on it. That one first time out for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. But here is the half-sister to the champion sprinter, Run Happy, getting set to make her debut. Ira Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. One of the top trainers of 2-year-olds in our sport, Wesley Ward, the 6th from Saratoga when we come back.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Nobody's gaining on Tyler's Tribe. Tyler's Tribe 6 lengths in front as they come down toward the line, and this good-looking son of Sharp Azteca will win the Prairie Gold Juvenile by distance.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, good to have you with us for our Sunday coverage from this historic race course here at the Spa. Getting set for the late pick 5 coming up. You see that pool at $568,000 and growing. Let's go to Paul LaDuca to see how to play it.
Well, I got a $54 ticket, Greg. I'm going to go 3 deep to start this race. The 4, the 7, and the 8. Obviously, the 7 taking all the money. I think the 8's the sneaky horse, also the 4 as well. in race number 7, 5, 10, and 11. I really was going to single the 5 at first till the 11 drove in. It's another Chad Brown. You get Flavian Pratt aboard. Race number 8, let's go the 4 and the 7. I like Totalizer a little bit too as well. The 6 has a nice little price going to the Michael Maker barn. In race number 9, 2 and 3, I like Note Bene a little bit for Ian Wilkes. A Little Faith I thought ran well off the layoff last time out. And then in race number 10, if you have a little bit more money, I was 1, 2, 5, 7, but I cut it down to 5, 7. I think Good Machine's going to run a lot better. And I think Street Vendor as well. Luis Saez aboard in the last for 2 Todd Pletchers.
All right, good luck to everybody playing out there. That last race, mile and a 16th on the turf, that is a tough one to try and come up with a winner.
It is indeed.
Tom, your ticket, singling in the last.
Yeah, I'm spread out here in this first leg, actually the first 2 legs in this maiden race on the grass. A lot can happen, and we've got another maiden race right behind it. But I'm going to narrow it down quite a bit in the 8th race and the 10th race. The 7, Swiftsure, in the 8th race is a horse that I'm going to use as one of my singles. And then the last race, a race that Greg thinks is difficult. I just want to get there. And if I can get there, Street Vendor is my kind of horse.
All right, good luck to both of you. Everyone else going after this pick 5 this afternoon. We start our post-parade in our Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day with a horse who's not going to inherit the rail with a scratch of the 1 and 2. Watch this money, Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and this filly, she's had experience. She didn't get bet a lot in her first race, went off 9-1, 7-1 today. Steve's horse has improved second time out.
Todd Pletcher, first-time starter, Kaling.
He knows how to win with first-time starters, 4-1. Money's being bet a little bit here. Live horse.
D. Wayne Lucas, first-timer, daughter of Curlin. Take charge, Brianna.
Yeah, and Wayne had one in the first race. Another 2-year-old finished second earlier on the card and taking a shot with this filly. He's got some solid works.
Cherie DeVoe with a first-time starter, Luis Saez rides.
I think Cherie DeVoe and her stable are up and coming. They've already started off the meet well here. I think this horse is well meant.
Wesley Ward's big pedigree filly, Rarify.
She's been working up a storm at Keeneland Race Course. Had a 48-1 out of the starting gate and just solid works.
And Chad Brown's first-time starter, Randomized. We'll have Manny Franco aboard.
Manny Franco aboard, breaks from the outside, a horse that was an expensive horse at the sale and has some good works behind it.
4 minutes to post coming up in this late pick 5. Want to remind everyone, next Saturday, some of the top 3-year-olds in the country we will see in the traditional Travers Prep on Big Fox at 4:30 Eastern start time. Preakness winner early voting, Zandon from the Chad Brown barn, and Preakness runner-up Epicenter, all set to do battle as we get back to Andy and Paul.
Thank you, Greg. Well, all eyes right now on the half to Run Happy, sired by Justify. Wesley Ward has not had his usual huge year with 2-year-olds. We'll see if he can start to turn it around a little bit with this one who's taken all the money.
Yeah, you're right, Andy. Wesley's best weapon has always been his horses get out of the gate. I mean, they are quick. They win most of their races by putting distance in front of their runners with their early speed. He had a lot of them early in Keeneland in that meet that were Breaking Bad and a couple other ones. And I'm a little bit worried when Maggie's saying that, you know, she's kind of a leggy, bigger type of horse, that maybe the gate could be an issue.
We'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting because it has not been Wesley Ward's usual incredible year with 2-year-olds. The 4 Kaling, not taking a lot of money. In fact, a bigger price now even than Cherie DeVoe's first-time starter, Vava. And this horse reportedly working very well. Just a little chilly on the board, Paul.
Kind of chilly on the board. I'm kind of with you. Second in the wheel pays, but not on the board. Looks tremendous on the racetrack. But that bullet drill out of the gate shows me the horse broke well. Did everything right. Practical Joke, the sire, did some of his best work here at Saratoga. So 4-1. I just think because of all the hype on the 7, you're getting 7-2 on the 4.
Yeah, now did just drop down to second choice as we were talking. Getting lost in the shuffle right now is Randomized, the filly for Chad Brown and Clarvitz stable. They have a first-time starter, one of their Tattersall purchased in the next race. I wouldn't fall asleep on this horse, Paul. This horse might be a runner, and she draws very well on the outside. Manny Franco already has a win in a 2-year-old for Chad Brown over the meet. A lot of people seem to sometimes get fooled. They see Manny Franco and go, oh, it's not Irad, it's not Pratt. Manny Franco is having an incredible year riding Chad Brown runners.
You're right. I mean, it could be a repeat of the first race. Race number 1, the 8 horse, ridden by Manny Franco, Chad Brown. Went off as an overlay. you're kind of right. When they see Manny Franco and Chad Brown, it's like, when are you guys going to learn your lesson that the horses still can run for Manny? And they paid $420,000 for this filly, so I would think she's going to give out her best effort.
I'll tell you, that first one was a big overlay at the 16th
Right.
pole. At the 16th pole, I definitely wanted a little 9-2 on her, Greg.
7-1. Chad Brown, first-time starter, being a little bit ignored, but it's because there is so much attention on this Wesley Ward filly.
Yeah, and Wesley has his babies always prepared when he leads them over the first time. A lot of these 2-year-olds, they get real flighty, a little skittish, especially their first out, getting around the grandstand for the first time with people and noise and everything. But Wesley, his horses come in, they're tuned up, they act like old horses. And listen, I rode Run Happy, her half-brother, and he was one of the fastest gate horses that I ever rode, and he could carry that speed. I won the Grade 1 Malibu on him going 7 furlongs, and if this filly's anywhere as quick leaving the gate as her brother, then they're all going to be in trouble. But a lot of things can happen with these 2-year-olds when the door is open, guys.
Tom, here's a look at the 3. Watch this money, and unlike everybody else in this field, she has some experience.
Well, she has one race experience. Everyone else is a beginner. And typically with thoroughbreds, the biggest improvement you're going to see is from their first to second start. The trainer gets to watch that first start, sees the mistakes that were made by his horse, and corrects them the second time they run. Look for Watch This Money to be much sharper from the gate. Ran to the teeth of the pace last time and tired. I think this is a play here.
And these owners were co-owners of that record-breaking winner for Steve Asmussen last summer, number 9,446. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Watch This Money. As that first race, she had the outside post and she broke a touch slow and then broke outwardly. So we'll see with the inside post, will she run to that open space again on her inside? But I like this filly. She's beautiful. She's very physically mature, which is always a feather in the cap at this time of year with these young horses. And she's incredibly fit. I like her. My sole problem is this the right surface for her? Because when I watched that replay, I was like, man, she moves like a turf horse. Then I went back and looked at her pedigree, and Munnings can go either way. The dam, though, 4 for 17 on the turf, primarily a turf horse. Moved like a turf horse in the warm-up. We just don't see Steve that active on the grass. So one I'm going to watch with interest because I like her, but we'll see if this is the right condition. As number 6, Vava, taking money for Cherie DeVoe. She's a massive animal. For a 2-year-old filly, there is a lot of substance to this filly, but she was green in the paddock and out on the racetrack. Settled down nicely, though, now for Luis Saez, and she just is heavy. I mean, she just doesn't look as fit as many of the other horses in here. Just has that softer appearance, but I'm sure there's some ability there. I just don't know if she's fine-tuned to win at first asking, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 9-2 on Cherie DeVoe's first-time starter, daughter of gun runner with Luis Saez.
Yeah, look, a gun runner. That's all you got to say. I mean, his babies have done great, and he's a top sire. Let's go back to something Maggie said about the 7, Rarify, in the paddock. Said she was hollering in the paddock. Focus for any athlete, equine athlete as well, is so important by the time you get to the gate. She needs to correct that. That hollering, she's not paying attention to her job or what she's doing. She's not focused. Hopefully she got focused on the track and runs to that even money line there.
Can she run to that pedigree? Even money on the half-sister to the champion, Run Happy. About to load for Wesley Ward. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard the 7 filly. And there she is, the daughter of the Triple Crown champ, Justify. A lot of hype around her, as the tote board suggests. Late pick 5 begins here. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for race 6. And they're off. Randomized from the extreme outside, and now Kaling is moving on through, and Kaling grabs the lead. Randomized is on the outside in second, and the favored firster, Rarify, advances in between horses and goes up to challenge for the lead. And it is Rarify who has the lead, with Kaling now in second and Randomized back running in third. 3 lengths to Watch This Money in fourth. And then on the outside is Vava. And at the back of the pack is Take Charge Brianna. The quarter went in 22 seconds, and they're midway on the turn. And the leader is Rarify, the even money favorite, in front by a length and a quarter. Randomized runs in second. Kaling down on the inside in third and moving up. They're coming for the top of the stretch. It is Rarify with the lead. Kaling moving into second. Randomize is now back running in third. Rarify, Kaling on the outside as they come down for the eighth pole. And it is Kaling who has taken the lead from Rarify. Rarify battles on the inside, but it is Kaling in front, and Kaling is drawing away here in deep stretch. It is Kaling who will win first time out. This 2-year-old filly won by 2.5 lengths, ran 6 furlongs in 1 minute 12 and 3/5 seconds.
Everything seemed to be going very smooth for Rarify until about mid-stretch, and here comes Kaling, first time out for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was so much Rarify stopping or the winner, Kaling, just finding her stride late and deep stretch, and she's reaching for the wire right there, guys.
3-1 on Kaling. But Flavian Pratt rolls right on by the highly regarded Rarify in her debut. Pretty easily beating that even money favorite. We'll have these prices coming up in a moment. We have a new audience joining us right now. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY, those already with us on FS1. You're watching Saratoga Live from the premier meet in the country. Greg Wolf, Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country, Tom Amos, and our Pick 5 underway. And an upset here, 2-year-olds though at Saratoga, you never know what can happen.
Yeah, you know, for a first-time start out of the Todd Pletcher barn, to be 3-1 first time out is perhaps some would say a gift. Todd Pletcher very gifted himself as a trainer with the young horses.
Runs impressive here for those just joining us. Rarify, this big pedigree by the Triple Crown champ. Justify, Rarify the 7, getting past right there. Was a half to the champion sprinter Run Happy, but no response for Kaling here in the debut as we check in paddock side with Andy Serling and Paul Duca.
Thanks so much, Greg. I think we just saw some very good 2-year-old fillies. You know, the track has been pretty slow here. That filly that just won for Todd Pletcher, she went 0.65 seconds, which is about 4 lengths faster than a Colt first-time star that won easily in the first race for Chad Brown. Yeah. The track's kind of slow today, and the last 16th, 8th of a mile was pretty slow, but I think we saw a potential stakes winner. I have to think that Todd Pletcher's going to be thinking spin away at the end of the meet with Kaling.
I'm kind of with you. You know, yesterday they ran a nice little 2-year-old race, and they went 112, those Colts. So these fillies went 112 and 3. So I wouldn't pay attention to the time. I'm kind of with you. You know, Rarify had a rush in between horses, might have took the steam out, but you know, Kaling was very, very professional. We've talked about these practical jokes. This Practical Joke was a horse that was trained by Chad Brown, and was a kind of horse that was excelled and was dynamite horse around one turn. He was a dynamite horse. He ran a dynamite derby. But Flavian Pratt, he's going to start ascending up that board and starting winning more and more races.
Won quite a few at Monmouth yesterday. I tell you what, Greg, and the rest of you guys, I think we might have seen the best 2-year-old filly we've seen so far at this meet, and I'm going to say that might include the Schuylerville.
Well, that was the opening day feature, that Eddie Keneally runner, just Cindy. So high praise from Andy Serling.
Let's clarify that.
You look shocked.
That's Andy Serling's opinion, you know, not necessarily the opinion of this network. Yeah, okay.
Thank you for clarifying. I know you're really high on just Cindy. Actually, a filly who beat one of yours, Tom, and you thought she had been one of the most impressive at that meet.
Yeah, look, this is a very tiring track today, no question about it. And it was telltale at the end of the race, both for the winner and the horse that ran second.
Todd Pletcher just reloads with new talent year after year. That's how you win 14 Saratoga training titles. And he's got a nice one here. Flavian Pratt aboard for the debut win at 3-1. Things got a little murkier in the 3-year-old picture after what transpired over in New Jersey yesterday. We'll talk about Cyberknife coming up bid for Brad Cox next.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back on Saratoga Live, one of the great new additions here at Saratoga. Paddock Bar Suites. It's a hot spot to be at Saratoga this summer. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Kaling, first time out for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. This 2-year-old filly impressive with Flavia Pratt for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners.
Yeah, same connections as Nest yesterday, part owners of Nest. Put on such a great performance yesterday, so a great weekend for Eclipse Thoroughbreds.
$8.80 for the win. Rarify, so much talk about that. Filly winds up second. Randomize for Chad Brown, winding up third. Let's head to Maggie for more.
Family affair here in the winner's circle, and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners is involved. Very pleased to be joined by Chris and CJ Carpenter, as well as Aaron and Sadie Wellman. And Chris, we were just talking about it. Obviously, for those who don't know, Chris, a former MLB player for Boston, right?
Yes, for Boston and Chicago Cubs. Yep.
Well, you've also brought the luck to the racetrack, too. 2 years in a row, 2 first-time out winning fillies. This time around with Kaling. She was impressive today.
You know, she was, and I just want to, thank Aaron for the wonderful partnership of getting involved, and for my family being at the track today. It was such a cool experience. We haven't had much luck coming here with the results, but to come here and get a win and get him to experience it was pretty awesome.
How did it feel to get your picture taken here, CJ?
Did you like it? Was it good?
Yeah. As long as you had the lollipop, I'm sure. And Aaron, I saw you sharing the big win yesterday with Nest, with Sadie. It's so great to share it with your family, and especially Sadie, considering she's an equestrian herself.
That's what it's all about, to see Chris and his family and his young kids here, and to be here from the West Coast for the weekend with my daughter and to have a couple wins at Saratoga. You know, we need to bring new blood into the game, and I always say there's only one tried and true method to really bring new blood into the game, and that's nepotism, you know? So we all have an obligation to the industry to make sure that we raise them right and get them out here to the track.
I'm a product of that myself. And Kaling, she was so professional. And you always have to be thinking about the future. You know, it just feels like yesterday Nest was doing this a little bit later in the year. But do you start thinking big with a filly like this?
She has been potentially special from the moment she got a saddle put on her down at Susan Montaigne's in Ocala. And to see her come up here first couple weeks of Saratoga and beat a really esteemed group of fillies the way she did, you know, you've got to start thinking spin away at the end of the meet. So hopefully she comes out of this well and we can continue to think along those lines.
Sadie, I'm going to put you under the gun. Saratoga or Del Mar?
I don't know.
You're winning here. Just say Saratoga.
Saratoga.
There we go. Well, guys, massive congratulations with yet such another promising filly.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Kaling, future's looking bright for her, guys.
Great feeling to have a 2-year-old debut at this meet and win impressively, and then have a big spot like that, potentially look forward to maybe that grade 1 spin away towards the end of the meet.
That'll keep you sleeping at night, happy, content, nervous when it gets close.
Indeed. Up next, maidens again, mile and a 16th on the inner turf for 2-year-old fillies. And surprise, surprise, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Irad Ortiz Jr. with a first-time starter who was a 7-5 favorite. Idea Creation, beware though, another Chad Brown gets in off the also eligible list. Ola Gata, the 11 in here. We'll have Flavian Pratt to ride. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Chad Brown prepping for the one he would love to have, that Travers. He's going to send out 2 in the Jim Dandy, his Preakness winner and his Derby 3rd place finisher. We'll be back.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Early voting takes over. Early voting burst away with 1 furlong left to go. Epicenter, Rail Run, coming with each and every stride. Secret Oath out the center of the track. Creative Minister right there in that battle too. But it's early voting clear. Epicenter trying to gain late with a 16 to go. Early voting shifting over to the rail. It's early voting to take it from Epicenter.
Early voting still lightly raced, showing new tactics in his Preakness victory, that middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Epicenter, the runner-up. They're going to be in a rematch next Saturday's Jim Dandy.
In that Preakness, Jose Ortiz 2 different times looks over his shoulder to see where everybody is. That's the international sign of, you better have your running shoes on if you're going to beat me.
Well, early voting got his first feel for this Saratoga main track just the other day, going 5 furlongs with Jose Ortiz up.
Yeah, this is him working on the outside. The rider's going to just pretty much sit motionless on him all the way through to the finish line, and then he will continue on out. He'll let the horse go ahead past the finish line, do a little bit more, but he's just in a high gallop right now, and he goes in 101 and some change. So just a nice breeze right here, kind of a maintenance type deal. And when he hits the finish line, then he's going to go ahead and ask him to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, he's a good workhorse. He's shown that in the past. You look at these 2 horses that are working, and you can tell how much the riders are or are not asking their horse. It's all about the hands. The hands are very quiet, Gary. That's how you communicate to your animal, and they're sitting very, very quiet and not letting him do very much.
So early voting, Jim Dandy going to be his first start back since that Preakness victory. His stablemate will line up against him, and for Zandon, the Bluegrass winner, be his first start since that 3rd place finish in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, the opposite here, this horse is breezing by himself and doing things quite easily up front. Not sure when this other horse got involved in the workout, but again, this is an identical sort of workout that you saw early voting do, just dragging his riders. Riders actually not letting him do as much as the horse would like to be doing. That's by design.
This horse, Zandon, is so impressive to me, both on the racetrack and when he does breeze. I loved him going into the Derby. When you run 3rd in the Derby, I guess you're not supposed to be disappointed, but I was disappointed in his effort that day. I think he's going to come back even stronger next week.
So first start back since that Derby. Good 1-2 punch to have with early voting, who could be a lot closer, and then Zandon coming from off the pace for trainer Chad Brown. What a field. Compact but loaded with talent. You'll see it again live next Saturday on Big Fox. Coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern Time. Rematch for the Preakness of the top 2 finishers, and throw in that Derby 3rd place finisher as well as we head back to Andy and Paul.
It's an interesting situation. I mean, obviously of the 3 right now, early voting with the Preakness win is the top dog.
Yeah.
But there's so much big racing. Jim Dandy, we saw Cyberknife upset yesterday's Haskell, and then the Travers is really the big one. Early voting will likely stalk Epicenter, because Epicenter, I think, is going to show speed again. So the question is whether or not he can deliver that performance. How good is Epicenter doing in this race? He's had such a terrific career so far. And then you got Zandon, who will be weighing the wings if things get hot between those 2.
It's pretty crazy. I think it's going to be a tremendous race. And I give the edge to early voting, especially over this racetrack, just because tactically he can put himself in a position to win the race. Now, we have questions. You just said, I think maybe Epicenter is going to go to the front. May not happen. I think that Zandon might get taken back. We know where early voting is going to sit. He's either going to stalk or he's going to be in front, and he's got that dangerous tracking speed, Andy. And over this racetrack, that's even more dangerous.
And Chad Brown has been insisting to me for a long time that he'd be just as good, if not better, stalking, and he proved it in the Preakness, and he's been working very well, and I think he is absolutely the one to beat in there, but I do not take Epicenter lightly.
No.
See what happens in the Haskell yesterday. Jack Christopher, he sat comfortably off, was a pretty solid pace. The track was very fast yesterday. He had his trip. He just really couldn't get the 1 1/8. A lot of people have been critical of Mike Smith and his ride on Taba. I think it is as unfair as can possibly be. This horse was clearly not running inside of horses, and it wasn't until he moved from the outside that he made his run. But Florent Giroux, he was content to stay inside with Cyberknife, and he gets the win.
Well, what ended up happening, listen, Taba just does not like kickback. And Mikey already told me that going into the Derby. Just doesn't like it in his face. He'd rather be 4 or 5 wide. Now, Cyberknife, I remember after he won last time at Churchill Downs, Andy, I talked to Florent Giroux. He won by literally a nose. And he said, you know what?
Over the horse's 4th.
Yeah, and he said to me, this horse loves to pull himself up. And you can see how high-headed he's starting to get. And, you know, Mig said something to me, and I wanted to ask Gary this too. For a horse that kind of sort of likes to pull himself up, going up the inside is kind of better. You see Channel Maker with that high head carriage a lot, but Cyberknife came up that rail. He's had 2 pretty big wins.
We'll have a lot more time to talk about this 3-year-old matchup, but this is going to be a very exciting weekend with the Jim Dandy and then, of course, the Travers 4 weeks later. Maggie, what's going on with the 2-year-olds, the future stars in the paddock?
Yeah, maybe one's in here for next year's Saratoga Oaks, possibly, or Belmont Oaks, so we'll see. But Chad Brown, he's done very well in those races. So he sends out a potentially critical duo here, as your heavy favorite at the moment is the daughter of Dubawi, in which they paid the equivalent of $485,000 for at the Tattersall's yearling sale in October last year. Watching her last workout with Arad Ortiz up, who will be up again today. She was on the inside of another unraced 2-year-old, a little headstrong at first, but what I like most is actually galloping out. You know, they asked them just slightly to gallop out, and she quickened really nicely. Now, here in the paddock, she's been a little bit antsy to kind of get the tack on and just maybe a little bit on the distracted side. Seems to settle now, but then again, it's good controlled energy. She's not doing too much. She's not too bewildered by her surroundings. So all things good. She's your typical Dubawi. They're tough to judge how fit they are because they tend to be very round horses through their barrel. But for me, she looks ready to go, and much, I suppose, the horse to beat. As we'll move on to Chad's other horse in here, that's number 11, Ola Gata, who draws in off of the AEs. And Kitten's Joys, I admire them, as we just lost him last week as a sire. No matter what they look like, they all try. They all try hard. They all lay it on the line. But some of them can be not the most attractive types, kind of just raw type of horses. She is not. She is elegant. She's effeminate. I like what I'm seeing from her physically quite a bit, and very professional. She's made to run this mile and a 16th distance. I like what I see from her, and she's a big price. She's probably getting a little bit forgotten with that outside post and drawing in. I really like Christophe Clement's filly in here, though. That's number 10, Treasure Gem, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. And Medaglia d'Oros, oftentimes, they'll be very light behind. Not the case with her. She is well developed behind the saddle. She's well developed in front of the saddle. This is a strong, well-conditioned filly coming in here, and very professional, very classy acting. Honestly, I like her the most in here based upon appearances, at least of the horses who have not started yet. As we'll also take a look at one that has. Number 7, Born Dapper, got on the turf last time. Unfortunately had a wide trip going in the lane, and the 1-2 finishers that finished in front of her snuck up the rail. So I think that's where kind of the race was won and lost that day. Very pretty filly. I like her stretching out in distance. She does put on a very short cut cheater blinker today. I'm sure not really changing much, just to get her maybe to focus and level off a bit more. But she's fit, she's ready, and I like the distance for her as we head across the paddock to Andy and Polly.
Thank you, Mag. It's interesting. Last year, Chad Brown was starting a highly regarded firster named Expand the Map that they had purchased at Tattersall, much like Idea Generation. And she lost to a horse named Pizza Bianco, who's trained by Christophe Clement.
Yeah,
It's
right.
kind of like that situation again. Idea Generation, we don't see a lot of Dubawis here. Chad Brown very high on this horse. I know the horse didn't get it done yesterday, and I know everybody loves the 10 in here, but I have a feeling this filly is going to be very hard to beat.
Yeah, the word is out. I've heard about this horse maybe a couple weeks ago that she'd been training just tremendous. And when Chad gets one, they usually run well. But then you go look at his other runner, Ola Gata, who right now at 8-1 I think should come down. But you do draw the dreaded 11. Oh, you'll come in a tiny bit with the scratches. But the 5 looks the part. You just got to hope she breaks and everything goes okay. And I would think she's going to sit back and usually make that one run like most Chad Brown runners do.
I have a feeling she'll be a little bit more forward. You know, you think about that. Well, the best one they bought at Tattersall, Newspaper Record. She was a forward horse.
That's true.
But
yeah.
Treasure Gem, everybody's having good things to say about her. She's been working well. Maggie has good things to say. The Dan Mai Ling was trained by Michael Hushin, actually more of a dirt horse. But I think you have to respect these Christophe Clement runners. And this one, much like, frankly, Pizza Bianco, who ran for Bobby Flay, a homebred.
Yeah, and it seems like, she's been working fast. If you look at some of the turf works, they've been in the 50s because the dogs, when they put the D, that means they put dogs, they put cones out, which means they run all the way in the outer part of the course, so the times are going to be slower because you're going wider. This horse worked under 50, 2 starts back. If you look at a lot of the horses, they haven't been working that fast over the Saratoga training turf track. So the 10 gets a check mark from Maggie as in looking well, and I'm kind of with you with Joel Rosario aboard.
And we'll see, Greg, if, like last year's running of this maiden race, could there be a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner in here?
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get in these Saratoga 2-year-old races. You could be looking at the next future star of their respective divisions. Here's a look at Corningstone. For Kenny McPeak, gets on turf for the first time.
Yeah, there's not a tremendous amount of turf in the dam side, and an Indiana bred.
9-2 on Towhead for Mike Maker.
And this one will break from post 9, getting off the also eligibles. This entry's taken an awful lot of money, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Bill Mott with a first-time starter. The dam actually was second to Monomoy Girl in a dirt stake.
Yeah, Philly by Union Rack. Junior Alvarado looking for a double on the card.
Chad Brown's favorite, Idea Generation.
A lot of money for this one, reported to be a runner. We'll find out.
Hella Ella at 16-1, Eric Cancel.
Yeah, this one with a Scat Daddy mare on the body. Philly by Speightstown. Usually they're pretty precocious. 16-1, maybe to hit the super.
Born Dapper. The Grand Dam was Owsley, a 7-time winner on the turf.
Owsley was a very good horse for trainer Barkley Tagg. And this one's going to have speed stretching out from 6 furlongs. And Jonathan Thomas has amazing numbers stretching out maidens on the turf.
Rapid Miss Tappet is the biggest price on the board at 40-1.
Yeah, she's really tough to get to. One thing you can say, she's a Tappet that's going to stretch out, so maybe that will help.
Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario with Treasure Gem.
We talked about this. This is a January full, so an early full, 4-1 by Medaglia d'Oro. What a sire he's turned out to be.
And beware, if you love the favorite, Chad Brown gets another one in here from the also eligible list.
The dam's only produced 1 turf winner, 7 to try it, but this is a kitten's joy. Keep in mind, though, when you enter 2 in a race and the race overfills, you have one that you prefer. Chad Brown preferred the 5s. Not to say this one can't be a runner, but that's the one he primarily, or at least first, wanted to run.
A lot of love for Idea Generation from our analysts and from the public as you see the warm-up here under Outright Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, a strong warm-up, a warm-up with purpose. Maybe he is deciding to move forward from the gate and wants to be a little close. I heard somebody mention something like that yesterday.
Love what I'm seeing out there right now. Ears up, reaching out. Seems very, very professional. Irad get a nice feel for it right there. But, yeah, look, this Philly's daddy, Dubawi, he stands for a lot of money. It's only $338,000 to breed to Dubawi. So let's hope he can run.
We're about to find out. Apparently, word is she can, and that's why she is favored right now. Meanwhile, Born Dapper, 2 sprints, 1 on synthetic, then 1 on turf. We mentioned the Grand Dam was Owsley, who actually was a multiple graded stakes winner, including a stake here in New York, the Glens Falls. This is a look at her at Woodbine on the grass.
She gets taken very wide in this race. Very difficult to win with the trip she had. Goes with blinkers on today. This is a 1-turn race for her. She's moving into 2 turns. You know, in these kinds of races, these turf races, oftentimes pace is, you know, light. I think this horse, Born Dapper, is going to try to take him right out the gate and set that pace, see how far she can last.
Dam was precocious as well, started 3 for 3 in her career, although that was on synthetic and dirt. 5-1 on this daughter of Union Rags for trainer Jonathan Thomas with Manny Franco to ride. Now down to even money, we should mention, on Idea Generation. You know, experience matters, but talent matters more usually.
We haven't talked about the 1 horse, Corningstone, here for Kenny McPeak. This filly, she's had a couple of starts, 1 at Churchill, 1 at Prairie Meadows, both of those sprinting. One of them was actually a stakes race at Prairie Meadows. She was beaten 3/4 of a length by Canthero. She should handle the grass here.
She should.
And she's going from 5.5. I'm scared of her. Kenny's been on some kind of roll here. His horses are running good everywhere. And it's a nice price at 5 to 1.
Yeah, the Grand Dam was actually multiple graded stakes placed on the grass as well as you take a look at her. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah. She's bred for the turf. She looks like turf. I like her for the turf here. She's a taller, elegant filly, obviously with those 2 sprint races under her belt on the dirt. Looks incredibly fit here and just presents a nice picture as far as getting on the turf for the first time. I do prefer, the looks of the 5 and 10 as well as the 7 here, who just really warmed up well. Born Dapper. Throw that in there. But let's also talk about number 5, Idea Generation. In the workout, as I mentioned back in the paddock, in the workout, she was headstrong. A lot of times that indicates having early speed from the gate. She's been headstrong throughout the preliminaries. She's got a big gallop to her. She's going to be forward in here unless something crazy goes on at the gate, which obviously can happen. It happens half the time with these young horses. But I really think we're going to see forward placement with a Rod Ortiz aboard Idea Generation here. We'll see if that is a recipe for success, Greg.
Well, this barn knows how to get them ready to go first time outs, especially on the grass and being bet like she has a ton of talent.
She is being bet like she has a ton of talent. And when you look at a horse being bet that strongly, there's a number of things that come into play. But a secret is very hard to keep on the racetrack. And when a horse is preparing well, working well, specifically if any of those works on the grass were eye-catching, then everybody's going to know about it. And so this horse is obviously prepared very, very well for this start.
So there she is, 4 to 5. Rod Ortiz Jr. will ride for champion trainer Chad Brown. Meanwhile, the 10, Andy had told us it was in this race last year. Chad Brown had a highly regarded first-timer, but it was Pizza Bianca for the Clement Barn who sends out this 10, who would get that win. Pizza Bianca would go on to produce the first ever Breeders' Cup win for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, this horse has had a couple of works on the grass here at Saratoga, but the family doesn't support it. So for Christophe, who knows turf racing very well, these workouts must have moved him to enter this horse in this spot.
Turf triple play begins in this race. Races 7, 9, and 10. Pick 4 begins here as well. Over $460,000. There's Corningstone, the one who we had talked about briefly, Kenny McPeak. He really did close that Churchill meet exceptionally strong.
I think he's a major player in the 2-year-old division, as he has been for years, but I think he's getting even bigger. Some guys are really starting to emerge with bringing their young horses to the track, and Kenny is one of those guys.
Tremendous eye for horses. The Swiss Skydiver, of course, beat the boys in the Preakness. He's the one who found Curlin as well. 2-time eventual horse of the year. 4 to 5 favoritism. Those red KS, red letters on those white silks, Klarovich Stables, the one to beat. Here as we kick off our pick 4 on this Sunday card from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs to John Imbriel.
For Olagata and Towhead. Towhead moves in. We're set for the start. And they're off. Born Dapper going out for the early lead. Quickly joined on the outside by Towhead. Towhead has the lead. Born Dapper's running in second. And then it is Rapid Miss Tappet on the outside. Next in third. Idea Generation. The favorite is racing in fourth here in the early going as the 2-year-old maiden fillies go around the clubhouse turn. And it is Towhead on top. with Born Dapper and Rapid Miss Tappet heads apart second and third. Then Idea Generation and Treasure Gem right together fourth and fifth. Corningstone is next in sixth. Corningstone is followed by Olagata and then Hella Ella as they race up the backstretch. And the leader is Towhead through a half mile in 50 and 3/5 seconds. Towhead over Born Dapper with Idea Generation, and now moving on through to grab third. Rapid Miss Tappet has moved to the extreme outside and being passed by several horses there as they go into the far turn. So it is Towhead and Born Dapper. They are right together. Idea Generation is 3 lengths behind in third. Then Corningstone on the inside, followed next by Treasured Gem. And farther back, it is Rapid Miss Tappet and the rest of the field out of it here as they come through the stretch. And Idea Generation is now coming on the outside. Idea Generation and Towhead, and the two of them are right together. Idea Generation on the outside narrowly. Towhead continues to battle on as they come down for the finish, and it's going to be tight. Oh, it's very tight. Too tight to call. Towhead, Idea Generation, they were noses apart in this 2-year-old maiden fillies event.
Idea Generation may have been beat here. This was close. Towhead, Tyler Gaffleone, Mike Maker went nose to nose with her down the stretch.
Yeah, we talked about the one horse. We didn't talk about the 1A, and I believe that she came back and got the nod. It's very close, but there were some strange things going on down the backside. There were 3 or 4 jocks that were looking behind them, and one of them, clear back in the back of the pack, was waving his arm. There were 3 horses that basically eased in the race going into the far turn, so I have to take another look at it, but this is very close.
We talked about pace in these turf races, and for Tyler Gaffleone, he left the gate with intention from that outside post. He went straight to the front, slowed it down. It was not a quick pace all the way around there, and he had just enough to hold off our big favorite, Idea Generation, who maybe was the best horse in the race, had to overcome a slow pace, but, it's about race riding, and it's about tactics. And Tyler Gaffleone, win or lose, rode a great race on Towhead from that outside post.
And this filly is super game. I mean, she'd had 2 starts, both of them on the dirt, going sprinting also. She broke like a shot, fought back, and yes, Towhead won it.
Towhead, yeah, is your winner at 5-1. Let's go back to what you're talking about, Kerry.
Yeah, it was on the other cam that I noticed it more on the head-on when we were going down the backside from the cable cam. Just before they entered the turn, Tyler looked back both directions, under his arm, under his shoulders, and then the rider next to him did the same. I don't know. It was just something was going on. There was a communication problem or something out there down the backstretch. But this filly, and she re-engaged because the 5 filly, she had all of the momentum, ran past her, poked her head in front, and this filly, she fought game. Both of them did. Idea
Generation certainly did look like she had all the momentum, but game, effort. Towhead out-duels her to the wire under Tyler Gaffleone, guys.
Mike Maker won with the Colts yesterday in the 2-year-old turf router, and he won with the fillies. Of course, he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Colt Turf race 2 years ago with Fire at Will. Listen, this horse was setting a modest pace, but Idea Generation had the race won, and a game performance by Towhead. You got to give him a lot of credit. And Tyler Gaffleone, I know a lot of people were saying his career was over because he has a slow start. Guess what? It's not.
Yeah, and I want you to focus on the 5 in the outside. I wonder if he was told not to use the crop. He uses it one time, and she stopped right here. Now Irad just starts flagging because she stopped. He did never use the crop on her the whole way down the lane. He was hands and heels, and when he hit her, she stopped. And I'm wondering, he was hands and heels the whole way, and he just cracked her once. Usually Irad's the kind of guy that cracks the horse on the side a little bit with the crop, and then he'll go left-handed and stay away from the 1 to get the 1A not to compete. But I don't know. It's something that you'd have to ask Chad. I'm wondering if they told him, hey, be careful, hitting this filly with the crop, she might stop. And I think that's what happened there, Andy, for a little bit.
Really don't know. I mean, it was a slowish pace. They both ran. I'm not sure Idea Generation didn't run well. She just lost to Towhead. Yeah. Give credit to Towhead.
And we have an inquiry sign posted, guys, so we'll keep you
Yeah, something's up.
Informed of what's happening, and we're not sure if it's down the stretch or if it could have been, as we were talking about with Irad, when he was continually looking behind him on the backstretch.
Not only Irad, but Tyler. Tyler's on the lead and on the rail, and he's looking over his inside shoulder. I mean, he's obviously not looking for another horse. He's on the rail.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
I've talked to Flavien Prat and Eric Cancel, and they both said that the outriders, so throughout the racetrack around, on the turf course, the outriders will be positioned, and you have an outrider on the backside that in case the gate is stuck or there's a loose horse, he yells to the riders. And for some reason, because we don't know why, he yelled to them saying that the tractor was stuck or something along those lines. What I'm gathering from the riders, they can't obviously hear it that well. So a few of them started pulling up because they thought there was something wrong. Obviously there wasn't, but this is a bit of a bizarre situation, guys.
That answers a lot to me, because when you are out there on the racetrack and you get that signal, you immediately pull up. So it was misinformation or what it was, but not all of the riders pulled up, but they were all looking back from the lead as they approached the far turn to see if everybody else was pulling up. You could see some hesitation.
So the outriders carry walkie-talkies, and they're in
Here's
touch.
that shot.
They're in touch with their. Look, he's looking over his hips like, what the heck?
They look at the blue horse in the blue in the back. He looked back. Now he's going to the outside. The rider that was third last is pulling up.
Yeah, Manny Franco on board Dapper as well.
Can you run that back for us one time, please? And
I've never seen something like this in the middle of a race.
Right. No, that's unusual. But look, we're talking about the outrider, but the outrider is in communication with the gate.
That's correct.
And so I seriously doubt the outrider called this on his own. Something happened over the walkie-talkie, and he was, I have to believe, given the instructions to flag everybody and tell them, hey, slow down, be careful.
We see it again there. All the riders look confused as Flavien Prat is now talking to the stewards. But yeah, there was looking inside, there was looking outside,
and it's really disappointing because those two horses that ran 1-2, those two fillies ran great races.
Gary, have you ever been in part of something like this? What happens? Are you guys looking? You can see everybody was looking somewhere. Are you guys talking to each other? What happens?
No, I was in a similar situation at Del Mar with the storm. I was on the turf, and the wind was blowing extremely hard. It was at the fall meet, and a piece of debris flew out on the racetrack, and we were all jumping it and stuff, and that's as close as I've ever come. But there's been numerous times. You're always worried about that starting gate getting out of there. And listen, if he was hollering to pull up, there's no grade. There's the outrider on the outside fence right there on that Palomino horse you can see at the top of your screen back there. He's there for pulling the horses up after the race to help these jocks pull them up, or for this incident right here. But they were all looking back at him, and there's the first lick. There must be another one up here too.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, right there. And you can see he raises his hand to something there. Andy, can you see that?
Yeah, I mean, and the question really is, what were they trying to communicate and why?
Well, Andy's right, but at the same time, if the outrider's flagging his hand, a lot of times the riders can't even hear him.
I just mean for the public. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Look,
Tom. You guys are absolutely right.
The fair thing to do is
what happened.
The fair thing to do is to refund everybody their money, and pay the purse down. But they need to refund the bettors because not everyone had a fair chance from this point forward.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, so that was Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider, that you see on the gray pony there as he rode into them to tell them that there was a problem. What he heard, I'm not sure. Again, as you guys were saying, there's radios. We saw the young lady Bari on the Palomino pony, and she was still. So she must have not heard anything. Miguel's the one who gets that first initial contact, whether it be with the stewards, whether it be with the starting gate, or the vets. They all have walkie-talkies that they use to communicate with each other. So again, until we talk to Miguel or the stewards, we don't really know where the miscommunication happened. But I agree with you. We should be refunding because there was just clearly something going on that it's not fair to the betting public for these horses to not finish the race as they were meant to. Guys.
Thank you, Megan. Look, that outrider had to have information where he thought there was a serious safety issue to come in and get closer to that field and being on that hedge and warn them of of something. We don't know what yet.
Yeah, and the more we watched it, the more we saw every rider, not just 2 or 3 guys, every rider reacted to it and took a hesitant step. They're like looking and saying who's pulling up, who's not pulling up. And I think that our first, second, third place horses, they were taking a wait and see sort of attitude of, well, if I see that gate up there at the head of the stretch still there, that's the only thing that I can imagine that they would be thinking that, you know, there's a horse, maybe a horse had lost a rider, running the wrong way on the racetrack. It could have been many different things. I don't want to speculate, but...
But without speculating, we know this. That outrider doesn't make that move and flag down the entire field unless something seriously is wrong. Now, even though we're on the grass and it's not as loud as the dirt when you're racing, the idea that he's going to yell and everybody hears him is hard to accept, but they're certainly going to see his hand motion.
Let's check back in with Maggie.
I'm getting to the bottom of it finally. And massive kudos to Dave Grenning of the Daily Racing Form. Oftentimes I don't know where I'd be without him, but just looking on Twitter, he has said that there was a problem with the tractor. So there's a tractor that pulls the gate off the turf course, and obviously they go past the start in the second time down the lane. There was a problem getting the original tractor off. They needed to take another tractor to pull it off, and Miguel was erring on the side of caution, fearing that they would not be able to get that off in time for them to come down the lane. That's what happened. Greg.
So there it is. Maggie, thanks for getting to the bottom of it. Dave Grenning as well does a tremendous job reporting for the Daily Racing Forum. Don't see that happen often in this sport. We'll keep you posted. Inquiry sign still is up. So stewards trying to sort through this. We'll be back right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
We're back on Saratoga Live on FS1, SNY as well. Good to have you with us for this Sunday card. And a situation we don't see often here at the racetrack. You saw all those riders' heads turning, outrider trying to warn them of a scenario with the tractor unable to get that starting gate out of the way. So it was a danger that was potentially looming for them. And there it is. They eventually did get it out of the way, but that's why you saw all that confusion with the riders during the race.
Yeah, and listen, there's no such thing as a warning really out on the racetrack when a race is running. You can't hear very well from the outside. You're going 40 miles an hour. They're standing stationary on the horse, but he galloped into it. He was waving his arms. We have protocols in the mornings, even when there's a loose horse or something, horns go off. And, I mean, they didn't have a lot of time to get that gate off of there. And I understand why the warning, but you don't – there is no such thing as a warning shout. You either pull up or you stick to it. And the guys up in front, in the front of the pack, I mean, they even hesitated for 2 or 3 strides. There was some sense of what's going on here. Do we go? Do we keep going? And thank God they got that starting gate off, and everybody made it home safely. But I know I probably would have pulled up and did the same thing that Flavian and the other 3 did.
I applaud them for the decision they made. You know, okay, so the race was able to finish and nobody had any problems, but I applaud the NYRA for putting the horse's safety first and recognizing that not doing that and what possibly could have happened isn't worth a race. So it was the right move. And you can see just how close it was to being something where, you know, potentially we could have had a situation. But I have to say, you err to the side of caution, and it was the right move.
Safety of the horses, safety of the riders, and that's always going to come first. So, yeah, even though they got that gate out of there before they even came around that final bend into the stretch, that was the right move to make. Inquiry sign still up. There's the photo, and that's how close it was in the end between Towhead, the 1A, and the 5 Idea Generation. 1A, 5, 1, 7, 10, but still some things to sort out here in the 7th at Saratoga. We'll be back with more live coverage right after this.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine, Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We are back on Saratoga Live, still awaiting a decision with this inquiry posted here in this 7th at Saratoga. Our program brought to you by nybreds.com, New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. That's where you can go to find out more about this tremendous New York program. Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Amos with you as the stewards still unpacking what happened in this 7th race. We saw all the riders' heads going every which way as an outrider on the course tried to intervene, warn them that the starting gate, which they were going to encounter coming down the stretch past the wire. They couldn't not get out of the way. They wound up getting it out of the way in plenty of time, but you have to err on the side of caution in that scenario.
Yeah, and still the stewards trying to figure out what they're going to do. And I personally, the 3 horses that pulled up, that's not the public's fault that they pulled up, and it affected probably all of the race because every rider in there hesitated and had some hesitant moment going into that turn, 3 or 4 strides of it.
Yeah, look, that outrider is not got the vision to be able to see across the track to know that the gate is not being moved yet. So there was a communication to him that they were having trouble with the gate, and he did the right thing. He did the right thing. He took care of the riders, he took care of the horses, and they'll race another day.
Yeah, but look, betting public, nobody wants to see this, but more important than any of this is the rider's safety and the horse's safety.
That's
and
exactly right.
The good news is, whatever this decision is, that everyone came out of this race fine and safe and okay. So we'll wait and see again what this decision is in terms of wagering with this 7th race. It's being looked at for quite some time. And, you know, you were saying to me, and I know you communicated a little bit, but as you're flying by on a horse going that fast, you're getting a warning. You don't hear everything that outrider's trying to tell you.
No, you can't, not at 40 miles an hour and you're running full blast. You can hear a sound of somebody's voice letting you know that something is not right. That's all you hear. Something is not right. A shout from the outrider and a wave of the hand. You know that something's not right. And they just announced this is a no contest, I believe.
All right, we'll wait to make that official here in a second. You hear that, though? You see anything like that, and here's the announcement right now.
Race here at Saratoga has been declared a no contest.
No contest.
There it is.
Malfunction.
And look, Tom, as you said, this was the right decision that needed to be made here with what happened.
Well, I spoke too soon because I didn't have all the information, and that's why the stewards took so long to make the decision. They wanted all the information. They took their time with it. I think, again, that's right. So now we took care of the jockeys, we took care of the horses, and we took care of the betting public with this decision. And if you guys could excuse me for about a half an hour, I'm going to walk around the entire grandstand and start picking up tickets. I'll be right back.
A lot of people probably did throw out those tickets they thought were losers. They're looking for them right now. So, rare instance. Some boos from the crowd, but in the end, this was the right decision for all involved.
I don't think that the fans exactly know why it was no contest. It wasn't explained like we're explaining it here right now. So it was the right decision in protecting the public and the horses and riders.
And just to go back too, I mean, if you're a jockey in a race and you don't even hear anything, you see an outrider doing that.
I don't.
You kind of stop momentarily, like you want to figure out what's going on, don't you?
I do more than stop for 2 strides. I probably would have pulled up the same as Flavia and Pratt. And I don't know who the other jockeys were, the other 3 that pulled up, but I think they're already out of the picture.
You know, we keep talking about the outriders this, the outriders that. It's important for everyone to know the outriders are the policemen of the racetrack.
Exactly.
They're the policemen of the racetrack in the mornings to make sure no one is, has a horse in trouble or anything like that. And they're the policemen of the races in the afternoon. So if the blue lights are flashing and you're told to pull over, you pull over.
Here it comes. And you clearly see riders hearing the outrider shouting. You see how close he gets to them as well.
Yeah, and the last place horse, he's actually waving him off to tell him we're done. So he stopped riding completely. To them, the race is already over with. Flavia and Pratt taking the look back both ways right there. What do I do? What do I do? Then it's enough.
You know, guys, if you really take a look at this, they all looked at the outrider, and then they all looked to see where the gate was. You could see the outrider put his hand up. Now watch them all peek to the left to go, okay, where? Is the gate gone or not? And it really is telling. They all looked to the right, saw the outrider, and then when the outrider raised his hand, they all looked to the left, and they were looking at that going 40 miles an hour.
And, from that previous shot, and there you see them finally, great to get that gate out of the way. Manny Franco on Born Dapper, he was right there with the horse in front on the lead, and he basically kind of took himself out of it.
Wow, that looks like a NASCAR pit crew.
Yep.
They
Great
were
job.
quick.
Great job to get it out of the way, get these riders and horses out of harm's way.
Man, that it did scary moment, and they did a great job getting those gates. When they back them on and take them off to the starting gate, they use plywood for the tires, so they don't put an indention in the turf course. So that was what you saw them picking up after the gate went out. They had to get the plywood out of there as well. So it was like a NASCAR pit crew.
Look, as you said, you probably didn't hear, if you're a rider in there, everything that's going on. Worst case scenario, had that starting gate still been there and not been out of the way, if you're a rider coming down the stretch, what would have been your reaction?
Well, you would hope that you could get your horse pulled up. And there's only a very small gap on the outside to get past the starting gate. You know, like there's not a lot of room. There was not room for 10 horses to pass. So I wouldn't want to even predict what could have happened, but didn't. Thank God it didn't.
But just try and take care of each other.
Oh yeah.
At that point.
Yep. But these horses, I mean, they're running full blast, and you're saving as much as you can for the finish. They're still fresh going into that turn. At least the top 6 or 7 horses were full of horse going into that turn. So now you've got them held together. They're already pulling. You're trying to wait till the 3/8 pull or something to start inching them out a little bit, feeding them some line and start to encouraging them. And now they're building up a head of steam, and you reach up and you're trying to pull them out. It's not the easiest thing to do. You have a hard time sometimes getting them pulled up after a race, and that's one of the reasons the outriders out there. So you can come to your aid if you can't get them stopped.
So again, race 7 here at Saratoga declared a no contest. One more look at it as they could not get that starting gate off that turf course where they were going to be coming past that finish line. Eventually they did, the good news there. But you see so many of these riders momentarily stopping riding on their riders, and even, you know, Manny Franco was in front with your eventual winner here. He almost completely turned around to look what was going on.
I know I would have been. I would have been looking around too. They all did. They all came home safe, and the horses
Good
came home
news
safe.
there. We're going to look back to yesterday and a race that was part of this late pick 5 grade 3 Caress Caravel looking to win this race back-to-back years here at Saratoga. Encountered a troubled trip in this Caress, and this allowed this New York bred speedster Robin Sparkles to go gate to wire.
Yeah, and Javier Castellano rode a great race here. Caravel, she didn't get away like she normally does, and in kind of a tough position going into the turn, Tom.
You know, we talk about horses getting in trouble, and we say that the majority of the times, or I do, that it happens out of the gates. There's Caravel, the one horse with the white bridle, trying to get a forward spot. But here comes the turn, Gary, and what do all jockeys do when the turn comes? They angle over to save ground, and Caravel has to back out of that spot and lose all the momentum. It happens right there.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 that were impeded right there, so that was the end of the race for Caravel. And Philly, she ran a brave race. Ran all the way to the wire.
She'd beat Open Company before. She had not won a graded stake before, this New York bred. We know how quick she is, guys. She wins a lot, but this is a big win for her on the resume.
Sure. Always happy to see Javier Castellano and Bruce Brown get a win like that, and kind of a cool horse, Robin Sparkles. Miss J. McKay was very unlucky in here in finishing 4th. If you read the chart, you can watch the race and see it. If you read the chart, it's like a novella talking about her trip in there. She was unlucky, but listen, that's horse racing sometimes, and clearly the winner of this race is a neat horse, Robin.
No, she's a neat horse. She's 9 for 16 lifetime, and when Caravel got left out of the race, it just left her alone on the front end. And what ended up happening on that turn, when Caravel was trying to get up into that spot, Johnny V on the 3 said, "You're not getting up in here." He shut the door on Caravel. And when a horse likes to win races like Robin Sparkles, and she's out there by herself, she got the job done. I thought the 7 ran on well. You're right, the 2 had to steady about 4 to 5 lengths. But again, you can't take away a horse that wins 9 out of 16 races.
Ah, she's a cool horse.
Yeah,
and Javier, who really rode as well at Belmont as I have seen him ride since his Eclipse Award, what, years.
Yeah.
He's in great form, and I'm happy for Bruce Brown as well, one of the
Yes.
good guys. Not a lot of opportunities in these races, and nice to see him get this big win as well. So, you know, listen, there's trips and races, and the 5.5 furlong turf sprints are going to have some trips, but that doesn't take away from the terrific race that Robin Sparkles.
But that's what we talk about. You, JK, and myself, we try to talk about you have to be forward in these sprints sometimes, and you never know. You're getting Robin Sparkles at 23-1 yesterday.
There's no trouble when you're in front of all of the others, guys.
A little assist, but she did run tremendous as well. She earned the highest buyer speed figure of her career in that victory.
Look, when you go to the lead, you're putting all your chips in the middle of the table right at the beginning of a race, and it's all or nothing. And for Robin Sparkle, as you said, brave race, determined victory.
It was a great ride, too.
Yeah.
Super ride.
Javier Castellano, he had a 3-win day earlier at the meet, gets a stakes win here on this New York-bred mare. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Stay with us.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Flightline is a 4-year-old colt. Took a little time for us to get him to the races. He got his first start in the spring of his 3-year-old year.
You really take it moment to moment, workout to workout, because you don't know the first race, like, is he going to get out of the gate okay?
And they're off.
And you watch the workouts and everything, but still, until like pressure's on and getting saddled, getting to the gate, getting out of the gate.
They're approaching the quarter pole, and Flightline has opened up.
And then seeing him go and how his body went and how fast and fluid.
His name is Flightline, and he is long gone. What a dazzling display.
I mean, literally, jaws on the ground. And like, I don't even know if we really cheered very much because it was just the awesomeness seeing him come around the track.
A potential star here, Flightline, wins by double digits while wrapped up.
That was just the chills.
Back on Saratoga Live, and we will move on to race 8 next, the late pick 3 on this Sunday card, approaching the 18-minute mark to post. conditions here. 7/8 of a mile, $50,000 claiming race for horses who have not won 3 lifetime. That is a look at Swiftsure. This race changed quite a bit with the 3 Kinetic Sky and the 5 Bold Victory coming out. The 3 would have been your favorite.
Oh, definitely would have been the favorite. The Brad Cox Kinetic Sky dropping from allowance into claim, a move that he's very successful at, and a horse that would have taken a great deal of action. The 3 horse now scratched.
And that's exactly what Swiftsure is doing as well. He's dropping from allowance company in for the 50,000 today for Rudolph Brissett. His first couple of races in his career back at Fairgrounds and then Oaklawn Park, he looked like he was going to be something really special. They ran him in the Lexington after that, tried 2 turns, pretty much eased that day, and he's had 2 races since then. Steve Asmussen had him earlier in his career and transferred to Rudolph Brissett now.
Yeah, we're going to throw it to Andy and Paul. And Andy, as I'm sure you know, we were on for some of those Bob's Edge races. He became one of the dominant sprinters at Oaklawn. This horse beat him in the second start of his career. Swiftsure.
I know, it's kind of amazing when you look through horses' careers and who they ran against, right? And sort of what happened when they came on later. Swiftsure is the clear speed in here. Probably a somewhat unaggressive ride last time, but also running against much better horses.
Yeah, much better horses. Nakatomi, that they just sort of beat him to the punch. I think he's going to run well in there. And you're right. The 4 Emerald Express has a little bit of speed now going to the Joe Sharp barn. Joe Sharp's major move usually is blinkers on, but this horse already wears blinkers. So maybe that horse can show a little speed because you're right. There's not much in here.
Swiftsure better stumble coming out of the gate for him not to be in front of Emerald Express, but we'll see. I think Good Culture is a ridiculously high price in this race, and I picked him second, but I'm going to be betting him to win if he remains anywhere near as 6-1 in this 5-horse field. This is a horse that ran against horses that are like grade 1 horses compared to who he's running against today. Uncle Moonlight, who won a gold rail. Pipeline 2 back, who was second to Highly Motivated in the stake yesterday at Monmouth. Jerry the Nipper. These horses are so much better than what he's competing against. And this is 3 races back when he ran against sort of his kind of horses. Ran an 80 buyer and got the job done. I don't know what is wrong with him and why he is 6-1 and why people are looking at the other horse, the horse that's running slower figures at Delta Downs. I mean, Mike Maker is not great off these trainer chains with Totalizer or private purchase for Jordan Wyckoff. To me, the 7 either wires this field or Good Culture wins. And at these prices, I'm all in on Good Culture.
I'm kind of with you. 2 is my second selection in here, and the reason why was that last race. The 2 races back behind that, the horse basically lost all chance at the gate. Broke outwards, hit the gate. The comment line is perfect. And I think this is the last time out, just didn't really take the Belmont. Coming back here, I think he's got a big chance. Now, Emerald Express, you know, Joe Sharp claimed this horse from Maker. Tough guy to claim from. Joe's had some success. Yeah, it has some success so far.
But Joe Sharp's numbers off the claim are strong with routes.
Routes, yes.
His sprint numbers are much different. I know it's 7 furlongs, but he does not have the kind of success. No, it's not to say he can't win. And clearly there's a bit of a story, I think, for him to be this kind of favorite in here, right?
I would think so, but why you have a son of Tappet and you've only went around 2 turns 1 time? That kind of confuses me a tiny bit to make think that maybe 7 furlongs, okay, maybe that might be right in his wheelhouse, but then again, I don't know. I mean, the 4 to me is a really tough read, and it's no way this horse should be 3-2.
No, I don't quite get it. I wonder if it's a story. And then there's the 6 Totalizer, private purchase, I'm assuming, or maybe an auction for Jordan Wyckoff, because his father's 3 Diamonds Farm, if you're not familiar with that. Mike Maker. But here's some numbers from Mike Maker. Trainer switch in the dirt. 10 for 71, $1.41 ROI over the last 5 years. At Saratoga, he's 0 for 4 with 1 hitting the board. One of them was 5-1. The rest of them were big prices. I mean, where is this horse's good race? Especially, you're going to bet horses off 4 figures that may not be good enough to win at Delta Downs. And why are we assuming Mike Maker is going to improve this horse off of Steve Asmussen?
I don't know, but that maiden 10 at Delta just sticks out, Andy.
Okay, let's head out to the paddock to Acacia.
Thanks, guys, and we'll get to the Mike Maker runner momentarily, but have to say that this field, everyone has handled themselves very well with the delay in the paddock and taking everything in stride. Luckily, lots of cool shady places here in the paddock for these runners, as we do have tack on now, starting with your favorite off the claim for Joe Sharp and the number 4 Emerald Express. He does stretch out an extra furlong to the 7/8, and physically looking at him, he's actually built more kind of like one of those tried and true compact sprinters. He's very stout. He's really well built behind. As far as his engine does go, he looks like he's quick, and we'll see if that can translate to the 7/8. I am splitting hairs as far as the distance does go, but at a very short price and going out for the new barn, he's beautifully turned out, as all of Joe Sharp's horses always are. He brings everything into the barn with cotton in the horse's ears just to keep them settled, and he leaves it up to the jockey whether to take that cotton out as a horse is relaxing, and this one has been the consummate professional. The number 6 Totalizer gets a little bit more ground to go the 7 furlongs, which I do like for him. He was actually not a private purchase. He was purchased at the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale back in April for $57,000, and does move to Mike Maker. But as Andy had mentioned, Jordan Wyckoff as well as Kirk Wyckoff have been really sharp with picking up horses at these Horses of Racing Age sales, and they are nice alternatives because you have horses you have already run. You can look at their past performances, look at their running style, and see if you can find something that could be useful for a race like this. So with the $57,000 purchase price showing up for a $50,000 tag, it makes sense. He's very fit. He has some length to his frame. I do wish he had a little bit more muscle mass across his flank behind, but he is one who has gotten just a little bit warmer than the others with the delay in here. Overall, I think this is a fine spot for him. The 7 Swiftsure has been running 5.5 furlongs, at least in his last start. I'm amazed that he ran even as well as he did that day. He is such a big son of Uncle Mo. So much stretch to him, so much length to his frame. He was 3 wide early last time out, kind of chasing in range, flipping back to his left lead. Just looked like he was really kind of struggling. And maybe now seeing him in the flesh, I think he was just run off his feet a little bit. This is a better spot for him, and he does take that drop in class. Very fit, second off the bench for Rudy Brissett. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. I'm with Andy and Paul. I had called Jonathan Kinchin before this card ever began on the day. I thought this was the most confusing race of the afternoon when the 3 and 5 were in it, and now it seems even more confusing that this horse is the 8-5 favorite, the 4.
Well, I think they're looking at the pace scenario, but I just can't imagine a situation where the 7 lets the 4 get away on the lead by himself. I mean, I think those two are going to be, dueling on the front end.
I agree.
It was the 7 Swiftsure, by the way, in the pick 3 who was the favorite. But this one right here, the 8-5 choice right now on the board. Emerald Express, Joe Sharp off Mike Maker. And the guys say it a lot on this program. One of the best claiming trainers there is in our sport, Mike Maker. So, and it can be done, but how much are you going to move a horse up off a trainer like that?
We have a few unwritten rules in claiming. And one of the unwritten rules is you don't claim off your old boss. I guess that rule doesn't apply here.
We know you'd have some words, right?
I'm sure they were shaken for that horse that day.
I'm sure that Joe Sharp told Mike Maker, hey, there are other guys that are going for this horse. Do you mind if I go for him? And I'm sure there was some etiquette there. That's kind of a what's the right way to put it? A kind of a contradiction, trainer etiquette. But
so you need the blessing of your former boss.
You should, yes.
Well, Emerald Express was close to the pace last time out, just missed as an even money favorite. But, as the guys were saying on the other set, back to good culture for a moment, the 2. Those are some really good horses, especially Pipeline, Jerry the Nipper, who he's been facing the last couple of starts.
Right.
And the last time he was in against this level of horse, and maybe it been a little tougher level of horse.
Yeah, look.
He won.
And not only that, that's why he tried the tougher spots he tried. I mean, the replay we watched, 3 back of him finishing up, showed just how good this horse is. He wants to get outside and finish up, and even though he's in the 2-hole today, he's going to get the opportunity to do that when this field kind of spreads out with both the 4 and the 7 making the lead together.
Post-parade, we will begin with the biggest price on the board, Pico Doro, who was not far behind Emerald Express, our current favorite, last time out.
No, he wasn't. But you got to go all the way back to June at Churchill Downs for this horse's best race on his form that would put him in the winner's circle here.
Here's good culture, 4-1.
Yeah, look, he's been trying tougher, and he gets to drop down to a level that he's been very successful at. His resume reads well here.
The favorite comes in from Churchill Downs, Emerald Express.
Emerald Express going to show speed from the 4-post position or the 4 saddle towel in this spot.
Mike Maker takes over the training duties of Totalizer.
Yeah, bought at the recent Horses of Racing Age sale, as we just learned from Acacia, and a horse that'll benefit from a pace up front.
And Swiftsure used to be with Steve Asmussen. He's had a race with Rudolph Brissett. He has Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
Yeah, and Ricardo's the one that won the allowance race on him clear back in January of last year at Oaklawn Park. He's back aboard today. I actually think that this horse clears Emerald Express. I think he's just faster, but Tyler Gaffleon, a very good gate rider as well as Ricardo Santana.
And, you know, that was back as a 2-year-old, beginning of his 3-year-old season with a 7 Swiftsure. First 2 starts of his career. If he can get back to those 2 races, just figures-wise, it looks like he wins this race. Can he get back to those? That's been the question. In 3 starts since, he has not been able to, although one of those was great at stakes competition.
And 3 starts that were all subsequent layoffs afterwards. 5 starts as a 4-year-old total is not very many starts for a horse of that age. So he's a horse that, to be right and ready to run, they have to take their time to get him ready.
So there he is. He's taken a big drop as well. Now he becomes the 9-5 favorite, and that's more what we thought. And could be the one to catch in this 8th as well. The 7 furlongs, can he last that 7/8? That could be a question for him. His 2 wins came at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question mark is, you know, the 5 furlongs to the 7 furlongs, 6.5. The last time he ran 6.5 at Keeneland, he was close to the lead, faded. He didn't fade horribly. He was beaten 5 1/4 lengths that day, but that was October of last year. He's got a race under his belt now this year, stretches out to the 7. Rudolph Brissett, a very good horse trainer, and I've got to think that this horse will handle the 7/8 today. And he's in there. He's for sale. I mean, it's for Sienna Farm. If they don't think normally they're going to be a stakes horse or a high-class allowance horse, put them in where they can win, and let's move on to the next project.
For more on the horses become the favorite, let's go to Acacia.
We're very pleased to be joined by Rudy Brissett here, who does send out Swiftsure. He's a big horse. He looks like he will appreciate the 7 furlongs today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we run him 5.5 off the layoff. Just he need a race, and like you said, he's a big horse, and you know, hopefully we got a clean break, and the 7 furlong should fit him good.
What have you seen from him coming out of that, now having the race under his belt off the bench?
Well, actually, he was not a very easy horse to train before his last race, and then the race kind of got him the saddle, and I was able to walk him myself the last 2 walks, and he impressed me. He impressed me on his walk. So, you know, Saratoga is always tough to win a race, so we give him a little class relief today, and we see what happens.
Now, we have your Peter Pan winner, We the People. I know he's pointing to West Virginia, but can you give us an update on him? I know you said he worked really well the other day.
Yeah, he's been at the training center at Winstar with me and us, and you know, he's been walking there every Saturday, and his last walk was pretty impressive. You know, it was 1:12, 6 furlong. So now hopefully everything go well. One more walk next Saturday or Sunday, and then we will be on our way to West Virginia and try to win the Derby there.
Well, we look forward to seeing him again soon. Thanks for your time, as always.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Rudy Brissett sending out Swiftsure here. We look forward. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see We the People back soon, Andy. But we'll look to see if the barn can get a winner here.
It's tough for trainers, jockeys, owners, and Paul and I.
Right?
I'm not getting any today. I can tell you that right now.
We both like the 2 in here, so then maybe that's a good thing.
I picked the 7. He's my top choice in the speed.
But for the price,
7, I thought he'd be co-favored.
Yeah,
and I think he should.
And I just noticed something on the 8, and I don't know what to put into it, but the 7 in here, Swiftsure, Sienna Farm LLC, and Asmussen Equine. Now, I would guess that's
I don't have any
somebody
idea
in the
who it is.
Asmussen family, and he obviously took this horse for Steve, so maybe this was the horse that Steve said, hey, maybe you could. Oh, it was Cash Asmussen. I just been
He was
told.
originally. I mean, he's bred by Sienna Farm,
Yeah,
so I imagine
exactly.
they have the owners as well. I mean, Ricardo has one job with this horse. You just blast off.
100%.
You go to the front.
Yes.
If you get beat, you get beat.
And
But
Rudy-
this horse has to be in front.
Yeah, and Rudy's a very good trainer. He did some good work at Churchill. He knows exactly what he's doing with the horse. So, yeah, I would think that this horse is going to try to get to the front end. And he's so big, and he can rate a little bit. Rudy has his horses. They can rate a little bit, but most of the time they show good speed.
Well, you know, another thing about Rudy Brissett and his numbers, a lot of the horses he gets, in the past he's gotten, I don't know where it stands now, have been sort of Baffert casts-off from California. So he's getting horses that Bob Baffert doesn't want. So you look at his percentage, and it's probably weighed down a lot by getting some horses that just may not be that good. I mean, every trainer is going to get horses that aren't that good, but if you're a trainer that a lot of the horses you're getting are cast-offs, it's going to hurt your percentage.
It is, and I think, to be honest with you, I think he does a good job.
It might
he
be,
really does.
Gary, one of the few things you and I have always agreed on about the horses that Rudy was getting at Oaklawn.
Well, Acacia had talked to him about We the People. That was a horse a lot of people liked going into the Belmont Stakes. Thought he was going to be potentially that lone speed in there, so we'll see if he can have a big second half of the year. But yeah, very good trainer, and we'll see if Swiftsure for Brissett can win here at 3-2.
So these two speed horses we're talking about, Emerald Express the 4 and Swiftsure the 7, there's a couple of factors that make Swiftsure a much better play than the 4-horse Emerald Express, who's very close in the betting to being the favorite with him. Emerald Express is shown that this is a one-dimensional speed horse. If he gets hooked, this horse is not going to be putting away anybody the last eighth of the mile. Swiftsure, on the other hand, has shown that he can lay a little bit off the pace if he has to and still win. On top of which, that outside post in a speed duel, two horses being outside as opposed to being crowded down on the rail, is a much more comfortable position for a horse.
Absolutely. You can sit just off on a horse's hip, and the outside horse 90% of the time will be more relaxed than the horse getting the pressure down on the inside. I mean, when I was on a speed horse, there was other speed in the race, a short field like this. I loved being on the outside.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I couldn't agree more, Gary. One of the reasons I like that horse as well. But taking a look at the two, Good Culture, who comes in for Gustavo Rodriguez, that this horse does get that needed drop in class versus what he's been facing in his last couple. And looking back at my notes from his recent starts, he was a horse that was just maybe a little bit dull prior to his races. Last time out and two back, and he was pretty sharp today by his standards, which I like, especially for the slight turn back to the 7 furlongs. He's very fit. His coat looks better too. He looks like he's one of those horses that maybe has really flourished up here in Saratoga. Got a nice warm up from Jose Lascano, and I think this is an intriguing spot for him. A horse that just looks like he's one that's doing well at the moment, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4-1 on Good Culture. 6-5 favorite, though, Swiftsure. And a horse who had become the favorite, public sort of all over the place early on. Emerald Express, the 4 was the favorite, now 5-2. But with the exception of the 1, who I thought had an outside look. Everyone else being given a chance here.
I think that's fair, too. If the 4 and the 7 get caught up with each other and Good Culture runs back to one of those previous races at this level that he's already shown he can do, he becomes a major player at the 8th pole. I mean, he'll go by him so fast, it'll give him a cold.
So a minute to post coming up here in this 8th. There he is, and just from what you see looks-wise, Tom, with Swiftsure, what do you see?
Well, he's an athlete. I mean, look at that engine, the back end. That's what we refer to. That's what they use their speed to push off from a standing start. You can understand why he's quick from the gate. He's got a large engine to use out of the gate to get him going, Gary.
Yes, he does. He's on his toes, prancing there, all set to go.
So he's the 6-5 favorite. He has the benefit of that outside slot here in our 8th from Saratoga as they load up. There's Good Culture moving in for Gustavo Rodriguez. The 4-horse Emerald Express coming in from Churchill. Totalizer and the favorite will load last. We're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Swiftsure from the outside. Totalizer came away running in second. And on the inside is Pico Doro next in third. Then Emerald Express. And trailing the field is Good Culture in 5th. Swiftsure, the favorite, leads here by a length. Totalizer racing in second. Then it's the duo of Emerald Express and Pico Doro. 5 lengths back to Good Culture, the trailer. The quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Swiftsure on top here by a full length. With Totalizer still racing in second as the field heads for the far turn. Swiftsure is the leader here, 3 parts of a length Totalizer on the outside in second by a length and a half, with Emerald Express racing in third, then Pico Doro and a Good Culture at the back. Up front, it is Swift Shore with Totalizer driving up on the outside. Swift Shore and Totalizer, and now they are right together through a half in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Swift Shore is in front in the stretch. Totalizer is all out on the outside in second, as Good Culture now moves up into third with 1/8 of a mile to the finish, and Swift Shore has gotten clear from the field. It is Swift Shore in front by 5 lengths, and Swift Shore will do it here under Ricardo Santana Jr. Totalizer held second. Good Culture was third.
He was on his toes leading up to the load, broke sharp, and Swiftshire runs big to get the win at even money.
Yeah, this race was over with in the first 2 strides of the race when he cleared, and Ricardo was able to just sit on him literally and let him cruise all the way into the stretch. He never asked this horse to run a jump until they straightened out, and he swipes into his right lead, and the acceleration is instant.
Yeah, look, nobody came to play today other than Swift Shore. He broke from the gate. The 4-horse Emerald Express decided that they want to try to change the style of that horse. That's fair, I get it. Good Culture was way out of position. Swift Shore, literally 5 steps out of the gate, I turned to you guys, I said, game over. And then when they put up a 23-2 opening quarter of a mile, in case I just happened to see it wrong, it was definitely game over. That's a slow opening quarter. You cannot give a good horse that.
So Rudolph Brissett, congratulations all around. Job well done, as the even money favorite guys gets the win.
And the reality, and we talk about this quite a bit in the show, it's much easier to wire 7-furlong races than 6-furlong races, because frequently you have a much slower pace than 7-furlong races. And a horse like this, he basically goes 23-2. He's got the lead, and it's a 5-furlong sprint now, and he's got an advantage. And it also helps to be the best horse in the race.
No, that's true. It was able to clear, and you're right. When you're able to click off 23s and 23.5, 24s, Gary would even tell you, that's like workouts in the morning. So him going 23.5, 23, and then to that, obviously that didn't run the 6
They did not go a 20 second.
It's sub 107.
If you blink, you miss it. Like Ali.
But you know what? The way the racetrack's been playing, the 6-furlong races that we saw earlier were like 112. So 124 is stopping the clock pretty good, yeah.
I agree. Fast race. Want to clarify for people the situation with the bets in race number 7, which declared no contest. No bet that was made in race 7 to start in race 7 is good. The pick 4 is a refund. The pick 3 starting in race 7, 7, 8, 9 is a refund. The double, the exactas, the trifectas, win, place, and show, superfectas as well. There was a double from race 6 to race 7 for all. It paid $3.95. The pick 3 for all paid $9.20. But also keep in mind, there was a pick 3 that was race 6, 7, and 8. That will be for all 7. So that was good. But any bet that you made to start in race 7 will be a refund. So the pick 4 is not alive, and the pick 3 to start in race 7 also not alive. And also, thanks, Paul, the triple play was canceled as well. That was races 7, 9, and 10. That was canceled. So if you made a multi-race bet that started in race 7, you got a refund.
And in terms of pick 5, pick 6, everyone's still alive from those particular legs. You're getting everyone in that race. Swiftshire at even money with a win. Rudolph Brissett, Sienna Farm, Ricardo Santana Jr. will be back.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds are number 1.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost. The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live on this Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York. Good to have you with us. Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Download the app or go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. In the 8th, Swiftsure living up to his name. Swift out of the gate, and as Tom Amos did tell us, a few steps out of the gate, this race was over early. $4.20 for the win, Ricardo Santana Jr., Rudolph Brissett, Sienna Farm, and Asmus and Equine, your winning connections.
Yeah, and his horse, he didn't get claimed today, which is surprising.
Remarkable.
Especially up here at Saratoga, they've been claiming everything, multiple claims on multiple horses in the first 2 weeks of this meet. So they get to hang on to him. He's eligible for the starter races now.
Impressive performer. Andy, Paul, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts, I just wanted to relay to the public is we've had a couple people come up to the set and said, hey, listen, our refunds have not come through. This is the way it works most of the time. Okay, when we have a no contest or something happens like this, the tote system needs to catch up. What ends up happening, sometimes the tote system needs to wait for the races to end.
The last leg.
The last leg
of your
to
bet.
end, 100%. So if you play to pick 4, you might not get refunded till the end of the pick 4. You might not. So just hold your horses a little bit, because we're getting a lot of text saying, hey, I'm putting stuff in the machine. I'm not getting refunds yet. You're going to get them. It just takes the tote system
The double
a little
would be
time.
refunded after
Yes,
the 8th race.
exactly.
The pick 3
100%.
after the 9th and the pick 4.
I just don't want you
By
to
the way,
panic.
I get it. The good thing is that Paulie's here lending money. If anybody's a little short and they can't get their money back, listen, it's a lousy situation. There's no question about it. But none of this was good for anybody. And we do not want to see our customers, our great valued customers, feel as though they got the raw end of the
Yes.
deal. But I just don't know what anybody believes we could have done in this situation other than what was done.
No, it's a kind of no-win situation. It's just one of those things which is very, very unfortunate. You see things happen.
No win for anybody.
One thing is you learn something, or you see something new every day, and we saw something we've never seen before. I think they handle it the right way, because it's in favor of the better, and the better makes this sport go.
Yeah, I mean, if you bet on one of the horses that was eased, you never even found out whether your horse was good
Yeah,
enough
exactly.
to win or lose.
True.
And it's just one of those situations, as Paulie says. And if something crazy is going to happen, guys, it always seems to happen here.
And it's usually with this collection of talent we have together. But for once, it was out on the racetrack. We're going to take a timeout. Who was our performer of the week? We have some very good candidates. We will reveal when we come back on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Hard not to be having fun up here at Saratoga Springs. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. If you can make it to Lake George, that is a must-visit destination when you come up here to upstate New York. America's Best Racing Summer Saver at Saratoga Sweepstakes still going on. It closes tonight at midnight. VIP hospitality on September 3rd. Two-night hotel stay, dinner at Salt and Char, brunch at Morrissey's. I'll take this, please. 2 Old Smoke shirts, headwear from Cam Hats. You get it all. So, again, final chances to get involved closing tonight at midnight.
And it is Down Royal going for the early lead. Down Royal moves up on the outside of Iranistan. Chief Justice and Down Royal, and it's going to be a tight finish after 2 miles and a 16th, and it is Down Royal. It's almost 4 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers. She's Amia and Dream Central. Farther back, Dream Central and She's Amia. It is She's Amia and Dream Central, and they are 1-2 coming on to the finish, and it's a photo finish.
There is a rainbow. On Rick Violet Day, an image shades of the day, he won the Whitney with Diversify.
And they're out in the Rick Violet Stakes. 4-length gap. Back to Practice Squad, who races in 4th, and then it's 2.5 lengths back to Practice Squad. Practice Squad is making a move. Here comes Dakota Gold. Practice Squad is right there. The 2 of them will battle it out to the finish here, and it's going to be a head bob. And then down on the inside is Dolce Zell running in 3rd. Eminent Victor is next in 4th. Dolce Zell has had a good trip down towards the rail, running in 4th. On the inside is Dolce Zell looking for a way through. It's Dolce Zell and Eminent Victor. They come on for the finish. Very, very tight. But it is Nest who has the early lead going into the clubhouse turn. It is Society who leads here by a half length. Nest is in between horses. And Nest is getting clear from Secret Oath, who's being asked for more. Nest, much the best in this coaching club. American Oaks, she won by better than 10 lengths. Bit of a hesitant start for number 1, Caravel. Robin Sparkles is out for the early lead. Robin Sparkles ran the opening quarter in 21-2, kept waiting on the outside. Robin Sparkles who lead, all chasing Robin Sparkles as they come for the finish. It is Robin Sparkles holding on.
The Dunkin' Dash of the week, it is brought to you by Dunkin' as summer heats up. Stay cool with Dunkin's full lineup of refreshing and delicious iced beverages. Saratoga Racecourse runs on Dunkin'. We had some great candidates for our Performer of the Week. We wind up where?
Nest.
Well, yeah, that's no doubt. I mean, it's not fair to those other great performances that we watched, because Nest was such a tour de force and really established herself as a special horse in the CCA Oaks over the weekend. How can you root for anybody else?
Well,
paid 4 to 5. In this contest, she's 1 to 100.
Clariere put on a pretty good show.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah.
And, you know, we talked about it the other day on the program, too. The scary thing with Nest is she's supposed to be better going longer. She's going to get longer next time out in the Alabama at 1 1/4 miles. Secret Oath, though, is going to tackle her again.
Yeah, well, the coach is no quitter. That's that's for sure. He'll regroup and send her over again.
Well, someone who had a pretty memorable coaching Club Oaks about 12 years ago. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Absolutely. So pleased to be joined by Ed Stanko from King of Prussia Stable. Sends out Chironi here. And Ed, first of all, I know we have the whole family in town this weekend. You've got this runner in this race. What can you tell us about this filly?
Well, you know, last year we decided to try her on the turf, and she was phenomenal in her maiden race. And then she placed in a stake race, and then after another stake, we decided to let her. She's a little headstrong. Put her in California, Ocala. Sorry, put her in Ocala. Mature a lot, and then we brought her back. But now we decided, because she's got a lot of speed and she is a little headstrong, we figured we'd cut her back to 5.5 furlongs, and we'll see. But she should perform okay.
Some
We're
great
excited.
Some Great insight, but of course being here at the spa has to bring you back to some big memories. Looking back, of course, CCAO. Oh no, we're starting here. I mean, just take us back.
Yeah.
What does it make you think with Princess of Silmar?
You know, yesterday with Nest, that was superb. And then today with Malathat and Clairiere had such a great race. You know, I mean, these are the best in the world. But, you know, Donna Brothers made a statement about Saratoga. And she said when she hears the word Saratoga, it makes her happy. And that's us. We're here, right? It's a little bit of horse heaven for us.
I'm sure bringing back some terrific memories. Princess of Silmar with such a huge performance in 2013, I believe.
Yeah, and you know, you realize how big it was. I mean, really. I mean, 4 grade 1s in a row doesn't happen every day.
No, it doesn't. It's such a pleasure, as always. Best of luck here.
Okay, Casey, good to see you.
We love looking back on these terrific memories. Andy and Paul could stand here with Ed, talk about Princess of Silmar all day.
Absolutely. Ed Stanko, one of the real good guys in the game, and that was a terrific run they had with a very terrific filly.
She paid $40 in the Oaks, did she not?
Yeah, no, maybe higher. She may have been 40 to 1, actually.
Yeah.
I wish she had shared the eclipse with Beholder. Beholder wasn't undeserving in any way, and she ran a brilliant race in losing
that was
the
a good
Oaks.
crop.
But they really they should have shared it. Back to this race. I want to start with my goofy long shot of the day, and I've been waiting all day to bet on the number 5 Blazing Star. And I'm not saying because I think she can't, you know, cinch in this race by any stretch, but I wanted to get creative in this race, Paul, because I think you'll agree. The one's coming off a maiden win. She ran fine, but she had the run of the race that day. A Little Faith ran very well off a 2-year layoff in a tough field. They're very logical, those horses. Nobody in this race sort of said to me, I'm way the horse to beat in there.
100%.
And they all sort of said, I'm okay. And Blazing Star, who sprinted a little bit in Europe, I kind of wonder if that's what she wanted to do all along. And you look at her last race at Churchill and you say, well, she got beaten by 20. But she didn't just run last around the field. I mean, she was up front early, setting an honest pace at Churchill where a lot of weird things were happening in the turf. And I just wonder, going to Mike Maker, if he's just running her in the right race now.
You make a good point, because when she was sprinting over in Ireland, she was running against 15, 19 horse fields and was a favorite in 4 of her starts. So maybe getting back to sprinting might help. This race feels like a race that could fall apart. Now, the one, Osiaria, I didn't even use. I get it. This horse won nice last time out, but the racetrack at this point had been playing very, very fast, and I think to me that speed had been holding. I'm not taking anything away from this filly, but this is a tougher group.
This is a much tougher group. And I'll tell you something. It's not saying it was a big bias. There were 2 sprints running the inner turf at Belmont that day, and both of them were won wire to wire, and I think it is worth pointing out. And she's got to get some pressure from the 2 A Little Faith. Javier Castellano's not taking back with his filly, and I got to think Luis Saez is going to go with Neon Summer. So it's hard to see her getting an easy time in the front end.
I'll give you another one. Adam Beschizza, I always say, is not an aggressive rider. Now Ricardo Santana gets on Boxing Day. I could see Boxing Day showing some improved speed, too, as well.
How about A Little Faith? Got a really good pedigree. Damn Historia, trained by Bill Badgett, actually won $500,000 in the turf, a terrific New York bred. Bruce Levine, what a training job to have her ready off the layoff. She fought the whole way, and I thought she ran extremely well. And I'm going to argue, this might be a tougher spot last time than today.
Yeah, I love how she kept fighting on. She keeps fighting on, and she's the horse never gets to the neck of her, the horse in second. So I like to look at horses when they get sort of blitzed a little bit, and you're right, that was off a long layoff, so kudos to Bruce Levine. And that Marilyn Caney ride, she should improve in her second start off a long layoff.
I need the 3rd horse to score out the exact. just not whining. Actually, I am whining.
Yeah, guys, and back to that 2 A Little Faith. It doesn't say so in the form. She actually had the lead from the get-go out of the gate, and the filly was on her hip. She put that other speed away and still finished pretty good. Here's Osiria, 5-2 favorite, Christophe Clemencho, El Rosario.
You can't knock her. She improved a lot for good connections coming off second off a layoff, but I just want to see it again against a tougher group.
So here's A Little Faith, actually hit the gate as well in that comeback race and ran second.
Yeah, you know, she's a 3-time winner, but she gets in this race because she's been off so long, but a lot of these horses are 1-time winners, so she got that advantage.
Here's Nota Bene for trainer Ian Wilkes.
I know Paulie's interested in this, more interested in this horse than I am, and I wonder if you take the worst of it from the odds perspective, getting Irad Ortiz.
True.
Boxing Day at 8-1 for Brendan Walsh.
I have a feeling this horse is going to show some speed. This filly by Street Boss has before. Dowager, the mare was a nice little runner.
Blazing Star, Andy, 9-1.
Yeah, I think she is a very interesting sort of new face here for Mike Maker to start off very well.
We heard from Ed Stanko with Acacia. King of Prussia Stables, Caironi went by.
Yeah, Caironi takes the blinkers off, and this horse will probably be launching from way back along with Note Bene.
Neon Summer went by as quick for Mike Maker.
Yeah, might be a speed factor, not much else.
Tuscan Queen at 9-2.
I tell you what, Wolfie, this horse has taken probably the sneakiest money when it comes to the pick threes and the will pays. And you're getting Jose Ortiz second off the layoff for a very capable trainer in John Kimmel. And this horse does have a win over the Saratoga turf.
I want to know where that win came from because she's never come close to running again. And that win, that would win here.
Oh, right?
That was huge.
Broke out a little bit, says hit the gate in that comeback race with a cleaner break. May run a lot better, but it may just be she loves it here at Saratoga. We will find out. Jose Ortiz on that outside runner, Tuscan Queen, 9-2. You can play this race, all the action we have for you all summer and beyond by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. The offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. With that code right there for new members, TOGA200. Go to NairaBets.com or the app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So back to the favorite, Osiria for Clement. Got the lead last time out, Gary, and has the rail. Can she get the lead again today?
Well, she drew 2 of 7 last time. I think she's the fastest filly in here. I think that a little Faith right next door to her, Javier Castellano, she's going to show speed, but I don't think that she's got Osiria's type of early speed. And if she's not on the lead, I'm confident in Joel Rosario that he'll work out a trip from down there. We see him do it time and time again on these turf sprint races.
She's fast, and the horse she beat last time, Frosted Oats, came back and won a maiden special weight on the grass herself. So, you know, that helps her form and helps her resume.
Yeah, that was for Bill Mott, Frosted Oats. She got an 80 buyer in that win. Dat 2, though, next door, I mean, that is a filly, as we talked about, it doesn't say it, but she had the lead from the get-go. She broke sharp in that comeback race. So we'll see if the 1 and the 2 and probably throw in the 7 as well all decide to throw down in here.
Joel's not the type of rider to throw down. He's just not that way. If he's on the lead, it's because the horse wants to be on the lead. If he feels that the other horses are going too fast, I wouldn't be surprised to see him ease back just a tad, but I'm not expecting that.
Our analysts all over the place tells you how difficult a race this is. These 5.5 furlong turf sprints, they can be a puzzle, and this one's no exception.
Agreed. You know, you talked about the speed in this race. You know, is the 7 that has a ton of speed going with blinkers off? Is that horse still going to try and show the kind of speed she showed in the past? Is Rosario down on the rail going to try to maintain his position and show the speed just to keep that spot? There's a lot to be asked about any race, and that's the beauty of handicapping. You play it out in your head, you watch it unfold, it unfolds your way, you feel like you're smarter than the next guy.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm going to take a shot to the outside with Tuscan Queen, who, as Paul mentioned, is actually taking some money in here. But this is a filly who has won going the 5.5 furlongs at Saratoga before, and she's one that's really come along. I think that she benefited from that start last time out, and she was just so much further back than she typically is. She was asked to close outside, did have a little bit of a late run, but I thought that was just a race where she was totally run off her feet here. Jose Ortiz picks up the mount, who was her regular rider prior all of last year. She's one who can be kind of in that middle stalking spot. She's incredibly bright on track, great energy, great coat to her. Some things that maybe when she doesn't run as well, you don't see prior to her races. Down to the inside, the one Osiria, she is such a big and broad type of filly, which you do appreciate for your turf sprinters, and she's one who looks the most fit that she ever has as well. She's really well tucked up, and as far as warm-ups do go, and Joel, typically as a rider goes, he's not one that will always give one of the biggest, strongest warm-ups, but he kept her relatively quiet out on track, and while she's alert, she's not doing too much. And to Gary's point, I do think that Joel Rosario isn't a rider who's going to be on kind of a dead send right away from the gate. He'll kind of weigh his options, and that showed in the warm-up. But the 4 Boxing Day has been very sharp from the get-go. She had cotton in her ears trying to keep her settled. Last time out, it seemed as soon as she went down to the inside on that turf course at Churchill Downs, she just flattened out. I would expect her to be forward in here as well, given her demeanor and the warm-up that she got from Ricardo Santana. Very tough to get the tack on was she today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, there she is. She was only a length and a half behind last start. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, Twilight, gleaming in a stakes race at Churchill. Paul, you like Nota Bene, 5-1 right now. What'd you like about her?
Well, you know what I like about her? She's running some really tough and very, very heavy fields, 11, 12-horse fields. If you look at her whole line, she's the lowest field she's ever run against, the 9-horse field. She's a deep, deep closer. She does not like the gate. She reminds me of an old horse called Kobe's Back that now stands. She's not going to break. She's going to break flat-footed. She's going to be dead last. But I think she gets into the flow of this race because the 1, 2, and 4, and 7 are all very fast. And I'm not, no disrespect, but Louis Cardenas and Chris Landeros together aren't as good as Irad Ortiz Jr.
So we'll see if Nota Bene can make an impact here at 5-1. Favoritism has remained to the filly, who's going to face winners for the first time here. Osiria, strong connections. There she is. Christophe Clemente, El Rosario, and we'll see what happens here out of the gate with her. This one we talked about being very quick, a little faith. The 2. And Caironi, we heard from Ed Stanko again. The only time she sprinted on turf, the 6, she won. That was her debut.
I love
that was going 7 furlongs.
I love the turn back in distance back to a sprint-style distance for the 6, Caironi.
9th from Saratoga, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Number 6, Caironi, jumped up a bit at the start and trails the field. Osiria from the inside post is out for the lead, along with Neon Summer, who is right alongside. Osiria grabs the lead. Neon Summer races in second. Then it's the duo of Tuscan Queen and A Little Faith down at the rail. Blazing Star is racing in 5th, followed by Boxing Day in 6th, then Nota Bene in 7th, and farther back is Caironi. The quarter, 21 1/5 seconds. The favorite, Osiria, leads here by a length. A Little Faith on the outside, Tuscan Queen. Those two are both gaining ground. And A Little Faith is now right alongside of Osiria as they head for home. Osiria, A Little Faith, Tuscan Queen on the extreme outside as Nota Bene comes on down towards the rail. They are heading for the 16th pole, and it is Nota Bene down on the inside to take the lead as they come on for the finish. Nota Bene and Irad Ortiz Jr. Tuscan Queen was second. A Little Faith finished third in 1 minute 1 4/5 seconds.
This was dominant from Nota Bene. Irad Ortiz Jr. saw him kind of wrap up late on her. She was cruising so easily here. Nice call, Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, good handicapping there, Paul. Set up just like you thought it was going to, and the 1-horse Osiria drifted out. She was getting tired and got the perfect hole for Nota Bene down there on the inside, reaching nicely. Great call.
Really quick pace up front, set up nicely for the 3-horse Nota Bene to finish up well. And the 6-horse Caironi, look, lost a chance to start. When we get the head on this view, you'll watch number 6 and watch her jump up in the air like that. She loses her footing behind. That's where she gets her power to break from, and she is last.
And in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, you're not going to be able to recover from that unless you are a superstar. Nota Bene in the end, the win, 3-8-2 finish. One more look at that beginning. And yeah, compromised trip there, no question, from Caironi, who's cutting back in distance. Guys?
Great pick by you, Paulie, and a terrific ride by Irad Ortiz as well. I mean, obviously things worked out the way the rail opened up, but Irad stayed in there. He knew they were moving up front and just worked out perfectly, and she was much the best.
No, it really did. They went 21-2. I asked you, you're like, I think they're moving. You go, yeah, they're moving a little bit, but she actually broke the best she's broke in a long time. She just does not have a lot of early speed. It takes her a little while to get going. But you could tell if you look at her last race, you see Ian Wilkes, 5 wide, 6 wide, 7 wide. Irad Ortiz Jr.'s not having any of that. And just sometimes the jock change can just help a little bit. And Ian's a great conditioner. And you're getting 5. You got 5-1 on her.
Nice call by you, Paulie. Leaving the rest of us. Everybody picked a different horse. only one person had the winner.
These races could be like that, as we talked about. They're tough to try and handicap. A lot of times it comes down to trip, and Nota Bene saving ground, got that hot pace up front, had plenty of finish down the stretch to get just the second win of her career and her first win on turf in 9 tries. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got this precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Across the country, thanks for being with us. Program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NowRaBets, download the app or go to NowRaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nota Bene for trainer Ian Wilkes, owned by Valley Partners, and Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the victory. Comes from off the pace and collects the first turf win of her career in 9 starts. She pays $13 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Ian Wilkes, as Nota Bene got the win in here today. And Ian, she had a tough trip last time out and had to give you some confidence, I guess, with how she was doing coming into this today.
Yeah, she did have a tough trip, and the filly that beat her come back and won a stake race, so it gives you some confidence. Oh, sorry, that was the race before, but getting ahead. But yeah, no, a tough trip, yeah.
Tough trip, but you reached out for Arad Ortiz for her. Was that kind of an inclination of you thinking that she had some ability in coming into this spot?
Well, definitely, you know, Irad rides so good, and he's so tremendous. You never see him get stopped on the turf course, you know. He finds a way through, you know, which is amazing.
Now, this is a filly who actually had never won on the turf before. She's been right there. And talk to me about sometimes the patience that these runners need.
Yeah, it's very tough with a filly like this because she can't go a mile. It's too far for her. You don't get many 6 furlongs, so you've got to run 5.5 or 5. So, but she runs good, and she's run consistent, so that's good.
All about finding the right spot, right?
That's it. Find the right spot and getting the luck.
It all worked out today. Congratulations, Ian.
Thank you.
Ian Wilkes with Nota Bene, as she was able to get the right spot, the right company, and the win, Greg.
And as you could probably tell, of course, from Australia, worked with Carl Navsker earlier on in his career. And Tom, you compete against him regularly.
I do, unfortunately, because he's very good. But he was Carl's right-hand man, and really just kind of inherited the operation from Carl and kept those clients going. A very successful trainer and a wonderful guy. Likes fantasy football.
And he swiped some of your equipment last night, right, Gary?
Well, no, he actually collected some equipment for me last night. Had dinner with he and his wife last night. Brian Lynch, fellow Australian, Frank Lyons, and I left my sunglasses sitting on the table. So Ian's got my glasses. I'll give him a call after the race. He's got.
Hey, run by the set, Ian, if you have a moment.
Yeah, what? You left them on the table?
I left them.
I
left them on the table.
Okay.
It was rather late.
We got the finale still coming up. Mile and 16th on the inner turf. $75,000 maiden claim event. This racing community, we all take care of each other, especially at dinner.
Yeah, I just when you mention Lyons and Lynch, that dinner usually takes place at the bar, not at the table.
Well, it was at a bar.
Okay, yeah,
there we go. The truth comes out. Look at this tote board. This is a wide open finale. Good betting race still to come. We'll have more on whose colors might be on that infield canoe. The prep for the Travers that earns you that is coming up next Saturday here from Saratoga. We'll be back.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back on Saratoga Live at historic Saratoga Racecourse. With the finale still to come and next Saturday, action heats up with some of the best 3-year-olds in the country in the Jim Dandy, the prep for the Travers Preakness winner. Early voting, runner-up in that race, the Epicenter. Do battle again, throw-in Derby third-place finisher Zandon. That is quite a group we're going to be treated to next Saturday. As for Epicenter, he was putting in some of his final work for the Jim Dandy this past Monday, and Steve Asmussen said the best work he's ever seen from him, and he's seen some pretty good works from him.
Yeah, and this is a designed workout. That's him with the green cap on in second right there, and they're moving right along right now, but he's going to make a move midway through the stretch that is powerful. This was a serious workout here, and when he crosses the finish line at the end of this work, he continues on all the way into mid-backside. The rider stayed down on him and let him have a long, serious breeze.
It was a long breeze and a hardy breeze. Epicenter hasn't run since late May, so about 2 months till he faces the top 3-year-olds in the nation in the Jim Dandy. And this workout, what we call a gallop out, Gary, after they pass the wire, pushing him on further. He's already gone by the wire. Now he's galloping out, but he's being galloped out with a purpose. He's being called upon and actually breezing beyond the wire. This is the kind of work I guess Steve thinks he needs, having had 2 months off, to get him back in the game, get him going. I would assume something like this week, and he's ready to roll.
Thanks to XB TV for that workout video. So this is the group that is going to line up. Potentially, we could see Ethereal Road for Dwayne Lucas in this race. He may go to the Curlin as well the day before. Epicenter, though, wow, has he been sensational and consistent in his career. He shows up every time.
And versatile. When he was in New Orleans and prepping for the Kentucky Derby and those pre-race, in those races we had down there, his speed was really used early in the race. And I wondered, is the 1.25 miles of the Kentucky Derby going to be too much for him? But they changed his style a little bit. They made him more of a closer, Gary. I don't know that getting that speed back wouldn't be a weapon for him.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised. We're not going to see him as far back as what he was in the Preakness. I can guarantee you that Steve was not happy about the trip that he got. He let it be known. And the way he worked out the other morning, I'm sure he's going to be a lot more forwardly placed than what he was in the Preakness last time.
Could he turn the tables on early voting? We will find out. It's going to be a terrific edition of this Jim Dandy coming up next Saturday on Big Fox, again, 4:30 Eastern Time. We look forward to seeing you then. We still have the nightcap coming up on our Sunday card. One of many contenders in our nightcap. That's the horse who's favored right now. Street Vendor for Tad Pletcher with Luis Saez. We'll be back right after this.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we get ready to finish off week number 2 here. Only 31 days left in Saratoga, and saw a really interesting stake race today.
Why'd you just make me sad?
Sad? I'm just sad because I'm going to be leaving. I've had so much fun today. I think you have to say at this point, listen, there's a lot of racing left to go. The Personal Ensign, the race in the fall, into the Breeders' Cup. But I think there's an argument right now that Clairiere has to be considered the leader of this division, Paul.
Yeah, you can. I mean, she just did everything so right, Andy. She broke sharp. Then Joelle took her down to the rail, saved ground. She's professional, and she's got a champion basically trying to keep her in Malathaat on the outside. She was able to overcome that. Johnny V did an unbelievable job right here, closing the door. Now Joelle's got to steady and go to the rail. She overcame all that and still won. So, yes, she was by far the best today, and I think she's starting just to inch a little bit forward and better than Malathaat, who was better than her at 2. And I think, the pre-race interview with Maggie was very, very key because Steve Asmussen said it right on air. You know, about a year ago, they were different size, but now they're almost close to the same size. So Clairier's kind of grown up.
She's been terrific this year. Steve's done a great job. And that's one of the things that Steve's done so well in the past. It's getting horses like a gun runner to improve as they get older. I'd love to see Search Results join them in the Personal Ensign to have a rematch because they ran so well before. And you really saw Joel Rosario's skills here, cutting over the inside. He broke so sharply, but saving that ground the first turn. Yeah, Johnny V rode perfectly. He rode so well. But Joel didn't panic. He never does. And he was able to get back, cut back to the inside. And the best horse won.
No, I'm with you. And you can't take anything away from Malthot. They put the blinkers on. They tried something new. I'm not going to discount her because she's still very talented.
Yeah, no, she is. And she didn't run. She's better than she ran today. Yeah. I'll tell you what's interesting about this race. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses. And you've got 2 first-time stars. So 5 of the 7 that have started are going from maiden special weights to maiden claimers. For me, the drop-down I want is Pivotal Mission. Second off, a huge layoff. She was out for 20 months. We're seeing like a theme we saw in the last race. Right. A Little Faith was off that kind of layoff as well. And she was attending a very fast pace last time before tiring. Grand Motion, terrific numbers, maiden special to maiden claiming the turf. And I just thought she was a very logical horse who arguably ran one of her better races off that long layoff, and I'm hoping she can get Graham his first win of this meet.
Yeah, she gets Lasix too as well. You get Manny Franco aboard. They're actually pretty sneaky together. And, you know, this gelding, by no omissions, taking a tiny bit of money along with the 7 a little bit. Street Vendor. Now, I thought Street Vendor would take money. It's Pletcher. It's Size. This horse was just missed last time at Monmouth. Probably against a weaker field at 6-5. Is Louis going to maybe have him up closer? Now, that was against 3-year-olds and upwards on that day. He's facing straight 3-year-olds. Oh, no, he's facing 4-year-olds as well. There's only one 4-year-old in this race. I think that's the horse you like, Andy. Pivotal Mission, yeah.
I'm getting all confused.
Yeah, right?
Got a firster on the outside Funding Gap as well, a firster the 2. And we have Acacia Courtney to give us much more on all of these horses.
And we'll get to the 2 first-time starters in a moment, Andy. But starting with the one taking the money for Todd Pletcher, one of 2 for the barn in here, the 7 Street Vendor, who does drop to this level. Was really awkward out of the gate last time out, and not very quick, kind of mid-pack with a long shot setting the pace. And sometimes out of the gate with Paco Lopez, he can kind of grab a horse a little bit. It seemed like that was what was happening. This one was a little bit awkward switching leads in the stretch, but finished up well. And you would imagine that this gelding will have benefited from having that start last time out. He's one that has really developed too, coming back now as a 3-year-old. He's on the muscle. He's very, very strong, very fit, and he's one of those kind of rare Todd Pletcher runners that has worn blinkers throughout his career. He's been very alert and attentive in the paddock. I don't have any problems with him. I just think that there are potentially some other intriguing prospects in here. Taking a look at those 2 first-time starters, though, starting to the outside with the 9 Funding Gap, the Irish bred by Al Mansour, who sold at the Tattersall's October yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $340,000. So it could potentially be taken as a negative that he does show up as a 3-year-old, as a gelding, and in for $75,000. He's a good-looking type for sure. In fact, the dam was Group 2 placed only once a winner in Germany, but the second dam was champion 3-year-old filly in Germany and champion older mare in Germany as well. So there's a huge female family on this one. He's really been striding out a lot. He's a very big, kind of bigger bodied type of individual too, and you don't know if the gelding was to help kind of lighten him up a little bit, or maybe he was a little bit tough to train, as he seems like he is a strong-minded individual. He's one that I'm intrigued by to the outside, though I do think he will tuck up a little bit after this first race. The number 2, What a Dude, is the other first-time starter, also sold as a yearling, but this one for $65,000. Not too much in the immediate family. The second dam, or excuse me, I should say the dam herself is the sister, though, to multiple graded stakes winner Enterprising, who was a really talented turf runner for Mike Maker. So that's where that turf influence does come in. Physically on his feet, which we typically look for, he has a smaller type of hoof. It's not kind of that pancake type of turf hoof to him, but in his body and his physical, he looks more like a turf runner. He's a little bit more angular. He's beautifully put together. He's not overly big or imposing, and he's exceptionally fit for this debut. First-time starters really interesting me in this spot. As we throw it back to Greg, and I will say I got an update, Gary Stevens, on your glasses from dinner last night from Ian Wilkes. He said he does not have them. His wife Tracy does, but her message is she won't come find you. You need to find her.
Glad we got to the bottom of that.
Thank you.
Mystery solved.
Mystery solved. Oh, darn. I guess I'll find her.
Love this racing community. We're all there for each other. 6 minutes to post here on this finale coming up on our Sunday card. Whenever 7-2 is your favorite, that tells you it's a great wagering race and it's wide open.
It's spread out. A lot of differing opinions. Money made by the bettor's choices. 7-2, you're right. Especially in, what we got a 9-horse field here, and 7-2 is your favorite. Spread out wagering.
There's Chad Brown. He's sending out the 2 What a Dude, and Acacia talked about some of that turf pedigree.
That's Mike
First
Maker's
full
client.
race.
Chad Brown was talking to. That was Mike Maker's client. Chad Brown was talking to.
Uh-oh.
What do you suggest?
It's the same thing I am with your glasses.
Look, Mike, turn around. Talk about unwritten rules.
They're just friends.
Everyone knows each other in this game. It's a small community. That's what part of what makes it great, especially when we come to Saratoga and you run into all those faces in town after a day at the racetrack.
And they're all there.
No
they
question.
Are all there.
Here's Smoking Heat to kick things off in the post-parade. Blinkers go on.
Blinkers go on. Class drop. He's been running maiden special weight in for the 75 today.
First-time starter for Chad Brown. What a dude.
What a dude. The family doesn't have a lot to go by there. The siblings tried the turf a couple times. No wins there. But if Chad Brown's got him in on the grass, you got to recommend.
Dracone, first time on the turf, ran 3rd.
Yeah, he ran a decent race. It says in trouble line he was keen early. Gets a speed rider, Kendrick Carmouche, this afternoon.
Mboite for Mike Maker, the 4th.
Yeah, dropping down. One that Andy was talking about, a number of them have dropped from the claiming allowance ranks to claim for the first time.
Good Medicine, the 5 went by for Todd Pletcher. It's going to get a lot shorter today, and here's Pivotal Mission.
Pivotal Mission, a horse you like, Greg, as well as Andy on the set, and another one's dropping from maiden allowance in for a claim the first time.
Saez on Street Vendor.
That's the one that I like in here because of Louis Saez on second off the layoff.
We saw speed with Floki's flight in his turf debut.
And you'll see it again from the 8-horse here.
And the other first-time starter in here, this one for Jorge Abreu and Klarovich, Funding Gap.
Getting a nice gallop off right there. Looked good galloping off, I'll tell you what. And I liked what Acacia had to say about him in the paddock.
And he's coming behind us here on the set. Yeah, really making a nice appearance on the racetrack. So Jose Lezcano getting some air into those lungs for the debut. Little bit easy. It's tough to win going longer, certainly on dirt. First time out on turf, though, more capable?
I think
usually.
so, particularly if the pedigree's correct for it. But when you got that extreme outside post position like Funding Gap does, then the warm-up's going to be brisk. I want to get out of the gate. I want to be able to position somewhat and not lose ground into the turn.
And I think you can get, on turf, you can get away with running one that's maybe needs a race or whatever. The dirt seems to tire them out more first time out. If a horse is in need of a race or maybe another work or whatever, and you can get away with it a little bit on the turf sometimes.
Favorite, there's a look at that first-time starter again, Funding Gap. The favorite, this one here, so Street Vendor, who was 6-1 morning line for Todd Pletcher, one of a couple for Pletcher in here, has only been in straight maiden company and a couple of near misses against Better.
I like that he got the prep race at Monmouth Park. He was second in that. It was a maiden special. And now he's got that race under his belt, firing back here. I like the way this is pointing.
And statistically, Todd Pletcher does very well coming out of the maiden allowance races where the horses are protected. They can't be bought out of the race into a maiden claim race where the horse can be bought out of the race. He does very well with those types of horses.
7-2, but the slight top choice on the board right now, Street Vendor. Let's go back to Andy and Paul.
I think a lot of people might look at Funding Gap and say, well, this Klarovich runner isn't with Chad Brown. He must not be able to run. And that would, he may not be able to run. They haven't run the race. He's never run before, but that would be a bad assumption. A very nice horse, Price Talk, who did well. One first time out on the turf here for Jorge Abreu 2 years ago. He was disqualified, but he won. He won a few starts in a row. They had a maiden get beaten a nose here last Saturday. And it's not, Jorge Abreu, for those that don't know, was the assistant to Chad Brown. And he's got on his own. And he has gotten a number of horses over the years for Klarovich Stables at the direction of Chad Brown. And Chad is not just sending bad horses to Jorge. So if you're interested in this horse and you like him, and I think Jorge Abreu thinks he's going to run fairly well today, doesn't mean he's going to win. There's no reason you shouldn't bet him just because he's not with Chad Brown.
I'm with you. He made a great appearance. Obviously, you guys saw on the front side, but behind us, he made a great appearance. And you told me straight out, he goes, Jorge likes this horse. You know, the one Smoking Heat is the one that I'm surprised. I thought at the 4 to the 1 morning line, you'd get that. Third choice in the will pays when it comes to a lot of the picks in that. You get Eric Cancel, blinkers gone. He's run some good races against some decent fields. Now drops for Anthony Dutrow, another horse that can win this race.
I agree. I didn't love his last race, but they're against much better horses. Yeah. I don't think he's impossible occasion. I know you have some thoughts on him.
Runner to the inside as we have some light raindrops falling here, but this one looked the picture of health out there on track for Tony Dutrow, a horse that I thought actually just kind of ran in place a little bit last time out, and you would think that the addition of those blinkers should help to add a little bit more punch in the stretch. As far as that first time starter to the outside, Funding Gap did go. I was so ready to pick this horse, but it looked to me like, and I mentioned this back in the paddock, he seems like he's a little bit of a headstrong type of horse. So Jose Lozano took him right away from the pony, didn't participate in much of a post parade, and giving him that strong warm-up. With horses that sometimes are being a little bit naughty and distracted and trying to give you a tough time, the best thing is to keep them moving forward, and that's exactly what he did. He kind of threw his head up a little bit, but he said, no, we're going forward, this is your job, and he settled down beautifully after that. I actually liked what I saw after the warm-up even better. Greg?
Acacia, such a pro. Rain coming down, unfazed. Hope you get some cover. It's a light rain, yeah, starting to drop. There's that first-time starter, Funding Gap. Klarovich, Jorge Abreu had that nice warm-up. Jose Lezcano rides the nightcap on our Sunday card. Let's go to John Imbrial.
The nightcap. And they're off. Very slow start for number 9, Funding Gap, and he is at the back of the pack. Dracon is out for the lead as Floki's Flight now moves up on the outside. And then it is Mboite who's racing in third. What a Dude is next in fourth, followed on the outside by Street Vendor in fifth. As they go into the clubhouse turn, Floki's Flight went a bit wide there, but is still up close to Dracon. Dracon, Floki's Flight, they are 1-2. Mboite is next in third, and What a Dude is down on the inside and in fourth. Then comes a Pivotal Mission, who's right alongside of Street Vendor. They are heads apart, 5th and 6th. Farther back in the field is Smokin' Heat, who's running in 7th. Then Funding Gap and Good Medicine is the trailer. The quarter 23 and 4/5 seconds. It is Dracon, who leads here after a half and 48 seconds. Floki's Flight remains in second. Mboite next in third. What a Dude on the inside in fourth. And then Pivotal Mission racing in fifth. Smokin' Heat down at the rail. Followed by Street Vendor, and at the back, Good Medicine and Funding Gap. The field races midway on the turn. Dracon is still there. The long shot in front by 3/4 of a length. Floki's Flight down towards the inside is Mboite, who will need a way through here as the field comes into the stretch. Then it is Pivotal Mission and What a Dude. And there is room now for Mboite, who is going up now to challenge Dracon for the lead. It is Dracon and Mboite. What a Dude on the outside. Mboite comes away with the lead. What a Dude with one last try on the outside as they come for the finish. Mboite, What a Dude. Mboite is the winner. What a Dude was second. And Good Medicine came from far back to complete the trifecta.
Mboite, Tyler Gaffleone, Mike Maker. We mentioned on the show the other day the sheer numbers the Maker barn brought to Saratoga this year. Gets another winner here. He's off to a good start.
His success on the turf is remarkable. And I know we didn't have any Mike on Mike's owner talking to Chad Brown, but I think he was telling him, I'm going to beat you on the line.
9-1 here on Mboite. 3 Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker, they win a lot of races together. And good for Tyler Gaffleone to get going.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he got a great trip, and the horse really acted like he figured it out midway through the stretch when he kind of had to move his way out to find racing room, and when he squared off and leveled off, I like the way he finished.
So Mike Makerbarn, as mentioned, brought 50 horses here to Saratoga. I'm sorry, 62 horses here to Saratoga. Another 50 at Belmont. He's got the numbers. If he can win like he did the first half of last year's meet, he's going to be in the mix toward the bitter end here for the training title.
You're darn right he is. And I mean, look, you were mentioning the ride that Gaffalione gave this horse. You have two horses in front of him. He's stuck down on the rail, and there's just enough separation when Dracon on the rail goes on a little bit and gives him an opening. He's able to slide right through, turning for home, and just take over the race.
So Mboite closes out this card. What we thought was a very competitive group certainly turns out to be the case with a 9-1 shot. Closing things out here on this Sunday afternoon on a day in which we see the order finish there. 4-2, 5-3, 9-1 over 5-1 over 8-1 with an 18-1 shot there, weakening, setting that early pace to fourth in the end. But strange day. We had that eighth race, obviously, with the incident on the turf. Excuse me, in the seventh race, I should say, where that turned out to be in terms of your multi-race sequences in all for everyone involved, and still with that in terms of the pick 6 and the pick 5. Considering that, decent payouts.
Very good payouts considering that. You got a free square.
You did. Trying to look it up here real quick before we sign off. In terms of the pick 6, over $2,000 coming back. And in terms of the pick 5, over $520. Here's what we have for you next week. Honorable miss on Wednesday, grade 2, where we're going to see Frank's Rocket, Bella Sofia go back at it again. A neck separated them last time they went head-to-head in the Bed of Roses. What a performance put in today in the Chuvie. Clairiere doing it again to the 3-year-old filly champion Malathot. Back-to-back wins against her now, the Ogden Phipps, and now the Chuvie, and she may be the leader of that division right now. What a performance, and many more still to come. We'll see you next Wednesday with more Saratoga Live. Thanks for being with us over the weekend.